For a couple days now, there's been a video YouTube's been shoving down my throat, recommended out the wazoo, and tonight finally caved and decided to give it a peek. It's called Pulling Over the Police Doesn't End Well from Midwest Safety. And as advertised in the title, this citizen's arrest attempt does not go swimmingly. Far from it.
An officer pulls to the curb for a civilian following behind, honking their horn and flashing their lights constantly. After the civilian passes, the officer initiates a traffic stop.
The reason I stopped you is because you were honking at me and following at an unsafe distance?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay, do you have your driver's license on you?
I sure don't.
The chess master has made his move. There was no pressure, yet the quarterback still fumbled here. This gentle Sir Redditor tipped his fedora to the officer, and he's got him right where he wants her. So he was following her, honking, making a ruckus, flashing his lights, in what seems to be an attempt to get the officer to pull over so he could give her a stern talking to. And the way she describes it, and I guess even the way he describes it, makes it sound like that old meme, you know, the hit it, Joe, and then the guy's on like the fucking doohickey, just like a piano with a ton of noise-making gadgets and gizmos going boom, 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 penny whistle, like it seems like that's what this guy was doing, following the officer around. So she like pulled over to let him pass, and then eventually just pulled him over to figure out what the fuck is going on.
You better call your chief right now, you
That's not very nice.
Well, I have the right to pull you over. You were on the phone and you were doing something wrong.
So you were trying to pull me over?
Did you not see the lights flashing?
Okay. Sounds good.
Get your chief down here now.
He's not coming.
Yeah, he is.
And you're not free yet.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
Supervisor can come down, but not my chief.
Your supervisor's gonna come here.
Okay.
Because you have no business pulling me over.
Okay. But you were trying to pull me over.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I was behind you.
He's got some nerve questioning this man's authority. It's pretty clear he's in charge. So he is now doing the classic I need to speak to your manager move here, the old go-to Karen play. A John Madden classic. It's timeless. He did fumble the nomenclature. He was asking for the chief, which I guess the chief doesn't have an obligation to show up to every traffic stop when requested. Like Bloody Mary, if you say his name 3 times, the chief of police will show up. So he did eventually realize that it's the supervisor that he can request, which she obliges and gets the supervisor on the horn to join them at this hootenanny.
Can you determine from your mirrors what's safe? Because this says right here that may appear to be closer than
10-4, do we have any recent contacts with it?
Scream for help. Get out of the car and scream for help.
The driver is talking to his own child, who's also in the vehicle.
Start screaming for help.
He's now got his child stepping out of the car to scream for help.
Help!
Bud, you don't have to do that.
Okay, he's going to do it because you're
Help! 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 Help!
He's actually requesting a supervisor now, if one is available.
What an incredible father. He's really raising his son right, barking orders, demanding that he get out of the car and fucking scream for help. I don't even understand what that plan is. What was the thought process there? That the kid would get out and scream for help and then the police would show up. But the police are already there? Like, I don't really know who he was expecting to show up, fucking Batman or something? Like, I don't really get it. This is just insanity. Like, this is just actual lunacy. And he's setting the worst possible example for his son. I'm going to spoil the big reveal here because I think it's pertinent to what's going on. This guy's no angel. I know it's going to be hard to believe. Imagine my shock when I found out that he actually has an extensive criminal history with a litany of charges, like an absolute laundry list of charges, and he should not, under any circumstances, even have visitation rights to his child. This guy is a fucking menace. And he's using his kid here as some kind of, like, accomplice to his nefarious scheme. It's so fucked up. It's so weird.
Because you were doing something illegal. I wasn't. I was behind you.
Okay.
Honking my horn at you is not illegal. I'm allowed to honk my horn all I want.
Okay. Sounds good.
Help! 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 Help!
What a circus he has created here. Entirely avoidable, by the way. This guy went out of his way in order to find shit to get himself into. He literally tried to find ways to steam his own ham by following the officer around apparently super closely, blasting his horn and flashing his lights and shit like it was some kind of like kaiju attack, and he was trying to warn everyone about the impending danger.
Is it gonna be funny when I tell the judge that I was following behind you honking the horn because you were doing something wrong? And I just had a conversation with the day officer yesterday that says that I have the right to do something.
Oh, I know who you are.
Yeah, you dumb.
Okay. Perfect.
I cut out a lot here because it's mainly just him headbutting the horn non-stop. It's such an annoying pest. And now he kind of lets it slip. The cat's out of the bag that he's already had talks with officers, even as recent as yesterday. And then it dawns on her who this guy is. Other officers arrive at the scene. They also know who this guy is because he is a frequent nuisance.
This fat yesterday was on the phone with me yesterday, and that's why she's here now.
Hey, Joe.
What?
What's up, man? I'm the supervisor. You want to talk to somebody?
Yes. Can I get
What's
out
going
for a
on?
second?
Just stay put. I can talk to you right here,
Okay.
man.
I was coming off of Ellis Street. This dumb came off of fucking Main Street. Had no blinker on when she made the turn. She was as well on her phone. I followed her down the road because I talked to somebody yesterday that made it very clear that if I had a problem with one of the officers that I can most definitely make a complaint about it.
Okay.
So I was following her down the road to figure out who she was, and I was flashing my light and honking my horn.
Were
and
you
all she
behind
thinks-
her or in front of her?
I was behind her.
Okay.
What a story, Joe. A riveting tale indeed. So he wanted to follow her, find out who she was so he could make a complaint about her not using a turn signal and apparently being on her phone. That was the plan. And things went tits up real quick. So he's now talking about like a ticket that she's trying to give him for all of the hoopla that's being caused here, which has only set Joe off even further. He is now fully deranged and has gone feral because of that, and no matter what the supervisor says, it's already too far gone. He is a powder keg that is in the process of blowing, and he can't stop blowing.
And now she thinks she has the right to give me a ticket for honking my horn? I got every right to honk my f***ing horn.
How close were you to her?
I was a car length behind her.
Okay.
She swerved and hit the f***ing curb like a dumb bitch with her car over here,
Yeah, so he could go around me.
and I was nowhere close to being by her. Did I drive any closer to anybody else than I do any other day in the world?
So,
Once again, this guy uses his kid as some kind of criminal sidekick, like a lackey here, to try and help him out of this pickle that he himself has put himself in. So now he's having his kid vouch that he wasn't following any closer to the officer than he does for any car on the road, which is scary, because this guy is probably up every single car's ass if he perceives that there is something out there that they may have done that he didn't like. And also, this guy looks like he is just actually on some very heavy drugs. This guy looks like he is off his gourd right now. Look at these eyes. That is a soulless stare of the devil. This guy looks crazy.
She
for
said I was
flashing your lights or what?
She said I was honking my horn at her because I was trying to get her to stop. I was not following too closely.
Okay.
Can you guys prove it? What is the law when it follows too closely? What does the mirror say when you read them? What does that say? If you guys are so smart. Objects in mirror appear closer than they
it
are.
has nothing to do with what says on the mirror.
Yeah, it does. It is a lawful statement on there.
Why do you always have to be so confrontational when you deal with us?
I'm gonna be honest, I really like that line of thinking that Joe cooks up there. Read what the car mirror says. Objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. He can't quite read that. He's fuming too much. He's seeing red, so he's gone full illiterate. but he's trying his best. He knows that there's words on there that say something to that effect, but he can't quite get them out. But the idea that he's trying to get across is that he wasn't following too close. She has been deceived by the mirrors, which clearly state that they may seem closer than they appear, thus reality is distorted. You've fallen for his trap. Joe wins. That's the idea here. The mirrors prove he's right.
Because you guys, listen,
why?
this is about transparency. I have been being harassed by my neighbors time after time again, and you guys allow it to happen. This called me yesterday harassing me, and then now she's pulling me over because she's breaking the law. And you guys want to write me a ticket because you don't want to sit in front of a judge in front of
For what? Talking on her cell phone?
Is it against the law to be using electronic devices while operating a vehicle? Is it against the law in the state of Wisconsin?
Not to talk on your cell phone like this. No, it is not.
Since when is it not to?
The officer then goes on to explain the law about being on your phone in the state of Wisconsin, which actually somehow gets through to Joe, at least temporarily. It breaches his defenses where he's like, oh, okay. But of course, that's not, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. He's already upset. So, even though that does dawn on him that maybe there wasn't a law being broken there and that this is a whole bunch of nothing, making a mountain out of a molehill, he's still mad, and thus he needs to take out his wrath.
We can take it to court, and we can make this a thing with Madison.
That's your right to take it to court, Joel. Just like you took that disorderly conduct ticket to court when we dealt with you down at the school.
This dumb bitch literally said in front of my kids
it ain't gonna do you any good argument.
I don't give a dude. What are you gonna do? Not a thing. Because obviously you're letting this fat do what the she wants anyways.
She's just doing her job.
No, she's not.
If you don't agree with it, you can argue
How
in court.
is she doing her
We're
job?
not going to argue
What is the law when it comes?
Joe continues to try and alt. The officer sounds extremely tired of it. No one here besides Joe even seems mad. Like, this guy is spitting and shitting, throwing this temper tantrum, saying all of these nasty, mean things, and nobody even really cares. They just want to go back to their day. They're not even looking to, make a big deal out of this, it seems. Like, they just want to give him the ticket and just wash their hands of it. But Joe insists on taking it to the highest possible extreme.
Did I break the law?
Okay. So stay put. Don't make this any worse than it has to be, Joel.
What are you going to do about it?
Stop.
I dare any one of you dumb to try to put your hands on me.
Just stop. We don't want to have to.
No, you started this. You're allowing your
I didn't
officer.
start anything.
No, I was behind your fat officer.
If you be quiet and give us a minute, we'll be done here.
No, there's no minute, you dumb.
Well, whatever, Joel. Obviously, we're not going to come to any sort of agreement here.
I do love that line there from Joe as well. You started this. As Joe was literally the one that peeled off in order to try and get this officer to pull over for this whole song and dance that he had brainstormed. It's a very interesting strategy. I can't say I quite understand fully the Joe gambit, but all power to him, I suppose.
Sorry, conduct, a ticket?
Was going to be a ticket, but now it's not.
Joel, you make this stuff worse, dude, by the way you
guys did this. This fat called me yesterday.
Just stop. Joel, knock it off.
She got me by the throat. She's got me by the throat. Stop. She's got me by the throat.
Come on.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel.
She's got me by the throat. She's got me by the throat.
Stop.
She's got me by the throat.
Okay.
Dude, you're on a camera.
She's got me by the throat.
Joe, nobody's got you by the throat.
She's got me by the throat.
Officers, please, can't you see he's being attacked by a ghost? There's a ghost and they're strangling him like Homer Simpson to Bart. Do something. Get the Spectral Patrol out there to take down this rabid ghost that's attacking his throat. Oh my goodness, this is horrifying stuff we're seeing here. So yeah, it's probably pretty clear to you now, but they decided tickets wouldn't cut it here. It wasn't really working, so they decided to slap him with a disorderly conduct charge and take him in. I'm not going to bother showing any more of his, tug of war with the police while they try and get him in the back of the cruiser. And to think that it all could have been avoided. If that officer didn't just call him yesterday, what was that about, huh? Free my man Joe. He did nothing wrong. This was all the officer's fault for driving, I guess. With Joe on the road. Driving while Joe on the road, that's a punishable offense. Joe owns those streets. You will drive the way Joe instructs you to. You are NPCs in Joe's world, and if you are a little out of line, you best be saying your prayers, because Lord help us, Joe's going to be trying to pull that ass over, I guess. I don't even understand what all of this was about. I have no idea what he's talking about with her calling him yesterday. I haven't the slightest fucking clue what that's about, but it seems like Joe is a daily problem in the area, so it seems like he basically has some kind of confrontation with police every day. So maybe she had responded to something yesterday that involved him. I really don't know. It's just so fucking outrageous. As the name of the video led me to believe, him pulling over the officer did not go well for him.
An officer remained with Joe's child until his grandmother arrived to pick him and the vehicle up. Joe was charged with resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and battery to a law enforcement officer. While the suspect never sued over this matter as promised, court records indicate the suspect has been repeatedly sued in court for injunctions against abusive conduct, failing to pay rent, repeated issues of failing to pay child support, disputes over child paternity, failing to pay rent, and civil evictions. In both 2023 and 2024, the suspect was prohibited against engaging in conduct or contact with certain victims he had previously targeted. The suspect also has an extensive criminal history, listing dozens of suspected misdemeanor and felony charges.
Sure, it might seem like most of Joe's life is dedicated to just being a piece of shit, but I think this one that we just watched in the body cam is probably the one where he finally has his come to Jesus moment and realizes that he's got a problem and needs help. And this is probably the one that sets him on the right path, I bet. He probably learned his lesson this time around. I think I can't remember, I'm going off memory, but I think he got like 12 months probation and was required to write an apology to the officers at this scene, as well as attend anger management courses. Maybe that did the trick. Maybe that was finally the one that got Joe on the straight and narrow. I have no clue. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. I just watched a crazy video from Code Blue Cam about a drunk driver, and really, drunk is not the proper nomenclature. That doesn't really tell the whole story. He is cartoonishly inebriated, to the point where I was half expecting him to start burping up bubbles like a character out of Tom and Jerry when they drink a root beer. So this goober was driving the wrong way and actually almost hit Kamala Harris head on. So he starts getting interviewed by the Secret Service at the scene as well.
But as her motorcade made its way to the airport along I-94, a vehicle driving in the wrong direction approached, narrowly missing the convoy by just feet. After passing 29 vehicles involved in the escort, a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy at the rear of the motorcade quickly stopped the vehicle, identifying the driver as 55-year-old Wayne Wacker.
Could there be a better name? Wayne Wacker sounds like a superhero who jerks off villains at dangerously high velocities till they give up. Wayne Wacker. It's like a name I would make up for a Dark Souls character.
An open Miller Lite beer can was clearly visible in the center console.
They should have slapped an additional charge on this DUI for his beer of choice being a Miller Lite. I've been saying it for like 8 years now. Miller Lite is the actual worst piss water ever made. Full stop. I can't stand that. If you serve me Miller Lite, I'm leaving. Like, that's a sure, like, you would get me out of an establishment faster by handing me a Miller Lite than you would by telling me it was on fire.
You guys ID and everything? I didn't get anything. You got your ID on you, sir? What? You got your ID on you? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need that. Is it in here? Your ID's in here? I don't think so. Where are you coming from tonight, my boss? You don't know? Clearly too little too much to drink, even with your Miller Lite here, huh?
Doesn't matter.
It sure does.
This man is so lost, truly discombobulated, acting like Robin Williams when he popped out of Jumanji for the first time, wondering what year it is. He is in a trance. He is so drunk he doesn't know what's happening. When the officer picked up the Miller Lite and took it away from Wayne Wacker, I thought he was gonna jump at him like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare to get it back. Like, he looked upset that the Miller Lite was moving out of arm's reach.
Why do you keep pointing at that? I didn't need your ID. I don't care what's in there. No, still not it.
They get caught in this cutscene here with Wayne having a whack attack. Like, he doesn't know where the ID is, so instead he just, like, slowly moves around like one of the tree ints in Lord of the Rings, and, like, just cannot, like, grasp what's going on. He's in a totally different dimension.
Hop on out now. Hop on out of the car. Hop out of the car. We're talking to my partner.
No, let's get him out first. Let's get him out. That's fine. So unbuckle your seatbelt, sir.
They eventually just decided to skip this cutscene because Wayne was making no progress locating that ID. We'd probably find Atlantis before Mr. Whacker would stumble across his ID.
Down south?
Down south? You know you could have killed somebody, right? Going the wrong way in traffic, man. A very busy highway here. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you had to drink today?
Couple of beers.
Couple beers? How long ago?
For this wrong way, I had to start a new car over there.
Tonight.
Tonight? Okay. What's your name, man?
Wayne.
Wayne? Wayne what?
Whacker.
Whacker.
It's a very serious situation. I've made this clear many times over the years. I have literally zero respect for drunk drivers. But even in a situation like this, hearing someone say that their name is Wayne Whacker, I don't know if I'd be able to stop myself from laughing. Like, I don't know how I wouldn't giggle at that name.
U.S. Secret Service agents responded to the traffic stop to speak with Wayne.
Where were you? Like, where were you headed from? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Where were you coming from?
Down a gay bar down in.
A gay bar downtown, or like where?
Yeah.
Now we're getting a little exposition here and some background on the character. They're starting to flesh out the lore of Wayne Whacker. So they lean him against that median because he couldn't really stand super well. So they have him leaning there and he just starts like posting up, fucking taking a chill pill. Like he's about to overdose on chill pills while he's intoxicated. So he's just leaning against there and they're just asking him some like basic questions like, do you remember where you're coming from? And he said that he's coming from a gay bar downtown.
Was it in the center council or where was it at?
It's there.
It's there? Okay.
Out of traffic in the border with the state patrol.
Sir, Secret Service.
Gotta be
See a motorcade go by?
What?
See a bunch of cars go by when they're going the wrong way?
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
I have close by. Take that.
Wayne is gripping that like it's a roller coaster ride. He is holding on for dear life there. So the Secret Service comes over to get some answers to some questions to see if this guy was like trying to perform an assassination attempt here. And Wayne, he doesn't even know what's going on. Going the wrong way, doesn't see any of the 29 cars that passed him. He doesn't know what is happening. He is so fucking drunk. In the way that he speaks, it sounds like he's got like peanut butter in his mouth. Like it sounds like he is actually talking in a dream. Like, you know, like when you're in a dream and everything feels like really slow and like odd, like especially throwing a punch. Like that is how he is talking.
Where are you coming from? Car? Home? Alright. How much did you have to drink?
2 beers.
Take a suspicious 979 South 60.
Any idea that Kamala Harris is in town?
Well, I guess I did.
Is that the reason you're going the wrong way on the highway?
No.
Why are we going the wrong way on the highway? Because you're drunk? What?
Drunk.
He admits to being drunk, yet he still says he only drank 2 beers. Usually that whole "I've only had 2 drinks" line from drunk drivers is a tactic employed by those that are trying to convince the others that they're not drunk. Wayne is just like, I'm drunk. Drunk. Speaking like a caveman with like one word. Drunk. I don't even really see the point of why he's lying about how much alcohol he's consumed. Or maybe he's just a super lightweight somehow and he really did only have 2 beers and he ended up that fucking hammered. Though I find that pretty unlikely.
Do you remember what entrance you came up on?
What?
Do you know what entrance ramp you came up on? The right way? You remember any of that?
There's no idea other than his UPS employee, dude.
What?
Passport?
I didn't. No.
Do you have a passport? No?
No?
Okay.
What's your height and weight?
I'm fat.
Now the officers can't contain their laughter anymore. He is so fucking inebriated that when asked questions like what's your height and weight, all he can say is fat. And they found his public school ID. Turns out Wayne Whacker is a teacher. And you can clearly see Professor Whacker isn't taking this super seriously. He doesn't understand just how dangerous this was.
Are you motivated by any kind of
extremism group? No. Are you involved or associated with any kind of groups?
No.
Like a military group or like anything like that? Are you a gun holder?
A what?
A gun holder. Like, do you have a concealed carry? Do you own weapons at home?
No.
Anything like that? You don't have any guns at home?
Yeah, I do.
What do you got?
Pretty much the entire time Wayne is smiling, like he has like a perpetual smile as his eyes are almost fully closed. So he almost seems flattered with how many officers and Secret Service agents showed up. He even asked if all of them were there for him, and they said, yeah, you're driving the wrong way down a very busy road. And he goes, really? Like it looked like it was the happiest fucking moment of his life. Like he just went downstairs on Christmas morning and saw the bicycle he's always wanted under the tree from Santa.
Yeah, what school? What the hell is it called? No, I'm asking. It's called,
Where's it located, Wayne?
No, it's called, Alright. No, wait. What art means you teach, or what do you do? Yeah,
I'm 100% sure that Wayne was going to try and make up a school name so that way he didn't risk his job with all of this, because I think he was able to process that, oh, cops, drunk, this might not be a good look for the school, and now they know I'm a teacher, I'll try and throw him off the trail with a made-up name. But he was too fucked up, he couldn't think of any other name. But I really thought, like, when they asked him, where is it? I thought he was going to reach into his pocket and give him one of these or something. Or hit him with, like, a really stupid name for a school. Like, Education Academy or something. But he just wasn't able to put it all together, so instead he just keeps, like, stalling. Like, he just keeps throwing in, like, filler words. Or maybe he truly is so drunk he just can't even remember where he teaches every day. Also possible, I suppose.
What's the deal?
All right, remember what I told you, Wayne? We're going to do some field sobriety tests to make sure that you're okay to drive, okay? So my
I'm not driving.
Well, you were.
I want you to keep your head straight, but I want you to follow it with just your eyes, okay? Remember what I was saying, Wayne?
Am I doing it right?
Nope. So remember what I was saying? Just keep your head straight, okay? And just follow it with just your eyes.
Oh, just my eyes.
Just your eyes, okay? So you're still keeping your head. All right, you're good.
For so many decades, people have criticized Superman Clark Kent, the disguise, being really lackluster because Clark Kent is just Superman with a pair of glasses on and nothing else. How would people not connect the dots that Clark Kent is Superman? Like, the glasses wouldn't be enough for the disguise. But I totally get it now. When Wayne Wacker took off his glasses, he immediately polymorphed into Alex Jones. Like, he instantly just shape-shifted into Alex Jones. It was like a totally different looking guy. His fucking facial expressions remind me of Super Mario 64 when you start up the game and you can take the little hand and move his nose around and move his mouth around and everything and shake his head around. That is what Wayne Wacker is doing here for the Follow the Light field sobriety test.
2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, you all done, Wayne?
Yeah.
All right, one more test for you. Okay?
As graceful as a ballerina and as elegant as a butterfly. Wayne, you've outdone yourself with that one. I half expected him to go up on his tippy toes and then hit us with a curtsy at the very end of that.
1, 2. 1. Hold on. I'm joking.
That's all right. Let's do the best you can.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, we'll move on, Wayne, to one more test, okay?
He agreed to the PBT, which resulted in 0.252.
And blow. Keep blowing.
I did good.
All right, you know what the legal limit to drive in the state of Wisconsin is, Wayne?
No.
Okay, so it's 0.08, okay?
I passed.
All right, so you're at a 0.252, okay? So that's more than 3 times the legal limit. Wayne, you're going to be placed on arrest for OWI tonight, okay?
I can't believe it turned out he was actually drunk. I thought with how well he was doing in those field sobriety tests, it may have been a misunderstanding. Maybe he just got confused with the, where he was going on the road, the ramp threw him for a loop-de-loop and pull type maneuver. But I guess he was actually intoxicated. I'm as stunned as you are.
In the end, Wayne was only charged with felony second-degree recklessly endangering safety and received over $2,700 in traffic citations, including one for operating while intoxicated. Since his last OWI conviction occurred more than 10 years ago, it is being treated as a first offense.
Yeah, so that's how the story of Wayne Wacker and the Miller Lite wraps itself up there. I just had to talk about this a little bit. It was one of the weirder drunk driving body cam videos I've seen from Code Blue Cam or any of the other body cam channels. It was quite a ride. That's really about it. So yeah. Florida woman smears dog poop on neighbor's face. Why would she do that?
She comes slamming over to me and took the dog shit she had from her dog and rammed it into my face.
What? Oh, come on.
There is dog feces smeared across his forehead.
I don't know anything about that.
Why would he do that?
I can't believe she did it. I don't know why she did it.
I can't believe you haven't wiped it off. Oh my lord, he's just sitting there with it. The first thing I would do when attacked with dog feces would be sprint to a shower. If a shower's not nearby, any source of water. If there's no source of water nearby, I'm spitting in my hands and I am wiping it off until it's gone. I cannot believe it's still there. He'd get a tampering with evidence charge. You claim this woman smeared dog shit on your face, huh? I see no dog shit on your face. We're gonna have to book you, sir. I guess that's true, I suppose.
She did it. I don't know why she did it.
It's quite literally a crappy morning for one man in St. Petersburg, Florida.
And I was sitting on a park bench down the end of the road. You want to show me where it, do you want me to show you where it was?
No, it's okay.
Okay. And I sat on the bench, my dog beside me.
It's gotta smell so bad.
On the corner, T, that we call it, I call it. And I waved and yelled hello. I always yell and wave hello to everybody. Always.
That's
and
so
nobody
sweet.
ever has reaction. They say, hi, how are you, blah, 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 or come visit the dog. Well, she got done walking her dog, and I saw that the dog, and she picked it up, and came walking over to me, sturdy as you will, and saying something. I said, wait, I can't hear you. She comes slamming over to me and took the dog she had from her dog and rammed it into my face. And so I told you not to talk to me. I'm a woman alone. I'm a single woman alone. I have no idea what that's about. And then as she walked away, she called me.
Do you have any idea where she lives?
Oh my god.
Yes. Oh yeah.
All because he was just going around waving to people?
Told police he was attacked after saying hello to a woman walking her dog.
All right.
What were you thinking?
Do you have your
Are
idea?
you crazy?
No, I don't. But you'll get it.
Sorry, I'm gonna get a photo of you here before we do anything else.
I couldn't believe she did it. I don't know why she did it. And read me a tyranny of cursing you won't believe. And I said, what did I do to you?
Yeah, why would she do that? You seem nice.
She said, I told you not to talk to me. Sometimes you talk to me, sometimes you don't. A couple times after that, simply because I say good morning to everybody. And then this morning...
This guy sounds like Ned Flanders out here.
Over there.
What's she wearing today?
Honestly, all it is, I'm a woman, young, by myself out here. He has yelled at me before several times, 7 in the morning, just yelling hello. And I told him, I said, hey, I don't know you, you don't know me. I said, don't yell at me. He keeps doing it. I was like, hey. I said, stop. I was like, this is the last time. I said, stop. I was like, I really don't know you, you don't know me.
Well, he's just saying hello. She's even confirming that all he's saying is hello. She hates whimsy. I'd be so happy if I just walked my dog and people would say hello to me. It's sweet. That's very sweet. That's the most American shit. You go out and get a paper, you wave to your neighbor saying hello. What the fuck? Why would that be upsetting? I thought maybe there'd be a different side to this where he wasn't just saying hello, he was maybe being creepy or something. But she's he says hello to me. And I'm like, don't do that. What the fuck? That's sad.
I'm a young woman by myself. I was like, off. And then today, I yelled a little more. I don't usually use the word, but all I want is him to just, like, not yell at me in the morning. Like, can he not do that?
How did he get dog feces smeared across his forehead?
What?
Ew!
There is dog
Who would do
feces
that?
smeared across his forehead.
I don't know anything about that. Okay, no.
Do you have,
Nothing more than yelling.
Do you have any?
Doesn't matter.
Do you mind if I...
Do you have any identification on you?
Can you hold your hands out like this? I want to just take a peek. Look for any poop particles, maybe. I'll get my monocle out. We'll get a forensics team out here, too, just to double check.
I know I can get it. I live right there. I can get it out of my purse.
Would you be so kind?
Yeah, come on, babies.
No, don't let her do that. She'll wash her hands.
Suspect is 28-year-old
St. Pete!
Robert.
It's always St. Pete! We are cooking in St. Pete these days. The Tampa-St. Petersburg area is on a heater right now. We're having a generational run of body cams.
Were you walking your dog to let it go to the restroom this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I knew it!
Did your dog use the restroom?
Criminal!
Yes, my dog used the restroom.
A number 1 or number 2?
The waste.
Bagged it up like we're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see it in the trash?
Yes. Open it up, please. I want to see if there's any fingerprints.
Okay.
Like, if we gotta get that serious about it.
Well, considering it was buried, I would not necessarily tend to believe that was the first one of the day.
Ooh!
When he just... Listen,
Yeah.
I'll be perfectly honest with you.
That's fine. I should probably call, you think, a lawyer? Or, like, what's this going? Because now he's saying these things. We've only yelled at each other, like, just like...
Imagine. This is a high-stakes investigation. I think I've already cracked, like, a methodology to figure out if she was the poop smearer. The hash-slinging fucking poop slasher. If she didn't smear it on his face, have her, like, eat something with her hands. I imagine she'd be very afraid to maybe, like, eat a potato chip with those contaminated poop fingers. See what I'm getting at here? I bet she would confess then. Mm-hmm. See, nothing would get by me on the force. Nah, no, I don't think so. I don't think she'd do it. Unless, of course, like, again, there is a chance she was able to wash it. Or, I guess, a chance that she didn't pick it up barehanded. She could have used a bag. Taken the bag and smeared it through the bag, possibly. I didn't consider that. Yeah, that's tough. That's going to be a tough trail of breadcrumbs.
Battery at this point.
A battery.
Because smearing feces on somebody would be considered a battery.
Yep, that sounds about right, I would say.
She came out from there and walked around over there behind the boat, and I saw her dog get trapped, and I saw she picked it up, and I thought, oh, that's good. And then...
I like the way he tells the story. He's getting, like, every detail. I saw her over there by the boat. Her dog, well, it made duty, and she picked it up, and I thought, that's good. Like, giving her a thumbs up, like, yeah! Let's go! Like it's a sports game.
I just sat there. I don't understand. She said that to me a couple times. I don't know. And she slammed this bag of shit in my face.
Oh, it was with the bag.
Backwards. And then I tried to push her away, and my hand got caught in her long hair on the...
What color? Do you remember what color the bag was?
You know, I was thinking about that. It was, you know, they make these neon colors. It was sort of like a teal, the color of my house.
Uh-oh. Man, this guy's memory's good. He's sharp.
Blue, it wasn't green, it was a mixed shade.
And what hand did she push up against you with?
This hand, I'm sure.
Let's recreate the scene using
And
AI
did she take the bag
technology.
with her as well?
Oh yeah, she took it all with her.
All right, because
Man got shit slapped for zero reason.
Everything you said happened except for that. It's the only thing.
My face.
Correct. It's the only thing she doesn't admit to. She says that's the one thing that she did not do. She says that it was verbal only, and there was no physical altercation.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I want her charged.
Well, I'm going to.
If she put poo-poo on your face, I agree. I think you're well within your rights to want to pursue that. I'm no lawyer. I haven't passed the bar or anything, but if she's got a teal bag of dog poop in there, I think we've got a case. I think we got a strong case. I really do.
Ma'am, do you have any dog bags on you?
No Notice here, Callie pulls out a greenish bag
Uh-oh.
matching the victim's description.
Oh, God. The dog's trying to bail her out. He knows it's going south. Mom, we gotta get the fuck out! They know! They know what you did with my waist.
But then quickly swaps it for a black bag.
Oh!
Let's see what the officer thinks about that sleight of hand.
Now, pull out the one you just had in your hand. Yeah, that's the one that's sitting on the bench, right by the bench. Okay, so you're going to be charged with battery because the physical evidence is still sitting over there. It's that bag right there, the green one. It does have feces on it. It matches the feces that's on his forehead. Unless you would like to amend your statement today. Would you like me to show you the bag that's still sitting on the ground over there? Because it's going to match that one specifically, right? And there's a reason you started pulling that one out and shoved it back in your pack and then pulled out the dark black one, which
Damn! This cop is a real crack shot. I certainly wouldn't have caught that on the scene. That was actually like quick thinking from her to recognize this line of questioning and how to get out of it. So she had like the decoy bag that she swapped to. Oh man, that was like a chess match right there between two masters.
Well, the fact that I had to just prove the dog bag thing drives me crazy. But
True.
What happened between you and him today? Because this isn't the first altercation, but this is the first time it's gotten
I want him to stop yelling at me.
Okay.
He's saying hello.
But how did all this start? Is my question.
That's it. He just yelled at me.
Did it happen the way you said, or did it happen the way he said?
I think we all know what happened.
No.
Ma'am, I need to know. Did
No.
you smear feces in his face with the green bag that you have in your pack?
It can't be. Ah! The unthinkable. Good Lord, sir, go wash your face off. We're done here. We got her. All of a sudden you see like a fucking police chopper fly in from the back.
In Pinellas County, we have something called adult diversion, right?
He's 76.
A 76? What the fuck is that? Dog poop?
I mean,
vandalism?
regardless of what happened.
Biological warfare?
And I held the dog up and I said, don't say hello to me anymore. And he's trying to yank out my hair and I put the dog in. It was simultaneous. I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't do it first or he did it first, but it...
If you're really looking for the specifics of that, you closed the distance to him where he was in a seated position. He was in a position of disadvantage as you walked up to him at that point.
Damn. This officer... This dude's ran the simulations in his head thousands of times. He's seen it all unfold. He was basically there. He was a third party. You may not have seen him, but he was there in the shadows. He watched it.
This is probably what he wanted. This is why he kept yelling at me. He wanted me to get to this point. Now that I really think about it, I'm stupid.
What kind of anime plot is that, lady? He says good morning to you. This was his plan all along. He was 10 steps ahead of me. He knew one day I'd crack and smear dog shit in his face, and that's what he wanted. That's why he's still sitting over there with dog shit on his forehead. Ask him why he hasn't washed it. It's all part of his nefarious scheme. It's a badge of honor. He knew by saying good morning I'd lose it.
All right, his name's Brian.
Brian.
Okay. All right, I gotta call your mom, and she's got to get a hold of
He's
Brian.
using the mind's eye to its full potential. True.
You can call your mom and let her know.
No, okay, nothing in you.
Man, he went ultra instinct on this case. I was so impressed. I am also surprised at how seriously he took it. I thought he'd be like, sir, please. You have poop on your face. Please, God. But nah, man, this guy really, he locked in. He said, I will find you justice. I will figure out what actually happened here. Come hell or high water. That third title is wild. Florida man who killed neighbor over dog poop erupts at widow in courtroom outburst. Do you not know that story? That one is not fun at all. That one is actually psychotic. What happened is there was a dispute because a neighbor's dog had taken his shit, and I think it was on the other guy's property. They had an argument. The guy kills him in cold blood. Goes to court, gets sentenced, then he calls the guy a bitch. Says that he was like crying at the end when he killed him. He had no regret. It was something like that. It's been a little while, but it was actually just genuinely evil. That's a not fun dog poop story. Dine and dash is the act of eating a meal at a restaurant and leaving without paying. When I hear Dine and Dash being mentioned, I immediately go to the great Charles Doza, where he was arrested and then gave us one of the finest monologues ever recorded. This is Democracy Manifest. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Get your hands off my penis! When that video went viral so many years ago, there was a ton of different rumors and stories surrounding it. It had this air of mysticism almost. It ranged from hyping him up as some kind of Gotham supervillain to him being an infamous dine and dashing culprit that they were finally apprehending. And for some reason, that always stuck with me. So when I think of Dine and Dash, he is who I picture in my head now. Even though that wasn't the truth of that situation there, it's still, for some reason, what has been locked in my noodle. So today when I saw a body cam video of a douchebag being arrested for dine and dashing, I couldn't help but just think about Charles Doza and how much cooler he was than this loser we're about to watch.
On August 16, 2022, officers responded to a report of a man leaving a restaurant without paying his bill.
Why are you asking for my ID?
Because you're being accused of a crime. I'm not saying that you're guilty, but I gotta get you identified.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All right? Relax. Relax. Come over here.
So that's the gist of it. He's being accused of not paying his bill at a restaurant, so now he's got 1 star and the cops are just casually coming up to him asking for his ID. This video is blown up over the last 12 hours, and every post about it says that this is a Wall Street Bets mod. I'm sure all of you have heard of that subreddit, Wall Street Bets. It's a very popular one, and I don't know if that's a true statement or not, but if this really is a mod on Wall Street Bets, that makes this situation even goofier, because this goober is the quintessential Reddit mod in real-life caricature, and good heavens, it couldn't be more fitting. It's exactly what you envision when you picture a mod interacting with other human beings in the real world.
I went over there to have happy hour. I had some food, and I day trade. I do option trading. I got a business major and I got an accountant, so I do day trading.
He randomly decides to mention that he's a day trader, does options like yeehaw, woo, that's fucking awesome, this guy's amazing. It has nothing to do with anything. That is totally irrelevant to everything. It wouldn't matter if you're Michael Jordan. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter. You didn't pay your bill. You can't do that.
Were you by yourself?
Yes, by myself.
All right. How much did you eat? What did you buy?
No, it was only $70, bro.
$70 worth?
Yeah.
All right.
So.
God, his attitude is so insufferable. So he's laughing at, it was only $70, bro. I make that in a millisecond with my day trading and options because I am a Hustlers University graduate and I learned all about this kind of stuff, brother. Like, I was on Reddit the other day getting my financial advice as I usually do, and I'm making a killing right now. $70, that's nothing. This is a non-issue. He just doesn't understand, like, liquidity versus supply and demand. He doesn't understand the bell curve, the angle of azimuth.
I tried to pay with Apple Pay.
Okay.
And he said, like, I'm sorry, sir, we don't take Apple Pay. I was like, cool, I gave him my credit card. My credit card didn't go through. And his face was really upset already. And I'm like, I tried to educate him. I'm like, listen, I don't have any liquidity with me because most of my capital is my investments. In banks, I don't have banks neither.
He sounds like me when I was back in high school thinking of excuses for why I didn't finish an assignment. Like just a bunch of nonsense mumbo jumbo. He goes through this long speech about why he can't pay for it because he doesn't believe in liquidity. You know, liquidity is a belief held by simpletons and he doesn't have anything in the bank. He'd be a damn fool to have anything in the bank, obviously. So he just can't pay for the food at all. He talks about how all of his money's in investments, which is turbo dope. I have no doubt in my mind this guy is investing epic swag style into the coolest Web3 projects. He's got tons of awesome coins. Like, I know he's crushing it. Big thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. I've been working with the World of Warships team for quite some time to design some custom in-game content, so I'm a commander in the game now. I go by Chuck Blast on the seas out there, and I'm an absolute menace. The name of our ship is the Blastmaster. We sail under Chuck's flag, so I help design the assets, the camo, just kind of top to bottom. It looks like me, it sounds like me, because I do the voice acting for it. Dead on target. I'm, for all intents and purposes, engaged in war out there, and it's extremely fun. World of Warships is an amazing game that my father and I played together. He's been hard addicted for years, so it's really fun to watch him play as Chuck Blast. So there's new content released every month. There's so many ships to choose from: destroyers, battleships, aircraft carriers, cruisers, and you can play alone or in a division with friends. So you can use code Penguinz0 to get the mission to unlock me as your commander, Chuck Blast. You also get 7 days premium account time, 1.5 million credits, 500 doubloons, and the battleship Bayern. It's available for PC and consoles, and the code is for newly registered players, but existing players can acquire these items by purchasing my bundle or through the new internet's containers. So you can click the link in the description to get started. Thanks again, World of Warships.
Alright, okay. Do you have any means to pay that $70?
No. I want to sue them. I'm sorry.
But do you...
No. I'm sorry. You're asking the wrong question, sir. I'm so sorry.
You consume food, right?
Huh?
You consume food?
Hell yeah.
It's just something was off with this guy. He pitched this crazy fit, went nuts in here, threatening people. I'm talking about, like, went nuts at the bar.
I love that he's playing the victim here like this. Oh, actually, I want to sue them for thinking I couldn't pay $70 measly dollars. 70 clams? Oh, that's nothing. Of course I can pay that. I have no ways of paying that because all of my money's in these investments, but I obviously have $70. And, you know, I want to sue them now. Like, the delusion on this guy is incredible. I have no doubt that he was probably trying to barter with them at some point too. Like, oh, actually, do you accept the bonds here? I'd like to pay in some of these bonds. As you see, I'm an investor, so I don't really believe in liquidity. Okay, maybe not bonds. Do you accept Safe Moon here? No Safe Moon? Oh my god, you guys are so behind on the times. This is archaic. No Web3 capabilities here? Okay, how about, can I pay you in Cum Rocket coin? Okay, I'm out of here. You won't accept Cum Rocket coin? I was even going to leave a 200% tip. That's your fault now. $70 is nothing. That's literally no money at all. I fart and $70 comes out of my ass. It's not that I can't pay, it's that I'm not going to pay because you're not accepting real currency like my shit coins here. And apparently he was throwing a tantrum too, threatening people. What an unhinged lunatic.
Do you have a way to pay that bill now?
Correct. No, I don't have it now.
You can? All right.
I can't pay it. But I want to report the business.
All right, but listen.
Because it was a statement. Can I say this?
Walking away from a tab is
No, he kicked me out.
Yeah, I know, but because...
No.
All right. No. Hold on, Victor. No, you can't, Victor. You can't, because then you're going to go to jail.
No, I know.
Relax. Put your hand over here. Put yourself over here.
No, hands. No.
Put yourself over here.
Don't come with that, sir.
Weirdo NPC here is trying a very interesting technique of being as annoying as possible. I cut out a large chunk of it there because it was just him putting on this, like, drama club thespian troupe performance about being on camera and shit, just to be a nuisance. So I think what he's trying to do here is just be so bothersome to the officer that the officer loses interest. So he, like, de-aggroes the police officer by just being annoying, and the police officer just doesn't want to deal with the headache and leaves. I'm pretty sure that's what his strategy is, but luckily, it doesn't work out.
You know, how late can we stay open? It might take him till 10 o'clock before he can pay his tab. He was on his computer. I mean, it was nuts. This guy is out there.
Oíste, si le falté respeto, excúsame, because I go through this racist stuff all the time, stereotyping. But today I was like, you know what? I'm tired of it.
I think this guy is just a real con man, and I think he's going to go from place to place.
Call Officer Leo.
Yeah.
He then tries to claim that it was racism here that led to this situation. So he's really going for every possible approach he can to weasel his way out of this. The business owner here is saying how he thinks he's a con man who just goes business to business pulling this stunt. And I think he's probably right. It feels like this isn't his first rodeo with dine and dashing. It feels like this is probably something he does pretty often.
I got the money to pay, and I was trying to pay.
All right, can you pay now?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to pay, so I want to sit down, have a water while I get my payment.
This guy must have the orb of confusion in his pockets right now, because he is spitting some stupid shit. He is on that moron potion right now. It's so confusing listening to him. He's lost in his own sauce. He's like, oh, I just wanted to have a water. I was going to pay. I can pay. I was planning on paying. I wanted to pay. I was going to pay. The officer says, well, can you pay now? And he goes, no. It's like, what the fuck?
Can I do that?
All right, signal 20. I need to know if they want to press charges.
Yeah, because, No, I want to press charges, not them, me. Officer.
Andrade, can you answer me that question?
Charges, not them. I want to press charges to the restaurant, not to me.
I'm sorry?
We good.
Buddy starts spamming emotes now, and he's like, I actually want to sue them, not the other way around, trying the Uno reverse card here. And I'd love to know how that lawsuit would go. I'm suing this restaurant because they're mad at me for not paying my bill. I fully planned on paying my bill, I just refused to. I even offered to give them an IOU. He didn't accept it. That's their fault, and they're mad at me? What the fuck? I did nothing wrong.
I'm so sorry. Estoy bien nervioso, man, because
All right, so if you have what do you have there that you can pay with? That you can pay the bill? What do you have here that you can pay the bill?
Right here, sir. My Robinhood account where I do day trading.
No, but you can't pay with that.
Yeah, so that's my only form of
can't.
payment.
Okay,
That's not my problem. I'm trying to pay.
All right, hold on.
the thing. Yeah.
71 switching to...
He flashes his Robinhood account, which makes me believe he probably is a Wall Street Bets mod, because that's the starter pack. He's like, no, look, I could absolutely afford to pay. Look at my Robinhood account. And the officer's like, brother, you can't pay with that there. And he's like, I know, but look, it's right here. I can't pay, but look at this money here. This is where it all is. It's not my fault. What am I supposed to do about that?
Too.
I'm sorry, no, déjame callarme porque me siento tan mal because I'm questioning your This is so funny. You can't wait to see what's gonna happen. It's amazing.
His mannerisms, he's like going full Joker mode here. I'm the Joker, baby. This guy's just acting like he's some kind of weird, quirky goofball. He's like, oh, you're not gonna want to miss what happens next. It's gonna be amazing what happens next. Gotham deserves a new class of day trader, and I'm gonna give it to him.
Póneselo en el... Siéntate. Sit!
Dando.
71 taser pointed.
I'm sitting down, guys. Look at this.
All right, put your hands behind your back.
Okay.
Put your hands behind your back.
Telling that I'm trying to pay my costs, and now he's arresting me.
Get up.
Things have escalated here, and he continues to try and say that he's attempting to pay his tab. He's also lobbying to the civilians around him like, look at what's happening. I don't understand what's going on. I was just telling the officer I was trying to pay my tab. I even showed him my Robinhood account. I was going to pay my tab with my imaginary money that I don't have. What do you mean? I don't know what's gone wrong. This injustice. I can't believe it.
I'm Republican too, and he's Spanish. It's a system. It sucks, mama. Why are you searching me?
Stop. You're under arrest.
Why? He's telling me I'm under arrest, but he's not telling me why. Office.
You're under arrest for theft.
For theft. Mira, theft. I was stealing.
Thank you for your quickness and your kindness. Can I get
sure.
a bottle of water here?
Oh.
Stay hydrated.
Thanks so much.
Thank
Appreciate that.
The juxtaposition between these two officers' experiences is comical. One of them's having the worst day of their life, having to interact with this insufferable loser, and then the other one's just hanging out with the restaurant owner who's being extremely sweet and then just gives him water, and he's like, oh, well, thank you so much for this. I appreciate it.
Yes, don't delete the video, please. Thank you, Officer Hernandez. Thank you, man. I appreciate your service. Just don't delete the video.
I cut out a lot there. Things get very messy. It reaches this weird climax where this guy just starts going a little ballistic and wiggling around, which eventually ends with him getting taken to the ground and charged with resisting on top of already this. And now they've got him in the back of the patrol car and he's asking them not to delete the video, which I think he really should have asked them to delete the video. I don't know why he thought he'd come out of this looking like the good guy here. Everything you could do wrong, he did wrong many, many times. I'm honestly convinced that he must have been the diversion to a bigger scheme, like something out of Ocean's 11, where this guy was supposed to just occupy all of the police's time by just being as loud and over the top as possible to direct their attention all on him while his associates do crime elsewhere. So that way it'd keep the heat off of them and focus entirely on him. Because that's what it feels like. Out of nowhere, he just starts like yelling and screaming and trying to like get everyone's attention from the public around him too. And it just makes this huge hoopla, this massive song and dance out of this situation. So it really feels like he was the diversion in a movie for a bigger crime plot. It was weird.
I can pay the tab right now if you want. Like, it's no problem. And I can tip him the $100. No? And I know it was a miscommunication, and I know you're gonna have to apologize to me, you know? And the owner is gonna have to apologize to me too.
You can't pay the tab by just flashing your Robinhood account at someone. It doesn't just beam the money quantumly into their cash register. You can't pay it. That's the whole root of the issue here. You were provided a service under the expectation that you would pay for the service you were provided, and you can't. Also, you apparently freaking out and throwing a massive tantrum in the restaurant probably didn't help things at all. I imagine if you were a bit more respectful about it, like, oh man, Apple Pay's not going through, my credit card's not swiping, something must really be wrong. I can afford to pay this, but maybe we'll need to think of another way of doing it, this and that. Like, if you were more respectful about it, I imagine this may have played out a little bit differently. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. The Drunk Sheriff Midwest Safety vid. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Nicholas Cochi is the sheriff of Hampton County, Massachusetts, which is where the city of Springfield is located. The officers are able to get the sheriff to come out of the casino so they can investigate. However, the sheriff won't make it easy for them.
How you doing, Sheriff? Good, very good.
Oh man, he has got that build. The bowling ball build. I have a feeling this is going to get aggressive.
Actually, what happened?
I was coming around the corner, I popped the tires.
Do you know where? We were looking to see where you were in the casino and everything, and
it's all good.
It's all good.
Change the tire.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The problem is, hang on for a second. Were you the one driving it?
No.
You weren't driving it? Okay.
He just said that he popped the tire. I came around the corner, popped the tire. Were you driving it? No. Maybe he's gonna pull a sovereign citizen. I was traveling. Yes, I was the one traveling in my vessel.
I've got this right here.
Yeah.
Everything's on camera. I got to take it by the numbers.
Change the tire.
I got to take it by the numbers.
Yeah, just let his buddy come out here and change the tire. He'll be here any second now.
To say, we'll see that on the camera. I can go talk to him. Everything will be good. All right. What's that? Okay.
What did he think that was going to change? He knows they have body cams. Why would he? This guy's on some shit, actually. Wait a minute, that's kind of galaxy brain. You can't say he said he was driving. Perhaps his lips just looked like he said that.
I'll tell you what, leave the car here. Leave it.
Nope, sir.
Yeah, just fucking leave it. I don't need it anymore.
Stay put, all right?
I'm gonna come hit it with a sledgehammer in a moment.
Because based on... Yeah.
It's clear by the sheriff's body language that he is likely secretly signaling for his lieutenant to deactivate his body camera, which the lieutenant refuses to do.
Right.
W from the lieutenant, love that.
But right now I'm conducting an investigation, okay? I need you...
God, he is steaming. He looks like Eustace from Courage when he got that gel on his head. Holy, he is turning so fucking red, too.
Right. Where was it?
Right up on the corner. I took the turn.
Took the turn into here?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like there's a plant on there. Was there a plant that...
Might have been.
Might have been. But that's where it was, so the remnants of the tire...
Someone might have thrown a plant at me. I don't know. What?
I have no idea.
Hey, it happens. What? Is it a crime to hit a plant? What happened? Can't hit plants no more?
Everything's recorded, everything's inspected, everything's going to be nice and easy, okay, sir? All right.
He is so fucking mad. Oh my. I can feel his spiritual pressure from here. It's like Kinpachi.
Can you head down to the
but
corner
much more rotund.
And just see if there's any find the tire? No?
He's activating T-pose. Well, so that way we can easily model him in Maya.
Where that was it, and here. Okay. Okay. We're going to take a walk over where we're a little bit out of sight. Okay? No. How much you had to drink tonight, sir? Couple beers.
Oh, not the couple of beers. Oh no.
Okay.
The couple. He's fucking toasted.
I'd like to ask you to do field sobriety.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
I'm not driving. Yeah. Field sobriety for what?
All right. What's that? All right. You came from East Columbus. You turned in here. You can't find the tire. Okay. That's fine. There's clear indications that that rim.
Man, fucking annihilated that tire.
Okay.
No trace of it left.
I'd ask you to. I'm going to ask you a second time if you will perform field sobriety, so I can determine if you are safe to drive. Okay. I have a PBT that can sort this out right now.
Not going to happen.
Okay. So you're going to field sobriety.
Yep.
Right.
He's driving a hard bargain.
Mid alcohol consumption. All right.
A little bit.
Driving. Okay.
So
All right. Well, then assume. Then at that point.
While the body cam footage is redacted, this is when the sheriff's official arrest takes place. The body cam resumes right after the sheriff is placed in handcuffs.
Why is it redacted? What happened? This sheriff hang hog or something? Why would we redact? Like, we got everything else. What could have possibly happened in this moment? Unless he just fucking went sack out. Why is that redacted? Huh? Just ongoing court case? I guess, yeah, I guess this might be like a crucial component here, but I feel like everything else has been very strong evidence already. I can't imagine there was anything else here that's like a narrative changer.
Alright, we're gonna walk down to my unmarked. Sergeant, let me have you come with me as well.
Alright, so you told me to just let him fix it.
No, I think you can drive that out, and be honest with you. It doesn't look too bad. Yeah, just have someone hop in there and just take it to the station.
County vehicle. If he's able to fix it.
Oh my god. That is catastrophic. What does this guy do? Run over a landmine?
Oh, careful.
He's even wearing a shirt that says sheriff on the sleeve.
You can move anything over.
Very interesting. This is also probably one of the only times I've seen a front seat arrest. The only other time is when that lady slipped out of her handcuffs and stole the car.
Scrapes as well. More scrapes in the middle of the roadway.
Hmm.
Consistent in path. More scrapes in the middle of the roadway.
Man, this guy's full-blown investigating. Good for him. We're gonna find that tire, goddammit.
These scrapes lead to the location where they found.
Yeah, riding on the rims will do that to you. Scratching up the whole road, leaving an actual treasure map to him.
Kochi freely admits Saturday, September 21st, was not a good day for him. He was arrested outside MGM Springfield for driving while intoxicated and subsequently suspended for several days without pay.
Several days? How's he gonna feed his family? Several days? Oh, I dare not say. Several days? Oh, wow. Nick, buddy, wow. Punishment does not fit the crime. That's extreme. Wow, that's extreme. They gave him a long weekend. Woof!
Very blessed as the sheriff of Hamden County, but more importantly, as the person, Nick Kochi. There's no question 6 weeks ago was not one of my finest moments.
Kochi immediately took ownership for that behavior, leaving court after his arraignment in late September.
Am I stupid, or is that suit way too big for him? That looks like me wearing my dad's suit.
Leaving court after
Why are the
his
sleeves so
arraignment
big?
in late September, he pulled no punches at the time. The sheriff is humbled by the outpouring of support and understanding from the community and says he won't let them down again.
And if there's a day that comes up and you don't show your best version, well, tomorrow you wake up and you make sure your version's better.
Very inspirational.
That's a lesson that I'm going to continue to show who Nick Kochi is. Never mind the sheriff part. Who am I as a person?
Kochi, in his second
Yeah.
term as sheriff, says
Yeah.
he's resilient.
I'm sure that same courtesy is extended to everybody else. Yeah. Look, drunk driving, not great. But look, I was a victim. And now, I can rise above this and become the hero I was meant to be.
His driver's license was also temporarily suspended, and he was required to attend an OUI education program. As of April 2025, there are no reports indicating Kochi has encountered further legal trouble. In fact, in January 2025, he was appointed vice president of the Massachusetts Sheriff's
nice.
Association. Let us know your
Congrats.
thoughts about this incident in the comments below, and if you think the prosecutor should have also charged him with leaving the scene of a crash.
No, why would they do that? No, what? What? I agree with this YouTube commenter. Lieutenant needs to be the sheriff. Man's the epitome of integrity. Takes guts to stand up to your colleagues and overwhelming courage to stand up to your boss. Unironically, that lieutenant, huge W. What's crazy is I bet he was fucking fired. Well, I mean, probably. I don't think he would have got away with firing that guy, especially with this kind of case, but I bet the sheriff really thought about how to punish him. Crazy. That is crazy. A delusional psychopath tried swatting someone. What happens next will shock you. Dusting off the old Darman reference here for this one. So some miserable, horrible lady tried to swat someone. I'm sure I don't need to explain what swatting is. It's a horrible, bad thing that'll land you permanently on Santa Claus's naughty list. And this lady looks and sounds like she's one glass of wine away from passing out face first into her copy of 50 Shades of Grey, but in between bouts of consciousness, she decided to commit a huge crime of swatting. And boy howdy, the shoe went on the other foot real quick. They actually found her. And when they brought her into custody, she started launching sonic-based attacks at the officers. It's a wild ride that I can't wait to take you on, thanks to Code Blue Cam here providing all of the footage. We get a POV of what it's like to encounter a real-world banshee. But before we even see her, let's go ahead and get brought up to speed with the lore, the call, the emergency that she phoned in.
Hi, there's a man with a gun, shooting with a gun. Can you spell the street, ma'am? I can't understand you. Do you have me on speakerphone? He's shooting with a gun. I understand that, and I'm going to send help, but I need to understand the street name. Okay, and who is shooting with a gun? There's a man. Okay, what is the man's name? I have no idea. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my God, he's out there with a gun shooting rabbits. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my God, because I can see him shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. Answer my questions. How do you know this is going on?
No doubt she's a classically trained actress. That is a very convincing performance. Those acting chops could bring a tear to the eyes of even Margot Robbie. And she is using it for evil, nefarious purposes. So she's talking about a man who's shooting. He's shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. And refuses to give any, real info. And then, pauses after the operator's asking her how she even knows this is going on. She doesn't answer and then just hangs up.
Based on the nature of the call, all on-duty Brookfield police officers responded to the area immediately.
Bravo 521, I'm 23. There's nothing going on here. This is most likely a swatting call.
Dispatch later informed that the female caller had reached out again, stating she could see the man on her cameras and that he was still firing his weapon.
They sent out the whole kit and caboodle like they were about to bring down Cobra Commander. They got there, found nothing, but then the mysterious caller reaches out again, saying the same thing, that this maniac is out there firing his weapon. There's a maniac on the loose and we gotta get him. Only the officers were there. There was no gunshots. They even searched the area for casings, found nothing. They asked the homeowner nearby, nothing. So they were pretty confident it was a swatting call.
While clearing the scene, the female continued to call 911 repeatedly from an unknown number. A sergeant instructed the clerks to forward all her calls to his desk phone.
She called them again and again and again, repeatedly just spitting this fraudulent fairy tale, this gobbledygook horseradish. I don't know what she was even fucking thinking at this point. She's like the Riddler, but 50 times as stupid. She's the shittler. So she's over there just spewing this shit. They are at the scene, so they know it's not real, and they just start forwarding those calls to Ace Detective Phoenix Wright's personal desk phone, and he happens to recognize her voice from previous interactions. Let that sink in for a moment. Marinate on that thought. A police officer interacts with so many people, and most of those interactions, I imagine, aren't overly positive. Do you know how annoying you have to be to have an officer remember your voice? That you were such a fucking nuisance that your voice left an imprint in their brain that even just audibly hearing you can activate a Winter Soldier moment for them where they remember your name and everything. All because you stained them with how annoying you were.
When she called again, he recognized her voice from previous interactions. A quick in-house database check soon revealed her identity as 36-year-old Ashley Corbin.
Is that consistent with what you say you're observing?
Yeah.
Okay, we have gone to the area where you have claimed this has been happening 3 times tonight.
Yeah.
Yep, you've seen us there?
Yeah.
So he got asshole Ashley on the horn here in order to corroborate these reports, saying that you've called 10 times now all about this, we've been out there and have seen nothing, and she's just like a broken record saying, yeah, yep, yes. She is a malfunctioning NPC. All she can say is, yeah. And he's just pressing her like, hey, we didn't see anything, what's going on? She eventually says that the guy shooting is on camera, so the officer says, well, we'd love to see that footage. Shocker, she's got no footage to show.
I would love to see the video footage if that's something that you could provide for us, because we have been unable to locate him. And I sent an officer to look at that with you.
No. We want him to be stopped.
What's going to happen moving forward, we're going to be conducting an investigation for swatting. Are you familiar with that term?
I hope so. I hope that you guys are going to take his property into custody and investigate his whole property. I pray to God.
Well,
her body is screaming for water, but the only thing it's getting is more and more wine. She is plastered. You can clearly hear it. She is not able to process at all what's happening here. He's even telling her to her face that they are investigating her for swatting, and she's like, oh, thank heavens. Goodness gracious, it's about time you guys do your job. He's an absolute menace out there. He's shooting, and you need to go investigate his property. You need to take his property. I pray to God you go take his property. This and that. She doesn't realize what is happening here at all. Like, swatting is a very serious thing. Again, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but people die from swatting. So it's something that's taken super seriously here, and she is not able to wrangle that fact at all.
Well, we're worried about our kids.
Yep, you've said that a couple times, ma'am. If you were so worried about your kids, I think you'd be willing to talk to an officer about it.
Are you kidding me? Do you really want to
Yep.
go there?
We're going to pull the phone records from the phone company. We'll write the subpoena. Have you had any drinks tonight, ma'am?
Are you crazy?
No, ma'am. I'm trying to conduct this investigation for you.
Are you a crazy person?
Nope.
He's been shooting rabbits and doing all kinds of stuff.
He started to sniff out that she might be intoxicated, but Ashley's putting on a strong show of sobriety to throw him off the trail. Drunk? Me? No. You crazy? You a crazy person? Is that what's going on here?
So, we're going to end this. He's going to pay us $1,500.
Oh, that's good for you.
Yeah, sure is.
Her neurons started to desperately fire as the realization must have started to sink in that they're not buying her story. So she starts to panic a little bit and tries to write a conclusion to the fanfic about how they just shook hands with $1,500 and everything's hunky-dory now. No need to send any pesky officers out there to check anything out because it's all squared away now, huh? Job well done.
Ashley Corbin, I remember her.
That's who I think it is. I think it's Ashley. Hello?
Holy.
Is this Ashley?
Yeah, no, this is not Ashley.
Okay. This is Sergeant Griebling with the Brookfield Police Department. You called us?
Who is Ashley?
I thought this was Ashley.
Why would you think that?
The tables turn. The officers are pretty sure it's Ashley, so they call her this time to try and confirm those suspicions. And I think it's pretty obvious from the second she answers the phone, they got her. But she's trying to play it cool. Ashley? No, this is not Ashley. What makes you think it's Ashley? My name is Bourne. I'm actually surprised she answered this call with her normal inebriated voice instead of trying to fool them, throw a monkey wrench into their hypothesis by answering the phone with an accent or something. Top of the morning to ya! You know, something like that, and they'd be like, oh, well, clearly it can't be Ashley. This caller wasn't Irish, so we got the wrong person.
Guess what? My name's Lindsay. You can stop calling me Ashley. Thank you.
Okay. You should probably slow down on the drinking tonight, ma'am.
You should probably fucking stop being a fucking bitch.
Okay.
How about that?
The call starts to devolve into her treating this call like it's an Xbox Live lobby, so she just keeps calling him a bitch. It really gets very interesting. It's like a League of Legends chat at this point.
It was also revealed that Ashley had an active felony warrant and had repeatedly called another police agency earlier that day using vulgar and profane language.
Sorry.
Oh.
Whoa! Where's he? Come on, get a treat. Prince, get a treat. Prince? No.
Come on. Let's go, bud.
Come on.
We get some more lore on Ashley, and the deeper it gets, the more confused I become at how someone can end up like Ashley. She was apparently calling another police agency that day as well to spew some mumbo-jumbo, and then they eventually find her outside with her dog, and then she's yanking on the dog's leash, which eventually pops the leash off of the dog, and then she has to go on the side quest to get the dog back to get it inside. It's quite a journey.
I want my attorney present.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. So I'm not going to talk to anybody without my attorney present.
Very well. I will pass on the Brookfield, and we'll see what they say.
After a lengthy mission, they do finally get the dog, and the way she's holding him, she's holding it like it's a bioweapon. I've never seen I've never seen someone hold a dog like that in my fucking life. She's got the dog's wiener pointed at the officers. I think she was hoping that he'd start peeing or something as a distraction so she could make a run for it. I don't know. But she's like holding the dog almost like it's the fucking Heisman Trophy or something. Like, I don't get what she's doing, like, with that dog. I feel terrible for the dog. Honestly, the best thing that could have happened is the dog gets off the leash and finds a new owner. Because she seems remarkably fucking lost and beyond off her gourd.
So, no, I'm not doing a swatting thing with a Brookfield. Are you kidding me?
I wouldn't joke about that.
That is a serious joke. Ken is a psycho.
I don't even know who Ken is.
The guy?
We honestly don't know much of what's going on.
We were told here to come pick you up, that you have a warrant, and Brookfield wants to talk, has criminal charges.
I date a Brookfield officer, okay?
Who?
My man is an officer, okay? I'm not going to say because I don't want to...
You just said Singleton.
It's pretty clear that this woman is a pathological liar, and it only gets worse. She throws out some really heinous accusations in a bit. So right now, she's talking about how she wasn't behind the swatting. That's a very serious joke. That's not a knee slapper or a gut buster that you make gags out of. She would never do such a thing like that. And then she's talking about how she actually dates an officer. Won't name his name, but she dates an officer, and he probably wouldn't like what's happening here. He probably wouldn't like it. So her whole idea here, I think, was to try and, like, I don't know, say, like, hey, I date an officer, so I shouldn't be arrested, you know? I think that was the plan. It doesn't work, but I think that's what she was going for.
You need to go?
No, you're good. Well, we got plans.
Can you please come out?
Hey, be respectful.
No, you can take it.
I was trying to go to the basement. I didn't know I was going to search.
It's actually incredible how unlikable this woman is. A just normal person coming out of the elevator doing normal activities, and she yells at them to get out. Like, what the fuck? How can someone possibly be this much of an insufferable piece of shit? It's actually impressive.
That was kind of rude.
I am rude. I'm sorry.
That lady did nothing to you.
I'm a surgeon.
What?
I'm a surgeon. I am. So I'm very particular. So
what does that have to do with yelling at a lady?
I'm sorry.
Now she's saying that she's a surgeon. She just randomly blurts out that she's a surgeon. It's like a child when they're like making up a story when playing pretend, like SpongeBob and SquarePants in that box of imagination. That's her whole brain. I'm spitting. I'm actually spitting. That's how disgusted this woman makes me. She can't stop lying for even a second, and she can't stop being a piece of shit to people around her. And like the officer's even telling her, like, that was rude. Like, this was just a person using this elevator, and now you're yelling at them. And she's like, I'm a surgeon! I'm a surgeon! I'm a surgeon! I like things to be particular. And they're like, what? What? What does that have to do with anything?
I do stuff, like, very particular. Like, I do brain surgery.
Okay, let's take a left.
So it's very particular.
So does that mean you can be an asshole to people?
I don't deal with people. So it's like, I deal with digging in people's brains and digging in. I'm sorry. That's what I do. You dig in, you go in deep 5, and that's it.
Brain surgeon.
I like how she almost tried to drop some kind of scientific terms like, well, brain surgery, you see, it's actually very complicated, and it's why I'm a little particular about things. I don't deal with people, I'm dealing with brains. You know, you have to go D5. D5. You know, knight to D5. You know, you saw it in Harry Potter when they're playing wizard's chess. Like, you guys wouldn't get it. I won't bore you with the jargon that you couldn't possibly understand with your tiny, feeble minds. Just know that because I'm a brain surgeon, it gives me the right to yell at people. And it gives me the right to call police departments 20 times a night reporting false crimes because, well, it's what I like to do as a brain surgeon.
You're lying, and you use me as a scapegoat under the bridge. You guys were harassing me under the bridge, and there was no cameras under there, and you guys were harassing me and me under the bridge.
She also left like a big bag of beer in front of someone's door and...
What's up?
You guys me in the elevator.
Okay.
Yep.
We have body cameras.
And I have marks.
We have body cameras, and if you want to...
and so do I.
If you want to file a false police report, we can go down that road.
You're lying!
Her next series of lies isn't nearly as humorous as her brain surgeon storyline, where, you know, she received a lobotomy, thus she thinks she's a brain surgeon now or whatever. This one, she starts to try and spin a false rape accusation about how they were raping her on the elevator and under a bridge.
And what they did to me, how they raped me.
Nobody's gonna. We're just having to exit the car.
Yep, and how they raped me.
Nelly, let's go.
Yep, how he raped me and how this guy raped me. And this guy raped me. What is your name? Stop! I'm talking too loud, you raped me! I'm talking too loud, you raped me!
Ashley.
You raped me! He raped me! He raped me! He did! This guy! This guy raped me!
She now embarks on the Screaming Gambit. This is a pretty advanced maneuver you don't see executed super often, never to any degree of success, where the person just then starts screeching and squealing. And it's what she does for the rest of the video. So she's still screaming that they raped her when there is body cam footage to prove that did not happen. That is a blatant lie. All she does is endlessly lie. It's craziness. And that is a awful thing to be lying about. And she's screaming it, and I think the idea was to try and like incite anger, to have like maybe people come in and like, I don't know, push over the officers to save her or something. I don't know what she's even trying to do with that accusation when there's clearly evidence that proves contrary. I think it's to try and like get out of the arrest. I don't really know, but it is unhinged lunacy.
Ashley, turn back around. Ashley, get back on the bench. Ashley, you need to sit on the bench right now.
When she eventually does get to the station, she lets out her best Joker laugh that she can muster. And to her credit, it's a pretty maniacal, cartoonishly evil laugh that she pulled off. It's pretty impressive.
Stand up.
Ow! Now you broke my arm!
Sit.
Now you broke my arm!
Ashley, you need to sit down.
You broke my arm!
Ashley, you need to sit up.
Lord have mercy on all the poor souls that were watching this with headphones on. They're no longer with us. So she's now claiming they broke her arm when they went over to try and get her to sit up. They didn't actually even lift her, by the way. The second they like touched her, then she started saying that they broke her arm. Another bogus baloney fib here. Liar, liar, plants for hire. Holy cannoli. And now she is absolutely wailing. She is sounding like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. She sounds like if Toucan Sam ate a ghost pepper.
No! No, you broke my arm! You broke my arm! You did! You broke my arm!
I did not break your
You
arm.
broke my arm! Why are you hurting me?
If you sit forward, I won't
Don't
touch you.
touch me!
Do you have an NCIC for swatting?
Oh God. Swatting. You guys are so fucking stupid. Swatting. Oh!
Ashley, you need to sit up.
She goes on and on and on and on and on. It sounds like the screaming goat meme. So that's kind of where that concludes, but she did receive some charges for it, but really got let off super easy. She, I think, only spent like 6 months in jail for blatant swatting, and she should be counting her lucky stars that they didn't try and pursue some kind of false rape accusation charges as well. I don't know if that's something they even could do, but I'm surprised they didn't try. Like, this really could have been a lot worse for Ashley. Swatting is something that is extremely serious. So she got let off very easily. And man, what a fucking nuisance she is. Holy. That's really about it. So yeah. There's a mystery afoot, so grab the Scooby snacks and let's get to work. A pool at a Quality Inn has been mysteriously turning green 12 separate times. This isn't how God intended. This is not natural. They suspect this is intentional sabotage at this particular Quality Inn, but when authorities check the surveillance camera footage, they find no evidence of any culprits going to the scene of the crime or anything like that. How is that possible? Are they being attacked by an invisible man? Is this a situation out of The Happening where the plants are fighting back and they're responsible for the pool turning green 12 times? What's the motive? And most importantly, who really is behind it? It's very clear that there is a supervillain loose here, and only I'm qualified to crack this case and get to the bottom of it. When it comes to mysteries, I'm like L from Death Note. I figured out what happened to D.B. Cooper. I even solved the mystery of who shit in my pants when I went to Halloween Horror Nights in middle school. There's nothing I can't solve given enough time. But luckily in this case I didn't need to. In fact, the authorities pieced the puzzle together and it is so fucking wacky I can't wait to share it with you.
Cops pull up to a shocking sight. A pool where the water has turned neon green.
What in the world? What is that?
Sandra Woolston, the co-owner of this Quality Inn & Suites in New Jersey, was baffled when her motel pool mysteriously turned from clear water to this.
The voiceover for this one makes it sound like an old infomercial. Turned from clear water to this! Ew! But luckily with OxyClean, we got it right back to a clear blue. I don't know why he's, exaggerating all of the statements in this manner, with his intonation, but it's really enjoyable. It makes it, even more gripping, in my opinion. But anyway, that's the story in a nutshell. This Quality Inn, for some reason, keeps having their pool turn green. And the only way to fix that is for them to keep draining the pool, which is extremely expensive.
I watched it turn green in front of my eyes.
Somebody is sabotaging my pool. My pool is yellow as my guests can't go inside the pool.
I broke down. I didn't know what to do because with all these kids waiting to use the pool, but they couldn't go in.
The pool had to be drained and refilled with clean water. 2 days later,
the vandalist is back again. Our pool is green as a grass.
It happened a total of 12 times.
So either this place is cursed where they've built it on top of a Hulk burial ground and he's getting his revenge by turning the pool green with gamma radiation, or there really is a practical jokester that's really taken a liking to turning this pool green for some reason. That's all the information we have to work with so far. There are some more clues we'll get to in a moment, but let's start to piece together potential narratives together as a thought experiment. Perhaps whoever is responsible for sabotaging this is a previous guest at the Quality Inn who recently had a negative experience with that pool. Now, if I was on scene during this investigation with my monocle, magnifying glass, and pipe that I was smoking, the first thing I would ask would be if I could have access to the guest registry over the last couple of weeks, and if there'd been any reports of complaints from the guests about the pool. Assuming, of course, the Quality Inn keeps records on their complaints, it would give me a narrower list of suspects that I could focus on. I'd then set up an interview with each name on that list, and I'd do a little game of good cop, bad cop, where I'd be the bad cop and the good cop would come in with a soda from McDonald's. I'd invite them to drink the soda. When they take a sip, I would then inform them that what they just consumed was truth serum, which means they could no longer lie. Then I'd finally finish it off with the brain buster, the most important question: did you do it? And then I'd gauge their response from there.
This is every damn day, man! Look at the pool!
That's neon yellow color.
It was just, and the entire pool was engulfed.
What was turning the pool green? Here was the first clue. An object she found at the bottom of the pool.
I'll be honest, that object looks like some kind of extraterrestrial being. If you put a picture of that object on the r/alien subreddit, they would gobble that shit up as true evidence of an alien brainstem or something. That would give me no clues here. I'd start really thinking paranormal about this, oh, maybe there's not a person behind this, maybe it's a cryptid or something. I don't know what the fuck that is. That looks disgusting, whatever that is. It must be whatever turns the pool green, some kind of dissolvable mesh or some shit maybe that, distributes the green dye to the rest of the pool. But yeah, that shit is yucky.
But when police reviewed the motel surveillance video, they found nothing suspicious. Here's Stephen Fabian.
So how did the pool turn green? Well, cops say the culprit used a drone like this to hover over his target before releasing a concentrated packet of dye.
The dye is actually a life-saving device used for ocean rescues.
When they broke the magician's code and revealed how this was most likely done, it blew my tiny little brain. I realized at that moment I would never cut it as a detective trying to piece together a complicated case. That whole idea never even crossed my noodle as a possibility. That the reason someone didn't show up on surveillance camera yet the pool still turned green was because it was transported via drone outside of the security camera's, field of view. That would have never been something I thought of. That is actually so devious. It's admittedly a pretty clever plan here, because then the actual person responsible for it is a long distance away from the scene of the crime, so there's not a ton of breadcrumbs to follow. This is one of those galaxy brain maneuvers that you see fictional villains do in media. But somehow, the cops did catch him. So I'm not only impressed by the method they used here in order to distribute the green dye to the pool, but also the fact that they got caught.
So, who do police say was behind the attacks? They arrested 45-year-old Patrick Spina, who owns a heating and air conditioning business close to the motel. The motive? Cops say he's a prankster. He didn't have much to say when we caught up with him.
There he is, that scoundrel. So, they've got him. Apparently, I will say that they didn't do a great job of explaining how they really connected him to this. So apparently he owns a business nearby, but when I first heard that, I thought it'd be like, oh, it must be a competing business and this is his way of sabotaging a competitor, trying to like take them out of business or financially harm them. But apparently they believe the motive is genuinely him just being a quirky little jokester. I also needed to dig a bit deeper in here to figure out how exactly they connected this drone to this individual. So apparently they had spotted it over the Quality Inn on September 1st and then just followed it back to where he was and then arrested him. So they did catch him red-handed with his hand in the cookie jar here, but the motive of just being a prankster is incomprehensible to me because this is not a prank. This is a dozen times. This is just genuine vandalism and trying to ruin that business. Because it's super expensive to keep fixing that. Not only did they have to keep draining the pool and refilling it, but now they're going to have to refinish it too, since the green dye is harmful to the pool as well. So the frequency and all of that makes it seem like it's not really a joke, because I mean, what's the haha moment? It's just this fucking goofball. Like, there's no way he's treating this like a joke. There had to be a deeper motive to it that I don't think is pranks. Though I guess I could be totally wrong here, since pranks in the modern age are just legitimate degeneracy and actual just harming people half the time. So maybe it is possible that this is just his idea of what a prank is, but it really took a big toll on the motel's owner because it is super expensive.
I just hope that this bonehead pay for what he did and he never ever do anything this dumb and so stupid to impact other people's livelihood.
The suspect is charged with criminal mischief and faces fines as much as $30,000. The hotel owner says that prank cost her at least $20,000.
Yeah, so the mystery has been solved. He is facing a charge for this and hopefully will be responsible for paying for all the damages caused to the motel. A happy ending here, but what a wild little adventure to go on because, again, I don't know how you'd ever really piece this one together if you never saw the drone in the surveillance camera or anything. They must have just got lucky that they saw the drone over the Quality Inn at one point and then just followed it back to home base. Yeah, so now we can comfortably close the books on the mysterious case of the pool turning green. Just wanted to share that with all of you. That's about it. See ya. I feel the need to apologize in advance for this, but I cannot help myself. I have to show you this and talk about it. This is a full-blown Jesus wept situation. This is one of those degenerate acts that the Lord up in heaven turns his head away from in shame with tears in his eyes. Matt sent me this earlier today. I can't even believe this is a real sentence I'm going to say. There's a villain on the loose in Washington, D.C. right now, a true menace to society, a maniac on the loose. And a Reddit user caught them in 4K on camera where they put a cucumber in the grill of their vehicle, an innocent civilian's vehicle. This dude comes up, puts a cucumber in the grill, and then fucks himself with it. I'll show you some of the footage here, and I gotta tell you, it seems premeditated. I don't think this is his first rodeo here. Also, according to some people in the comments, they actually recognized his MO. Apparently, he's done this cucumber butt fucking across Washington before. So anyway, this guy comes over, and he sticks the cucumber in the grill of that car like Neil Armstrong planting the American flag on the moon. He also appears to be a master magician because that sleight of hand was impressive. I didn't even see the cucumber in his hand at any point until he reached the vehicle. It's like he just spawned it in, just conjured the cucumber out of thin air. So he makes sure that it's firmly planted in there like Excalibur into the stone. And also, the Reddit user gave a brief explanation for why there's like a hole in that fence. According to the lore, 3 kids crashed a stolen car into their fence last week, which created this hole, which the Cucumber Crusader used to get access to the vehicle. I can hear that Nissan Rogue crying out in agony right now. He is sexually assaulting this poor Nissan here. In broad daylight, too. Like, he looks around once just to check if anyone's watching, and then just goes for it. It wasn't exactly the most thorough sweep of the area, but who knows, maybe he's on a 3 cucumber ass streak, so he's got a UAV online, so he knew it was clear. He knew the coast was clear. So he just starts bouncing on it for a while, and then a car comes by. But he had like a spidey sense that was tingling, so before the car turned the corner, he must have heard it, I suppose. So he stops right in the cucumber. So he gets off the mechanical bull here and waits for the car to pass. He looks so annoyed that this car is passing through, like, come on, man, really? This is private property. Can't you see I'm busy? Go on, scram, get out of here. I got business to tend to. He pops the cucumber out of the car, at least most of it, according to the Reddit post. 2/3 or so was left in the grill of the car. That is a big-ass cucumber. Emphasis on ass cucumber. Like, that shit is the size of Kevin from SpongeBob. And also, it doesn't seem like he lubricated it either. At no point does he, like, spit on it or anything. He just raw dogs the cucumber on the grill of this Nissan. I don't know how he didn't tear his entire butthole off by taking a cucumber dry up the pooper. That is craziness. So anyway, though, he's all disappointed now that his session was interrupted, so he takes his trusty steed, walks back over to his lunchbox, puts out his cigarette, and then we go into phase 2 of the boss battle. He drops his trousers again, and this time he just starts shoving the cucumber in his ass while he's like somewhat bent over. I can't show you any footage of that one, obviously, but you know, he doesn't even need the cars anymore. He's done with props. He cracks his knuckles and says, "Fine, I'll do it myself." This whole video is unhinged, but perhaps the most insane part about it is something I can't show you because his ass is out. But when he finishes plungering his asshole, he puts the cucumber back in his lunchbox. Dude just drops a stinky poo-cumber into his lunchbox and then walks away with it. It's like an ambiguous open ending to Inception here, where you, the viewer, get to decide what he did with it next. In my headcanon, he just goes and eats it. Like, I feel like he probably ate that ass pickle. But it's also equally possible that, you know, he takes his sidekick to another car, and the cycle repeats itself again with him ass blasting himself on the hood of another person's vehicle. By far, the most degenerate thing I've seen this year. I think I can safely say that. Now, this story has somewhat blown up, at least in Washington. It's been picked up by quite a few outlets. And the location where this act happened is right next to a school. And I mean right next to a school. Like, you could actually shoot a spitball and probably hit it from the place where this guy stuck a cucumber in his butt. This area is apparently used by students pretty often. Like, they walk down that alley to get to school. A lot of people go down this area. It's a high traffic zone. And this dude did that there. It is so fucking gross. This whole thing is so disgusting. But yeah, I just had to talk about this a little bit. If you live in the Washington, D.C. area, sleep in fear. Maybe, like booby trap the grill of your car just in case he happens to roll through and your car piques his interest. Maybe like some barbed wire a little bit on the front of the grill or something. I'm not really sure how to stop it, but good luck out there. As of right now, he's still at large. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. Oh, is this just a tour of Heart Attack Grill? I've already seen this.
Customers suffer heart attacks after eating at the establishment and even celebrating a death on the premises. It's aptly named the Heart Attack Grill.
Remarkably, the owner says it's all done in the name of promoting good health.
One among us has to tell the truth, and that's what we're doing here.
The heart
Yeah, you're a real hero, giving people actual heart attacks.
Along with belt sizes.
That'll teach them. Yeah, let's go!
Their flatliner fries, cooked in lard, are unlimited. Thirsty? Try the all butterfat shake.
That sounds so good. What the fuck?
And new to this menu, a burger with 8 patties, almost 20,000 calories. That's the equivalent of nearly 40 Big Macs. Oh, and if you don't finish your meal, you get spanked.
What? Wait, she actually like really went in on that.
She's not exactly a real RN, but her spankings are real hard.
Yeah, like she's not holding back.
The restaurant, Dr. John has become something of a superstar in the fast food world. In
Dr.
his trademark
John,
over-the-top
kinda
way,
suave.
he depicts himself as Jesus Christ at the Last Supper, dining with the industry's other giants.
Alright, Dr. John's is kind of fucking
Certainly
wacky.
come along. The restaurant was under fire after its nearly 600-pound spokesman, Blair Rivers, died of obesity-related issues.
It's not confirmed.
29.
There's an argument
He
to be
may
made
have
that
died of
you used this guy during
consuming
his life. And
very
that now
flavorful
you
food,
are
and it was too much.
Very morbidly
It was too
using
good.
his death. So this man's death has not given you pause at all.
Zero pause.
You guys, we are actually rolling now.
What the
actually
fuck?
rolling.
This guy's like
Biggest
Nintendo.
location is double the size
If your
of his
player
office
dies,
in
do you feel
Arizona,
bad? Nope.
And his
Sounds good,
in-house
actually.
fatality rate.
Now, the one that I
Yes.
couldn't save was a very dear friend of mine. And I want to tell you something.
This
They'll
is his
say it's
ashes right here.
grotesque. They'll say,
they will.
how can you keep the man's cremation here?
Oh my god,
And
wait,
I'll
it
tell you
is.
something.
What the fuck?
I am setting the bag on the table. And I challenge any
Holy
other
shit.
restaurant to set the bag
Let's
on
turn
the
it into a
table.
burger.
I'm talking about a bag of truth. This was a good man with hopes and dreams who couldn't
And now
control
look
his
at him.
eating habits.
This stupid piece of
Inside
shit.
this bag are the remains
He's sand.
of yet another
He's become
spokesman.
sand.
He ate at the restaurant every day.
Oh,
People
that
are
explains
actually
it.
dying.
People will continue to die. Can they just stop, pause, and reflect upon the food for thought that I'm selling? It's not happening.
He's like
It's
actually
not
Lex
t-shirts.
Luthor.
It's not
When there are lights and sirens outside and they're bringing some person out on a gurney, you're basically in the background.
He's celebrating. Yeah, he's having fun.
Absolutely. Was that heart attack good for business? Did that heart attack pad my wallet with money? Absolutely.
This is the most honest guy
Did
ever.
I enjoy that? Absolutely. I'm a businessman.
Oh, what did they give this guy? Did they hit him with like a fucking truth serum? Is Wonder Woman there with her lasso around his leg? Why is he so honest? Hey, did you like when that guy died? Oh, fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? I made money off that. Dude died at my restaurant. I was like, hey, holy shit. I'm not only making money, I'm killing idiots, I guess. Hey, fuck yeah. In fact, here's this dude's ashes. Stole them from his loved ones. And they're now in my restaurant. What are they gonna do, fight me?
Now, if they do die here, I'm not going to lie to you. That's great for business. I'll say it again. Death is great for business at the Heart Attack Grill.
Wow.
Somehow, in the
He's like an
3 years
anime
since we
villain.
first met, Dr. John.
In order to save the world, I must kill it first. And from its ashes will rise a phoenix of grease and bacon. And on top of that phoenix, I will be riding it, Dr. John. I think his point's a little dog shit, though, if I'm being honest. Like, other places obviously sell shitty food, but he is going way out of his way to make the food as detrimental to your health as humanly possible. It's not like they're just being dishonest and saying it's good for you food. Like, you know, they're not like hiding that it's bad for you. But he is doing the most he can to kill you with it. So it's a little dishonest to compare the two. It's not like it's a matter of honesty or not. You were actively trying to make it worse for them.
In a city near you.
Fine, son, keep eating.
I'm Ryan.
Wasn't his point that he's not selling shitty things to kids? Is this not a kid eating this? Didn't he make that exact point? Like, I'm not selling this awful death to kids, only these consenting adults. And then in the same interview, there's a kid. Oh, without parental guidance. Oh, did he say that part? I didn't say that. I didn't see that. Or remember hearing that, rather. Why does it matter if they're... What? I don't really understand, though. Why would that matter if they're supervised or not? It's the same food. That guy's nutty. That guy was actually fucking wild. Is there any more from Dr. John? Did he die of a heart attack at his own restaurant? I wonder what's in his will. Like, if he does die at that restaurant, what does he want? Like, make patties out of his corpse? Parade it around? Taxidermy it and hang it? I bet he's got a crazy plan for it.
In 2013, John Ailman, known as the Heart Attack Grill's daily customer and unofficial mascot, died after suffering a heart attack and collapsing as he stood at the bus stop in front of the restaurant. He was the inspiration for the Patient John character seen around the restaurant. In 2017, Business Insider talked to John Basso about this disturbing patient.
So oh my god, not only did he die at the restaurant because of all the fucking horrible food, and not only does Dr. John have his cremated ashes like it's seasoning for his patties, he also used him as a cartoon character to continue to promote it to other people? Oh, wow. That's fucking awful.
Because if you stop and realize it, I put out a broader, far-reaching message about health and fitness than any other physician
You absolutely
in America,
haven't,
period.
though.
His reasoning
no one
is
thinks of
that
Heart Attack
obesity
Grill
is
and
still
thinks
a problem
of,
in America,
I should eat healthy.
despite all the work done by
Nobody.
the fitness and changing experience
Really? All of
for
you
his
do?
customers.
I can't tell if you're memeing or not. So his message of, I make this food that kills people, so it should teach people about not eating unhealthy, is somehow being conveyed to you? Because that's not what I get. If this guy, like, it's a little different when he's going out of his way to make the food as deadly as possible, right? And is happy when people die from it. I don't think the message really gets across. It's more like he found a way to capitalize off the most gluttonous people in society and make a lot of money off it, while also being able to take a bit of a high road, even though he literally has killed people from it. I wouldn't necessarily say the message gets delivered very well. That's like saying because McDonald's exists, it has taught me to eat healthy. I just don't think that really works.
In 2013, he was on Bloomberg's In the Loop with Betty Lou to talk about his food when he pulled out a plastic bag of powder and put it on the desk. Then he said,
John's ashes.
I'm here with the cremated remains of someone who died at my restaurant. He died of a heart attack at my restaurant, and I'm putting the bag clearly on the table. I wish that Burger King, McDonald's, and everyone else would do the same thing. When a shocked Lou pointed out how grim things had suddenly gotten,
pretty bold.
Basso agreed. As he put it, absolutely, because the entire fast food industry is pretty grim. The former employee said that there were more repeat customers than one might expect, like locals who would frequently take advantage of the free meal offered to anyone weighing over 350 pounds. She also revealed some distressing memories, like the time
offering
when a male
free
customer
food for the
passed
morbidly
out and an
obese
ambulance had to be
isn't
called.
delivering a
As she
message of you
recalled,
should eat
"A
healthier.
manager made me
It's
take
doing the
out my cell
opposite. It's
phone to
rewarding
record
you
a
for
video
it.
of the whole poor diet certainly does seem that it can contribute to risk over time, but no one has yet shown that it has an immediate effect that can precipitate the heart attack.
I don't know
Thus,
about
there's
that.
little
I feel
to no
like
evidence that a one-time trip to the heart
the
attack
people
grill
there
is going to
are
cause a
at
heart
risk.
attack. Everyday
And I
Health
think it can
echoed that
exacerbate.
sentiment in a 2011. Poor diet certainly does seem that it can contribute to risk over time, but no one has yet shown that it has an immediate effect that can precipitate the heart attack.
I don't know
Thus,
about
there's
that.
little
I
to
feel
no
like
evidence that a one-time trip to the heart
the
attack
people
grill
there
is going to
are
cause
at
a heart
risk.
attack. Everyday
And I
Health
think it can
echoed that
exacerbate.
sentiment in a
That was so much more interesting than I thought it would be. I've known about Heart Attack Grill for quite a while. I actually remember back in, like, must have been college, I was reading about Heart Attack Grill. Didn't know it was so deep, though. Wow. Fucking wild. Dr. John's a maniac. Is he still alive? In their defense, they haven't had a death in 8 years. I don't know how many more heart attacks they've had in that time, but they have not had a death at Heart Attack Grill in about 8 years. Yeah, apparently Tyler won and Faker went to it. I must have missed that. I know they did content together. Was that what they did? They went to the Heart Attack Grill?
We here at the Heart Attack Grill. Yeah. Now, I don't know what to expect, but let's go!
Jesus, Tyler's like a real YouTuber. Look at him go. Is Dr. John here?
Heart Attack Grill. This is our entire menu. You guys have to wear hospital gown, and if you guys don't finish eating, you get 3 spines.
He's making goofy thumbnail faces and everything.
The wine comes to the table in an ID bag.
That's pretty cute.
Not really, but we tried.
I'll tell you what caught my eye right away. This octuple?
The octuple bypass.
Octuple. And then
40 slices of bacon.
Then I'm trying to add 40 slices of meat.
Any size?
The fries. And then I'm also trying to get this.
What the fuck is he doing?
So it's actually made with almost a...
You're gonna give me a full stick. I'll take a full stick. Yeah,
This is tier 1 wallboard.
Single.
Come on, you gotta get that. Dude, if you want the single, you can like take it off the top. Dumb, okay.
Hey, peer pressure. Let's go. Faker going in now. Imagine if someone had a heart attack and died during this video.
I have not.
Just some stranger in the back.
Maybe, do you think I can get one bite? No.
Does he even finish a single patty?
All the single ones.
I feel like one patty's already like 6k calories.
My heart. Somebody help me. It's honestly pretty good. Listen.
This is so
I don't know
wholesome.
if I'm done or not. I'm saving.
It's like an episode of SpongeBob.
It's time for your surgery.
Like SpongeBob and Squidward go to the Heart Attack Grill.
Great. I'm gonna love it. I don't know if you will, but I'm gonna love it.
Listen, don't do it too hard.
Oh, it's gonna be hard.
How many?
3.
I mean, can you at least make it fast? Like, bah, bah, bah.
Probably not. Hands up. Feet together.
It's gonna break the paddle on his ass.
You're gonna be so assertive, man.
All right, here is 1.
Holy shit, she cranked that. That windup was nuts. She's getting like a Happy Gilmore running start. She hates him.
I'm so sorry.
I actually bet that would hurt like a bitch.
But I'm glad I could do it with you, Faker.
Me too.
That was so fucking wholesome. There's no worse feeling than when you engage in an internet argument with some anonymous asshole, and then it turns out that that asshole is extremely talented. Today I have a very sad story to share with you where the villain gets the last laugh. Real life isn't like anime, where the good guys always win. Sometimes the bully comes and puts your head in the toilet and flushes. So it all starts with this video. A YouTuber posts their best performance of an impossible piece of music called Rush E. Now, obviously, I'm a fucking Neanderthal when it comes to piano. I don't know anything about any major pieces except from, like, your big ones like Mozart and Bach. So I had never heard of Rush E before, so I did a little research. Rush E was actually a song created as a meme that is quite literally impossible for any human being to play. And I don't mean that as like it's extremely difficult, I mean it is genuinely impossible. You would need 15 fucking arms, and even then you would struggle. Let me go ahead and show you where it started, the genesis of Rush E. If any human being actually performed this song as written here, it would probably end the world on the spot, or bring about the heat death of the entire universe. It would signal Armageddon. It is quite literally an impossible piece of music that was made to be a joke. However, some piano players on YouTube tried their best to kind of change it around a little bit, mess with the arrangement in order to make it almost possible to play on the piano, which is the video I just showed you there, which is giving a very spirited attempt at making it happen. And I thought it was very good. Of course, I'm not a piano expert by any means, but most people that watched it also agreed that it was extremely impressive what he was able to do. And this spawned an argument in the YouTube comments. YouTube comments are the cesspool of the internet. It is absolutely fucking deplorable down there very often. But in this comment section, it was overwhelmingly positive. But just like everywhere on the internet, there has to be that douchebag that comes in and shits on everyone's fun, just ruins the entire positive atmosphere of everything. They drop their pants and goatsy themselves and just makes everyone feel worse. Their presence making everything more negative. Keep in mind, this piece is literally impossible to play. You saw it. It looked like a Toho bullet hell game. But that didn't stop some enlightened Redditor from demanding perfection. It actually comes from this comment, which is a very nice comment from a guy named Just a Guy Who Likes Hentai. He says, "How can you dislike this? I don't see anyone else actually playing this." You know, that's just a very wholesome thing. Like, you know, this is so good, I can't imagine someone not liking it. It's just being nice, you know? Obviously, there's going to be people that don't like it, but it's just a very encouraging comment. But it summoned a demon. A piano-playing demon named Fanshin. Fanshin replies to that comment saying, "Probably because it was mediocre, no offense." Yeah, no offense, buddy, but you just fucking suck and you should be embarrassed that you posted this video. It actually made me physically ill. I puked and was so offended by your awful mediocre playing that I broke up with my own girlfriend in protest. This isn't constructive criticism. I saw a lot of people defending this saying he was just offering criticism or answering the question. No, he's just being an asshole. There's nothing constructive about this. You just saying that it's not good without saying like where they could improve isn't really constructive criticism. It's just you being a douchebag. And obviously he wasn't genuinely answering the question in the comments of how can anyone dislike this, because it wasn't a real question. It was just an encouraging statement. It's like when you get told a story like, "Can you believe my parents got divorced?" And then your friend responds with, "Yeah, I can, because your parents are fucking selfish sluts." It's like, well, I wasn't actually asking you if you can believe it, you know? It's not like a real question. It was just a supportive comment. So there's really no justifying being a douchebag here other than just being a dick. So then the guy responds saying, "Was it? I'd like to see you try. So come on, give us an awe-inspiring performance." Spoiler alert, he would soon regret issuing this challenge. Fanshin responds, "Oh boy, you will embarrass yourself. I'll show you what a good performance of this piece sounds like." To which the hentai fan says, "Then do it, stop talking, and do it." Now, 10 times out of 10 on the internet, when some anonymous asshole makes statements like this, you don't expect them to follow through on it. And even less often, you will expect them to be good at anything. But this is the exception. This is the anomaly. This is probably the first time in history someone has actually followed through on a statement like this and actually been good at it. Fanshin responds saying, "Maybe you can pay me, then I'll be motivated, LMFAO. He's pretty arrogant and pompous," to which Hentai responds, "So being known as a jealous, contrarian liar until you post your own rendition isn't a good enough motivation for you? Sorry, but that's all you're gonna get." And then Fanshin again, he's twirling that cartoonishly evil mustache and says, "Haha, sure, why not? Fun summer project. Maybe I'll get more views." And then other people kind of come in here and tell him to shut up. They don't really like his negative attitude. The comment section starts to gain a little bit of infamy, so more people come in with the popcorn to watch from the sidelines. You can see the war has erupted. Now we're watching the commenters fight. Another challenge was issued saying upload something by Scott, that guy, other than MLR or Entertainer. Again, I'm not familiar with piano pieces, so I don't even know what that challenge is. I'm assuming it's difficult. And then eventually Fanshin comes back and says, "Wouldn't have the confidence to upload a performance that I'm not pleased with, but yes, props to the guy for attempting it. It's just this could have been played with much more accuracy had he spent more time polishing, which is something I will show. It's pretty much learned a tempo, but I'm striving for consistency and clarity." So he finally gives like almost a constructive criticism there. And then he gives his rendition of this piece. And unfortunately, it fucking slaps. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the hentai guy deleted his channel after that. I mean, it's unlucky that the guy that he was arguing with was the only person on the internet who happens to talk shit anonymously and be able to back it up with real talent. You really hate to see that. You hate to see an anonymous internet asshole turn out to be really good at something. That's a horrible feeling. I know when he watched this video, like when he dropped the video, he was probably still so confident, like, yeah, this is gonna fucking blow. And then he started listening, and as his erection grew, he felt more and more shame. Hentai guy was just sitting there stewing in anger, like, fuck, he's actually good. Damn you, curses! Because, I mean, that's how I felt, and I wasn't even involved in the argument. But I think this also illustrates an extremely important point. No matter how talented you are, it can be overshadowed by a shitty attitude. A lot of the comments here, and even in the Reddit thread, were just kind of saying the same meme of pretty mediocre, no offense. Like, not even respecting his very clear talent, because they don't like him. If you're insufferable and unlikable, people aren't going to respect your skill. And I think that's... Now, granted, it's not everyone, because the video is still overwhelmingly liked, but it could have been a truly positive experience had he just gone about it in a much better way. Like, you know, this wasn't the best rendition of the song, but I do appreciate the effort that went into it, and in fact, it inspired me to want to learn it myself. And then he drops this video, and then, you know, that's a lot better, I think, and you'd have more people on your side, as opposed to just people brushing off your extreme level of talent here because you were an asshole in the comments to someone that was just proud of their own rendition of the piece. Like, his arrangement of this is like a custom arrangement, obviously, because you can't play it as written. His arrangement is extremely solid, and his performance is unreal. Like, absolutely unreal. And to have that just thrown to the side because he was super unlikable is a real shame, I think. So, I mean, this was a pretty wild experience because I've never seen this before. Like I said, 10 times out of 10, when you're arguing with someone on the internet anonymously, that person behind the keyboard's usually a coward that doesn't really have a lot going for them. But in this really rare instance, that anonymous guy was a fucking piano prodigy. So yeah, I just wanted to share this with you all. That's about it. See ya. Woman discovers she's living next to drink driver who mowed her down. So she got hit by a drunk driver and he moved in next to her? God damn. He's coming to finish the job.
Well, we're no... Do you have anything to say to Lorraine at all?
Oh, is that the drink driver?
Here in the leafy suburb of Belrose.
Wouldn't it be wild if the same drunk driver hops the curb and takes out Danielle here?
This road and failed to make a right-hand turn, smashing straight into Lorraine.
Whoa, Jesus.
10 meters
She teleported.
They're neighbors.
So you not only share
Well, go beat her ass.
The back of her house is literally 2 meters to the back of her house.
Beat her ass then.
She pops her head
It's
over the fence
convenient.
as well.
You don't even have to go
She
far.
quite often stands
As they just stare back at her.
She was on bail conditions, so it's really
Yeah, Australia
hard to
kind of
keep
sucks with like
and,
law enforcement, it sounds like.
It's really hard.
Was overturned. Instead, she was given an intensive correction order, meaning she could serve her prison term at home. She was banned from driving for 10 months.
Really?
Would you like to apologize to her?
Wow.
I have.
Justice.
It's a daily reminder.
Hey, we don't feel like sending you to jail. Can you just like go home? Okay, cool, thanks. Yeah, just stay there for a little while, I don't care. Jesus, law enforcement in Australia must be a real piece of shit.
To give it
have been prosecuted.
Well, send your husband over there and just give her the hands. Make her the move.
What if she's behind?
What the fuck?
Peter Fraser is
There's clearly no law enforcement in Australia anyway. Just go full vigilante.
No one wants to be a victim of road trauma, and we really need
Agreed.
to start to focus on their needs.
University of New South Wales Emeritus
What
Professor
did that
Alan
statement
Williams,
have to do with
researcher
anything?
in road safety.
Yeah, no one wants to get hit by a car. Maybe we should start trying to help them a little bit. Oh, thanks, expert. Yeah, makes sense. Fair.
There's something wrong.
Yeah,
Clearly something
so
wrong
take
with
the law
someone
into
who
your
did
own hands.
Get back.
That's clearly what the court is telling you to do. Well, once again, there's no justice in Australia, it seems. Dirty dumpers caught in alleged rubbish removal scam. It's not often you hear the term dirty dumpers tossed around so casually. That must be a pretty high crime. I like Chad Johan, he's cool. Kelly Payne sucks, he hasn't done anything cool.
If Johan and Kelly Payne refuse to pay those fines, the dumping squad can seek restraining orders. And if they breach those, they could be arrested.
Ah, so it only takes what was it? Like 15,000 cases of illegal dumping, and then they still have like 3 more chances? We're gonna ask them not to, but if they do, we're gonna say don't do it, and if you do, you might be arrested. That ought to stop them.
Our fighters don't compete for glory. They are here to test themselves.
They compete to be the best in the world at the most prestigious sport.
This is Slap Fight.
An outspoken slapper from
Thanks,
Lehigh,
Prime Sleepy.
Utah, White Simba is ready to take center stage at Slap Fight Champion.
Damn, that is a pretty wacky hairstyle. It's like half powdered wig and like half kind of modern Swedish metal. Damn, it's kind of cool. That's looking nice. Young James, we've seen a bunch. Young James used to be champion, but then Frank the Tank really started to pop off.
But first, he'll have to get by veteran fighter
These are
and
5
former
gift subs,
champion,
Moran.
Young
Resub
James.
Young James in Toyota. Is that the real Young James? As in Young James here?
Person and just created this slapping god, basically.
Yeah.
Take over the world with this shit. So, okay, I was.
Don't be shy. Take over the world.
You know, I'm gonna slap James so hard it's like gonna explode every single brain cell in his head. So, but I'm gonna keep that mental. It's all mental.
I love the shit talk. I'd really like to see someone come in here and just like, yeah, I literally haven't cleaned myself in a week. Every time I shit and wipe, I don't wash my hands just to give a poison debuff to my slaps. Like, I'm really kind of trying to play dirty here tonight. Anything to get the dubski.
I don't have big hands just for fun. I can't use it.
He's always been such a wholesome guy. There's Prime Fire Tire.
From the mean streets of Harrison, Arkansas, this is Young James!
Young James! Back in the Mega Mix, baby. Young James always starts with a hat, but after the first slap, it usually sends it into the spectators.
White Simba is going to have the first slap by default.
Oh, shit.
And this is going to be our first opportunity to take a look at White Simba.
Oh, there's a lot of elasticity in this slap. Ooh!
Fantastic slap by White Simba. Quite an unorthodox.
Bro, that was like some Noodle Man shit. God damn.
Okay, White Simba is going to get a warning for stepping. If you look in the top left-hand corner of your screen, it's not allowed.
Yeah, I think Young James got
is
this.
using Wolverine's technique.
Yeah, yeah.
With a knockdown in round 1.
He's gonna undo the braids in his hair. God damn.
Touches
Yeah, that was a bit of a stumble.
Count that as a knockdown. So that will be 1 knockdown for Young James. White Simba's made his way back to the barrel.
He was not expecting that kind of
He's
power.
going to continue.
He's gonna really have to step it up here.
White Simba with the windup.
Oh!
White Simba knocks Young James down in the second round. Oh my!
We got ourselves an ass greaser. This is gonna be
Trying to get back
close.
to his feet. He needs a little bit of help here. Holy smokes!
Such a good sport too.
So he is going to lose his third.
That means
round
Young James gets 2 slaps. This is his chance right here. This is
That's
the DPS
assuming that Young
phase.
James is going to continue, and to see White Simba lay him out in 2 rounds is outstanding.
Yeah, that is pretty rare. Young James has always had some of the best defense in the league.
Young James is a
A
tough
jaw
fighter.
of titanium.
There's no doubt he's going to continue. We're at the bottom of round 2.
Crit incoming. He just might,
He's gonna
man.
stick with Wolverine's
Let's see.
technique. Here we go.
Oh, a little off target.
Right in the neck.
The power was there, the aim was
That's
off.
not good. He's going to receive a warning for clubbing. His
White
round
Simba
3
gives me the
slap
same
is a
vibes as
stepping
Matrix
violation.
Reloaded twins. I forgot their
And so
names.
Young James is going to get to.
The Wachowski twins? No, that's the directors. I'm talking about the twins from Matrix Reloaded, the ones that like phase through things.
And here we go. Okay, good slap, but White
All right.
Simba eats it.
Simba's really starting to feel it. His defense is much better, and now he knows what to expect. This is kind of scary for Young James, I think. And Simba keeps
White
smiling,
Simba's
which is
gonna pull
scary.
himself together here.
Oh, God.
Round 4.
He's summoning some demon energy.
Here's the windup.
Ooh!
White Simba drops Young
This
James
guy's
again.
good!
And this fight is over, ladies and gentlemen. We have a
What the
knockout.
fuck?
Oh my!
God, just look at that stare.
Simba and young James is still
Man's
on
looking
the
evil.
floor. Holy smokes!
It's like the technique doesn't even seem that strong. Man, that has some. I mean, he is 6'5". What was he? 6'5", 260 or something like that. So I guess just by default, he's got a lot of meat. The fluidity of the strike, true. He's like water. That technique was really, I guess, much more effective than it looked. Because young James, he went like 14 rounds with Wolverine, who was the second best slapper in America. Here, young James didn't even make it 3.
You think your background in tennis helped you score this win against young James tonight?
I'm changing the game, baby. This is gonna go far. You know, I've been training hard for this shit, and that was easy as fuck. You know, but it's Simba season, y'all.
I like this guy. I love that shit. I want to make this position clear. I think sports are a lot more fun when you let the players be able to express themselves however they want. Aside from like fucking like racist people, of course, obviously. But when you're just like playfully bantering with your opponents, I think it adds a lot more fun to the actual sport. It creates a narrative. It creates a story. It's a lot better for the overall health of it. So anytime I see like esports is a great example. When a player gets fined because they made a tweet that was like, we just swept too easy. It's like, fuck that. That's the kind of shit I like. That's good energy. Shows that they're into it. Gets the fans more into it. I think it's great. Of course, there is a line, like I said, once you get to like some racist shit, that should never be allowed. But just playfully bantering like that, it's Simba season, it's easy. I think that's great. Oh, NFL taunting penalties make me sad.
White Simba shocks the fans
I hate that.
by making quick work
Even
of
just
young
little
James
taunts
in a
get
stunning
the full
upset,
penalty.
advancing to the semifinal
You can't
round
celebrate.
and
It was such a good start for young James too, but once Simba ate that first slap, he just adapted. He buckled down. His whole body morphed. That was a really good match. All of the new faces are really impressive so far. All 3 of these were really good matches. I'm excited to see the rest of this tournament. I love that new people are getting involved. The sport has been growing a lot. And like I briefly hinted at, there is an upcoming huge production around Slap Fight, and it's really exciting. So I couldn't be happier for JT and the crew. They literally train for this shit all the time. So pretty much everyone you see on Slap Fight is a legitimate fighter. So they all go to like JT's gym, which is a combat gym. It's for like MMA, it's for boxing, it's for all, like pretty much anything combat related as I understand it. And then they do the slapping on the side and train for the slapping. I think it's great. I love to see it finally like start to grow and they get really passionate about it, so I'm happy about it. Are we staring down the pipe of the end times? Are we about to experience an apocalyptic flood a mere 3 or so weeks away, as prophesied by a guy on TikTok? A chosen one, whom the Lord apparently dropped this patch note to with a little sneak peek, giving him a warning, and then also issuing him the noble task of building arcs to save as many as possible. On the surface, it might sound silly that a lot of people are genuinely questioning if this prophecy is going to come true, much like the last Doomsday TikTok prediction. But when you really dive into the meat and potatoes of it and get into the weeds, it's even sillier that anyone, even a single person, would for some reason believe this. It is always just a source, trust me bro type moment. A guy on TikTok claims he received a vision from God, and he draws a big distinction that this is not a prophecy per se, just a vision of the end. That on December 25th, the world would, start flooding, wiping us all out, and that he is now, going the route of Noah, needing to build arcs to save people. And that's exactly what he's been doing. His math, I think, is a little off when it comes to his estimations on how many people they can hold. I've seen a bunch of big numbers tossed around, and based on the video footage he's provided of the boats he's building, I don't think the numbers he's proposing would ever work unless everyone gets hit by a fucking shrink ray or something. Like, it'd be real tough to start making those numbers work that he's tossing around all loosey-goosey. But as for if the world's going to be flooding in 3 weeks, I'm not exactly sold on that. I live my life by a simple rule. There are 2 kinds of men on this planet. Men that have tried to suck their own dicks, and liars. I don't exactly know where this guy fits into that yet. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see on December 25th if the world starts flooding. And if it does, Jiminy Christmas, I'm gonna feel like a real fool for not believing him and booking a ticket for one of the arcs. I just learned about this on stream a little bit ago, but then dove in and did my own homework on it, perusing TikTok, the experts. And there are quite a few videos with millions of views talking about this and showing like some level of genuine concern. Some of them are just trolling, but there are people that actually think this one's got some real oomph to it because he did build some boats. He did build some arcs. Gotta tell you, sports fans, even if the world doesn't flood in 3 or so weeks, this guy's still going to be, he's going to be set like a sailor here with all these boats he's got at his disposal now. Man, fucking, maybe it wasn't the Lord who gave him that task. Maybe Davy Jones came to him in a dream to build some boats, and dag nabbit, it did work. He's got quite an impressive collection of boats now that he is building. Did he talk about the guy who's creating the Noah's Ark and said December 24th the world is going to be flooded? Another doomsday prophecy? No, what's his name? I'll check it out. Yeah, he said the events of the Bible would reenact themselves on the 25th of December onward. Who? You keep saying he. Who is it? Noah? Did he himself come back? He respawned? Like, who is it? Ken Ham. Are you sure it's Ken Ham? Because this is old. This is a guy who built the Ark Encounter, where he made like a horrible Noah's Ark. There's no... People keep reciting the goddamn prophecy without saying who prophesized it. What good is that? Who is it that built the Ark and is saying the world is flooding in 3 weeks? I want to look it up. I gotta get prepared if he's right. The guy's name is literally Noah. I'm just gonna try and type like a fucking caveman here. Well, that didn't work. Oh, wait. Is this it? Ebo Noah? Oh my god, wait, that my search actually did work. I typed that in like an actual Neanderthal. I typed in, he said world flood December 24th built Ark. And it worked. Is this it? Ebo Noah sends warning to people ahead of the December 25th flood that he said God revealed to him on flooding the earth and to make an arch to accommodate every living creature on earth in pairs just like Noah did in the Bible. It looks pretty cool. Is that big enough for every living creature on Earth in pairs? Like that? I don't know, it seems like maybe 2 stories high. You need like the PIM particles to shrink them in order to make that work. Can I see a video of it? Oh, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us introduce the man, the myth, and the carpenter of the century, Ebo Noah, just Ghana's very own Noah II. According to him, a massive flood is coming on the 25th of December, and he's not just talking, the man has already constructed 8 arks.
He made 8? Wait, that's very impressive. Holy. I'm not exactly sold on the prophecy here. I don't know if he's necessarily Baba Vanga level, but his carpentry, it's pretty impressive.
250,000 pounds in wood alone. Each ark can take 5,000 people, he said.
5,000 people where?
And carry 600 million people. I have questions for Ebo Noah. How and where is he getting the money to buy the wood for the arks? And then why is he wasting a lot of money knowing perfectly that this isn't true? Well, let's wait for 25th and see what happens.
Man, this guy's got like a whole shipyard here. It's like when Luffy and the gang go to Water 7. Like, holy shit. He actually did build a lot of these bitches, huh? Very cool looking. I can tell you one thing, 5,000 people and every living creature on Earth in pairs ain't fitting on those.
It's for only those who have a covenant with God.
Oh, sword clashing sound effect there.
Okay, I will never insult you. The number is 054-155.
Whoa, okay, wait a minute. Man's dropping his cell phone number there for a second. I just want to know about the prediction, brother. I'm not here to start no shit. I just want to know where the prediction's coming from is all. I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of wood. I'm gonna tell you, probably not gonna get a whole lot of use out of the arcs. Is this the blueprint? Because it is not that big, I'll tell you that. God literally said he'd never flood the earth again. It's why he made the rainbow. Someone that actually read the Bible. You're right. But he also said no one would ever know when he was going to do it. No man would ever see it coming. I am curious if, this happens all the time now with, doomsday prophecies, and people do believe it. But I wonder in this case how many people actually think the world is flooding in 3 weeks. And if there's a lot of people right now booking flights to Ghana to get on his arks. I'd be very interested to know. I can't imagine it's like a ton of people. But even just a handful would be fascinating. Maybe he's just trying to start a boat business and this is the hook. What a banger marketing scheme that would be. I had this dream about the world flooding, so I built these boats. Didn't flood. But now I'm selling these boats. You too can own your own ark. Why not just get some of the boats that already exist? No, what? Boats that already exist? Those aren't arcs, brother. What are you talking about? No. Seems like it's becoming even more common now for easy TikTok views to just start making doomsday predictions now because people will actually believe it for some reason. But I will say, those boats look pretty cool. Like they seem like high quality vessels. Don't know if they're going to get much of a workout when it comes to like a global flood or anything, but I bet they'd be a lot of fun to take out for a spin regardless. Anyway though, that's really about it. So, yep. We did it. We made it. We survived the rapture. Today, it was prophesized by one guy and latched onto by a lot of TikTok that a lot of people were going to be raptured today. Basically, if you don't know what the rapture is, it's everyone getting pulled by the server admin. So Jesus taking all of the believers and getting them off of the doomed planet. This has to be one of the most common predictions throughout all of human history. This is more often prophesized than people speculating Bloodborne 2 is going to get announced anytime there's any video game related news. And every single time, just like Bloodborne 2, it is wrong. And every time, there's somehow a ton of hype people biting onto the teat of hype, like, no, this time it's real, all of the signs indicate, the red heifer. Also, I saw my grandfather, he missed a step on the way down the stairs and he broke his fucking tibia. All of this is part of the prophecy, all of it lines up perfectly. This is the real rapture this time around. And every single time, it's not. And today, this one had a lot of hype. Apparently, a lot of people were selling their belongings, getting ready to leave everything behind here. And it looks like, if you can believe it, that's not happening. And that's because no one would ever be able to predict the rapture. It is literally written in the Bible that no man would be able to predict when Jesus would be coming back. Yet, for some reason, people still take just Goober's word that this is the real rapture, and they end up, ruining their life preparing for it. It's craziness to me. But maybe I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. Maybe there's just a latency issue, like it's a ping problem. He's lagging, so he's just a bit behind. So rapture might be, postponed till later today. Maybe that's possible. But it looks like it's not happening. And since we've survived rapture, that means it's a perfect opportunity to get a new Starforge PC. There's a huge fall sale going on right now. Go to get a Starforge PC. I'm telling you, they're the best in the universe. Pre-rapture stream. So what is this hoopla about a rapture? I feel like I hear this maybe once every couple of years, where there's a big movement about the rapture is coming on this day, and then that day comes and it never happens, and then people just pretend they weren't going around talking about the rapture. So what's this one about? Oh, here we go. This is perfect for people like me that are super, I guess, out of the loop. Why does TikTok think the rapture is happening? Local experts explain. Alright, videos tagged #rapture have gone viral in recent days, warning that Jesus will return September 23rd to 24th for the rapture, an event in which followers believe they will ascend into the sky to meet Jesus. Is this video going to... It's just back-to-back ads. This might just be looping ads. The rapture... I know what the rapture is. Why do they think it's tomorrow? Oh, here. The latest wave of rapture speculation started with a June 16 episode of Sint Twins podcast featuring South African pastor Joshua Malekela. In the video, he claims he had a vision in which he was called into heaven and Jesus told him he was returning on September 23rd and 24th. Offered no biblical citations or theological arguments, just the date. Really? It all comes from that? One guy said so? Cool. Yeah, I had this dream. Said the rapture was like September 23rd or something. It's pretty cool. Jesus was kind of chill. We played like Smash Brothers Melee. Dude was a Luigi man. It was fucking sick. But yeah, he said he's coming to Earth again on like the 23rd. What's crazy is when it doesn't happen, people will still trust him. Oh yeah. No, I mean, that's not surprising. I still remember the biggest, most notable rapture scare back when I was in high school. There was this big movement about the rapture. It was so big, in fact, people were quitting their jobs in order to take their family on like one big, like last oorah. And then when it didn't happen, it was apparently started by a radio host who just said the rapture's coming, and then everyone just believed it. So they quit their jobs and shit. And when it didn't happen, if I remember right, the radio host just like took his show off the air, and then that was that. People never got their jobs back. I actually wonder what happened with that. I think it was 2013. Harold Camping. He was an American radio host, and it was on 2011, May 21st, 2011. He made the prediction that it would happen on October 21st, 2011. Followers of Camping claim that around 200 million people would be raptured. It has also been reported that a 14-year-old Russian girl named Nastasia Zakhanova committed suicide over his prediction. Yikes. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't remember that. Yo, boy. On May 23rd, 2011, in an appearance before Congress, Camping stated he had reinterpreted his prophecy. In his revised claim, May 21st was a spiritual judgment day and the physical rapture would occur on October 21st, 2011. Oh, so he did predict on May 21st would be the first. Like, that was the rapture. It didn't happen, so then he pushed it back to October. He's like, okay, I was wrong about this. I misunderstood. It's October 21st for sure. And I bet he went home and was trying to, like, bribe Jesus. Like, come on. Come on, Jesus. Don't make me look like an idiot. Simultaneously with the destruction of the world, Camping said his company would not return money donated by followers to publicize the failed May 21st prediction, stating, "We're not at the end, why would we return it?" Wow. What a guy. What a guy. In October 2011, News 24 reported the size of his congregation dwindled to about 25 adults on any typical Sunday. They largely avoided the social media in the months following May. Remained in seclusion after October 21st had passed without his predictions coming true. Nice. Oh, in 2012, though, he admitted his predictions were in error. We humbly acknowledge we were wrong about the timing. And also announced the end of doomsday predictions.
The rapture is upon us. Whether you are ready or not. Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan.
To his people.
To the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future and then he brought me back.
But why? Why would he do that? This is the one thing that I always find to be so blasphemous. When people make a claim like that, to me that just feels like someone that's using Christianity for their own exploitative purposes. I can't stand when people do that. Like, I know it gets made of like a mockery and stuff, but I just find it to just be so in poor taste to use religion like that. It is just, like, and anyone who's like a follower of him should immediately call that out as just blasphemous. I don't know how they get away with it so frequently.
And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus.
Oh, of course they poop hawks.
And I could hear him very loud and clear. I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th, 2025, I will come to take my church.
There's a date.
There is a date.
Are there other people who have also said the same thing to confirm what you have said?
No. No, Jesus took him. He's very special. That's the chosen one right there. For no one shall know the day except for the Father. It's like, have they not read it at all? True. And that was a point a lot of people made when Harold Camping made the same prediction back in 2011. It lines up with a big prophecy also. And that happens every time. It's like people forgot this is not the first rapture prediction even in the last 8 months. I remember we did this like 8 months ago where like everyone was kind of freaking out on Reddit about like the end times are here, the red heifer has arrived, as prophesized in the Bible. And then it turns out red heifer, like that is just a very common thing. So there's always going to be coincidences. Always. It doesn't indicate the end times, and it certainly doesn't indicate that just a random pastor got pulled up by Jesus, like had his spirit yanked out of his body, like fucking Doctor Strange pushed it out of him, just to inform him that he is coming to rapture on September 23rd. Oh, these are only like the big notable ones. So here's the Harold Camping. I don't know the Ronald Weinland one. Man, 2011 was a big year for the rapture. He did the same thing. Failed to come true, so he moved it to the 27th of May, 2012. And then he moved it to 2013, claiming that a day with God is as a year, giving himself another year. He was then convicted of tax evasion in 2012 and sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. I can't believe it. This guy's made a whole career out of it, apparently. Predicting the rapture. Oh, this guy has an entire thing known as the Blood Moon Prophecy. Oh my. For his prediction in 2015 rapture. Ronald came back in 2019, fresh off of his stint in prison, saying that he would return in 2019 with the rapture. Huge. Ronald still on the grind. This was a psychic. Claimed that Armageddon would take place in 2020 and Jesus would return to defeat the unholy trinity of Antichrist, Satan, and false prophet between 2020 and 2037. It's a pretty big range. Chad and Lori Daybell, a couple charged with multiple murder, including those of Lori's children, believed that the second coming would be July 22nd, 2020. Seems like a reliable narrator to tune into. For the good word. Oh, it's Silent Hill time. And it looks like the rapture hasn't begun. We can enjoy some Silent Hill. We did it. We made it. I say that and then all of a sudden, like, the viewer number just collapses as everyone just gets yanked off the planet. We fucking did it, Reddit. Let's go. Before ending the video, there is just one other thing I want to mention when it comes to these predictions. I just don't understand it. Because pastors like this guy 100% have to know that they're pulling it out of their ass. Like, even if you had a dream about it, like, you'd have to realize that that's not the most, like, concrete. You'd have to realize there's an extremely good chance it's not going to happen. So what is the plan when it doesn't? Like, do you just, like, hope people don't care? It's like, oh, he was wrong. Doesn't matter. He's still a very, like, super reliable pastor. The Lord definitely speaks through him, even though he got the rapture completely wrong. Maybe he was just playing a prank on him. Like, I just don't get it. Because you have to know it is most likely not going to happen. You're just spitballing nonsense. I really don't get it. And I even less understand people that believe it. I really don't. Because if you are a follower of the Word of God, you would have to realize that no man would ever be able to predict when the rapture would happen. It is literally written in the Bible. So what you are saying is a pastor like this is somehow more powerful than the Word of God, that he is able to somehow predict it because Jesus for some reason chose him because he had a really high KD in Fortnite or whatever. It just doesn't add up. And I'm getting really fucking tired of all of these rapture predictions. I really am. It is so tiresome. This one actually kind of like irked me quite a bit because it's just so ridiculous. This one has even less to go on than the previous rapture predictions. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it. See ya. Well, don't I look silly with all this egg on my face? Turns out, I may have been wrong about the rapture. Now, you might be wondering, how is that possible? We're all still here. And yeah, we may not have been, disconnected from the server, from the Lord Almighty or anything. But that doesn't mean Jesus didn't come back. and they say wrestling is fake. So apparently this is an indie wrestler named Jesus. I tried to look up more information on him in previous matches to see who else he brought the biblical smackdown upon. You know, maybe he squared off against Beelzebub in a Hell in a Cell match. And I thought it'd be fun to take a dive into Jesus the wrestler here. But it's I couldn't find anything because it's kind of hard to get this by just typing in indie wrestling Jesus. I got a lot of AI videos, if you can believe that. So this is the only footage I can find of him so far, but I don't think it's a coincidence that the Rapture was predicted for September 23rd and 24th with the double feature, the double whammy, double fisting, and then shortly thereafter we see this. Coinky dink, I don't subscribe to that idea. I think what's most likely what happened is the pastor behind this huge Rapture prediction that somehow TikTok ate up. I saw numerous videos of people allegedly quitting their job. I saw one person who sold a lot of their belongings. This is all things that I've seen in the past with the 2011 Rapture, hoopla. And I also saw a video of someone that's like, I left work early to prepare for the Rapture. And it's like, brother, if you thought the Rapture was about to happen, why did you even go to work? What the fuck was even the point? You could have just taken the whole day off. Regardless, I think the pastor who made this prediction may have just misunderstood what the message was and what the dates signified. Perhaps it wasn't about, rapturing the believers off Earth. Maybe instead of taking from the planet, Jesus wanted to give us something. A beautiful display of whoop-ass. The way he is working these gentlemen in the squared circle is a thing of beauty. He's getting them with the fucking Sith Lord force chokes. He's getting them with almost Jean Grey level telekinesis on him. It is impressive stuff. Look at the size of that crowd. They are so densely packed in there. It looks like when the fucking anchovies charged the Krusty Krab. Everyone is there to see the respawn of Jesus. And man, did he deliver. So we see another move here where he's working the other dude like a fucking fleshlight there. He's got him like a puppet. He gave him the word of God and he followed. I can only imagine all of the wacky moves he must have unleashed that we just don't have video footage of. The faithful Frankensteiner. The 10 Commandments tombstone pile driver. I have to wonder, how much ass did Jesus beat in the ring there? He was clearly victorious. He got the pin and everything. And I'm going to be honest, I don't see who stops him. I feel like he is going to steamroll his way to the title. There's no one that's going to get in the way of that belt. And I'm really curious, how creative they get with this character. I wonder if they do Money in the Bank matches, but instead of money, it's the Bible. They're both going up the ladder to grab a Bible instead of money or something. I would love to see more of this. I don't even know what indie wrestling promotion this was. I really couldn't find much information on it because I had so little to go off of other than just indie wrestling Jesus, which unfortunately didn't lead me to a cornucopia here or anything. But what I saw in even just this short clip was a lot of fun. It had a big smile on my face. Yeah, it's silly, but I still think it was well done. It was a show that was very hyped to even see in a short burst like this. I imagine all of the spectators had a great time. I have to imagine they did the holy shit. It would have fit perfectly here, so I'm pretty confident that chant was probably utilized. And I just find this kind of silly stuff enjoyable. I know in some circles it gets a bad rep in the indie wrestling scene if it's not taken with the utmost seriousness. If it's not super buttoned up. But I think this kind of stuff is refreshing here and there. It's clear that they're talented. They still are wrestling in a professional capacity. It's not like watching your two drunk uncles grapple in the backyard next to the barbecue. It's still a good show that they put on, albeit a wacky one. So I had fun with it. Chase sent it to me earlier today, so I kind of just wanted to put it on all of your radars here. It really does feel like something we would have tinkered around with for our own wrestling promotion, the MWL, which I know we haven't done one in over a year now, but there's a variety of reasons for it. Maybe that's better talked about, yapped about in a different video. But point is, I had fun watching this. That's really about it. See ya. There is countless theories on the end times and how the world will end, and signs that will showcase the end of the world is nigh. And I hate to be the one to break this news to you, but I have been sending you signs that there is a doomsday along the way. I have been dressing differently, aside from today. Today I'm back in the white t-shirt, but on the whole, I've been wearing black t-shirts, gray t-shirts, and as God is my witness, I tell ya, I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but a V-neck sweater. And the thing is, I've been working on upgrading my wardrobe. This is one of those telltale signs, I think it even ties back into the Bible at some point about how, the apocalypse will roll through, that the end of the world is on its way. And now we have confirmation that there's a chance. Apophis, 2029. I don't know how many of you heard about this. I'm, of course, exaggerating. It's predicted, and I think it's like almost 100% certain to miss Earth, but it will be a close call, and it is a giant space rock barreling in this direction. Now, of course, that's nothing new. That's business as usual in the cosmos. The only thing that makes this a little different is typically something of this size gets intercepted by Jupiter, who basically plays goalie for us. Jupiter absorbs a lot of things that would potentially hit Earth. We're in a really fortuitous position to be where we are in the solar system, but this one is going to get around Jupiter here, get past that defense system, and it is going to make a pretty close pass to Earth. But even that's not that unusual either. There's a lot of fear-mongering headlines about Apophis coming up, and I just went over it on stream and kind of want to talk about it a little bit, mainly because its name is the God of Chaos, so it's a pretty scary-sounding name, like straight out of a fucking anime, and I just find it to be extremely interesting. I don't think there's anything to worry about come 2029, but I thought I'd at least put it on your radar. If you remember the Apophis asteroid, you can see how close it will get if you go to... You can see how close it will get if you go to Eye on the solar system and set the date to April 13th, 2029. Well, it's not going to hit us, so I don't care how close it gets. Fuck it. But that was an interesting read when we went over that. Okay, wait. Hold on, there's a new headline. NASA launches mission to intercept God of Chaos asteroid before it scratches Earth's orbit. What the fuck kind of headline is that? Wait, this one says it's the Demon of Chaos. Which one's the correct one? Looks like God of Chaos. A NASA spacecraft recently returned from deep space has been relaunched for a mission to study the God of Chaos asteroid as it begins to near Earth's orbit. The agency's spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, now named OSIRIS-APEX, has been set off to study the asteroid Apophis' extremely close flyby of Earth in 2029, the likes of which hasn't happened since the dawn of recorded history. Well, I wasn't worried about it before, but reading this, I'm starting to get a little concerned. The God of Chaos, huh? Apophis, known as the God of Chaos, is expected to fly by Earth on April 13th, 2029, only about 20,000 miles away, closer than some man-made satellites, and could even be visible in the Eastern Hemisphere. That would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You're just hanging out outside, maybe you're coming back from playing a little pickup ball with the boys, and you look up and you're like, oh my god, it's a fucking asteroid. That would be terrifying. They ruled it basically has no chance of impact. Well, that's what I read last time. But now, reading these headlines that they have a mission to intercept the God of Chaos, it's like, well, are we sure there's no chance? The rock, which measures about 370 yards across, only comes this close to Earth every 7,500 years. Earth's gravity will affect the space rock as it nears orbit, and OSIRIS-APEX will study the aftermath to see how its surface changes. The effects of Earth are expected to change the length of the asteroid's day, which is currently around 30.6 hours. It could also cause the God of Chaos to experience landslides and quakes. Apophis is a giant cobra, and the Egyptian demon god of chaos, the sun god Ra, fights him every night after the sun goes down. Oh, that's the lore. We know that tidal forces and the accumulation of rubble pile material are foundational processes that could play a role in a planet formation. They could inform how we got from debris in the early solar system to full-blown planets. The spacecraft will meet the S-type asteroid on April 13, 2029, but will not land on it. Rather, operate in proximity to it for 18 months. Not only will it look at surface changes, but it will map the surface and analyze the rock chemical makeup. Thanks for membership, Zach. It will also go within 16 feet of the rock's surface so it can fire its thrusters downward to see what stirs up, giving scientists a peek at the material that lies below. Although the rock is still 5 years away from Earth, scientists will be watching as it nears its first of 6 close passes with the sun. Earth server shutting down? I hope not. 2029, that's way too early. Florida won't even be underwater by then. What a shame that would be. If it was confirmed to hit in 2029, what would you do with your last 5 years on Earth? Probably find a way to get off Earth. I don't know. I think it's a prime topaz. I wouldn't just, like, wait for it, and I wouldn't do, like... I mean, I'd, of course, do things I've always wanted to do but was afraid to, like go to Japan and all that. But I'd also just try and find ways to survive. I wouldn't just, like, you know, put it in the books. I'd be like, alright, there's got to be a way. You're afraid of Japan? I'm afraid of flying. Yeah, I guess I said that wrong. I'm afraid of flying, which prevents me from going to Japan. Bro just wants teleportation? Absolutely, who doesn't? That'd be the best invention we'd ever come up with. Teleportation would be the handiest thing imaginable. I couldn't think of a more important discovery. You jump right at impact so you wouldn't die. Oh, you'd get iframes? So when the asteroid hits, you'd survive. Interesting. But I feel like it'd be a lingering hitbox. It's not just going to be the impact itself, it'll be everything that comes after. So you probably wouldn't be able to outlast the hitbox. I really feel like we have to have the ability to destroy an asteroid, right? They can't be that strong, it's just a fucking rock. It's just a space rock. It doesn't even have conscious thought. It's not even sentient. I feel like we could absolutely just blow it up. Nuke it. Maybe a giant laser. We already redirected an asteroid with DART. Did we? I feel like that, actually that does sound familiar. I feel like I read about that. This year an asteroid came as close as 17,000 miles. This one is 22,000 miles. It'd be really handy if we could like slow it down and just bring it to Earth and just harvest it. I imagine you get so much good materials from that shit. Maybe what we need is a giant net to catch it. And like gently bring it in. Or even don't even bring it in. Just keep it in orbit and mine it. That's what they tried to do in Don't Look Up. Yeah, they did it wrong though. They should have had me theorize how to slow down the asteroid. I've got a good idea. A giant pitcher's glove, or catcher's glove. Giant mitt. Just let it blast into it. There's no material strong enough to catch an asteroid moving at 10,000 meters per second. Well, what do you know? I'm sure we have something. Maybe like a giant diamond net. Diamonds are like really strong. Or maybe we slow it down with a few nukes. Like we blast it a couple times and it's like, ooh, shit. And it starts pumping the brakes. If you nuke it, then the nuke rocks would still fall on us. Which is why we have tinier little gloves out there catching those before they get to Earth. Basically what I'm setting up is Earth with just a bunch of giant mitts. Like I'm putting us in a bubble. Would you rather have teleportation or the Force? Stupid question. Teleportation. Why would I care about the Force? Teleportation is so much more useful. I heard that there's new material made out of human DNA and glass that's 4 times stronger than steel and 5 times as light. I'm not sure though. I haven't heard anything about that. It sounds like you were watching anime or something. Human DNA and glass? How do those two even mix? So what's the plan if Florida suddenly goes under? Underwater or hit by an asteroid? Because if I'm hit by an asteroid, I don't have a whole lot of planning time. But underwater, I have time. Florida will eventually be underwater. That's going to happen. And my plan for when that happens is I'll just go a little up north. The video of 1,000-mile-per-hour ball from Dustin Smarter Every Day debunks your theory. Which theory? I've proposed like 6. Which of my bulletproof theories gets debunked? Last night on stream, a chatter traveled through dimensions to make me aware of a powerful entity known as Baba Vanga, who was a Bulgarian mystic and healer who passed away in 1996, but she was actually called the Nostradamus of the Balkans because she made so many predictions, and according to a lot of the people that truly subscribe to her power, a lot of her predictions have come true. So I decided to make like a colonoscopy and dive into this hole here to really uncover the truth behind Baba Vanga's abilities. Now, real quick, I just want to say the streams that I've been doing the last couple days have been unbelievably fun. There's been a lot of new faces in the chat that have just brought up a lot of really fun topics, like the other day with the orifice, last night with Baba Vanga. If you're not coming to my streams, you're really missing out. We're getting into some really deep shit. But anyway, we went over a lot of Baba Vanga's predictions on stream, and I did a lot of research after stream on her myself, personally. And she's got a lot of achievements to her name here. Her fucking gamer score for predictions is extremely high. She's got more badges than a Boy Scout because of all these predictions she's allegedly got right. By far her biggest, her crowning jewel, the one you see in every headline that mentions her name, even to this day, is her allegedly predicting 9/11. So this is what you'll see when you look into this. In 1989, Vanga allegedly exclaimed, "Horror, horror, the American brothers shall fall attacked by steel birds, wolves shall howl in the bushes, and innocent blood shall flow, those steel birds," you get it. This is her predicting 9/11, apparently. However, if you go back to try and look at any source with Baba Vanga saying anything like that pre-2001, it doesn't exist. This doesn't come up until well after 2001. In fact, that seems to be the case for a lot of the predictions she gets credit for. And for some reason, she gets credit for anything at all that happens in the world. If you went and got groceries today, well, you bet your sweet bippy Baba Vanga predicted it 26 years ago. If I went and masturbated right now, there'd be headlines about how Baba Vanga accurately predicted that Charles White would masturbate on April 18th, 2024 at 9 p.m. It's ridiculous. So from what I can tell, when anything happens, mainstream media or her followers will just say that Baba Vanga made that prediction over 26 years ago, and they won't even provide evidence half the time. And if they do, like in the case of 9/11 with the steel bird statement, no references to that exist prior to the event happening. So it seems to me, anytime something happens, they attribute it to Baba Vanga having predicted it after the fact. They put words in her mouth with predictions she herself never actually made. The predictions that she has made, like the official predictions from Baba Vanga that I can find, almost all of them have been wrong. Almost none of them have happened. And some of the ones she does get right are some very general ones that I feel a lot of people probably could have gotten right. The same exact thing with Nostradamus, who made so many fucking predictions that, yes, of course, some of them will be correct, because you spit out so many. I have a higher success rate and accuracy with my predictions on fucking video game announcements, and for some reason, they still write about Baba Vanga as if she's nailing all of these predictions all the time. It happens so frequently. Like in 2017, here's an article. Mystic who predicted ISIS 9/11 had 2 prophecies for 2018. You know what those prophecies were? One of them was that China would be the next superpower taking over the US, and that a new form of energy will be discovered on Venus. You can find media writing about her every year and attributing all kind of predictions to her, almost none of which ever even come close to coming true. For last year, 2023, here was her predictions. She said that there'd be a devastating nuclear disaster that would unfold in 2023 with a major power plant explosion that would cause toxic clouds to settle over Asia. And then there's another one of her predictions for 2023 about the Earth's orbit changing slightly. When we go through Baba Vanga's prediction timeline here in a moment, you're going to see that a lot of these sound like terrible sci-fi movie plots. Like time travel comes in, half animal, half human hybrids come in within like 100 years. It gets fucking crazy. It's like all of it is actually written by like Ridley Scott. But anyway, when I was going through mainstream media articles on Baba Vanga year by year, I noticed a pattern where they'd start talking about predictions that she in no way ever made from anything I can find. Not even her followers making rumors up about predictions, and yet mainstream media is saying that she said certain things that she just didn't. It's so weird. I really don't understand why. You can see Baba Vanga's predictions, and you can see that almost all of them are wrong. And yet, for some reason, people really believe that she had this superpower of predicting things before they happened. And the things she gets credit for are things that you yourself can't actually find any evidence of her ever making that prediction in the first place before the event happened. You're just taking strangers at their word that Baba Vanga said that before the event happened, even though there's no actual documentation to confirm that. It's just people saying, no, she said that. Trust me. That's my source. Trust me, bro. It's just very odd. It's so strange. Do you see the psychic Baba Vanga, who supposedly accurately predicted 9/11, who said World War III will be next month? I've heard about Baba Vanga. She's allegedly predicted things like World War II, Chernobyl, and Barack Obama becoming president. World War II? What do you mean? She predicted World War II? Why didn't she stop it? God damn it, Baba Vanga. She predicted the orifice. Yeah, that was her final prediction. Most terrifying of all, the flesh box. But let me see her World War III prediction, since apparently she made one of those, which I doubt. It's probably just people putting words in her mouth. She was known as the Nostradamus. She was known as the Nostradamus of the Balkans. She left behind predictions for every year up until 5079, when she said the world would end. What was her prediction for 2023? That's a lot of predictions to be making. One of the most alarming 2023 predictions attributed to Baba Vanga concerns a solar storm which could have caused calamitous consequences. So that didn't work. So that was a lie. Imagine though. I mean, she gets credit for anything that does happen. So even though her prediction was wrong, she still got credit for something else that happened totally unrelated. So, I mean, she still wins. Let's see the Baba Vanga predictions. 2010, World War III. Well, that didn't work. That was quick. So, she predicted World War III in 2010 and 2024? The war was supposed to begin on November 2010 and end in October 2014. Nuclear will be used initially and then chemical warfare. 2011, as a result of the fallout in the Northern Hemisphere, there will not be any animals or vegetation. 2014, man, this is, what? 2023, she didn't even try very hard. In 2023, her prediction was a little bit of change in the Earth's orbit. Yeah, moderate. I don't know. Earth moved differently in 2023, I guess. And then 2025, yeah, Europe's still settled, kinda, a little bit. She's so popular in the Balkans, my president quoted her once. Why? Why? She's just wrong about everything. Like, immediately. If people were following her predictions, the world would be in a state of disarray. Thinking a world war was happening in November of 2010, and that the nuclear fallout was going to kill every animal and plant. In 2028, creating a new energy source, probably a controlled thermonuclear reaction. Hunger is gradually being overcome, and launched a manned spacecraft to Venus. How in the fuck will we go from pretty much no life left here, and within 10 years, have the ability to send a manned spacecraft to Venus and solve hunger? And also, what would we accomplish on Venus? That's like one of the worst planets we could visit. 2046, any bodies, organs can be manufactured. Cloning. Replacing the bodies is becoming one of the best methods of treatment. So she must have watched the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. During the attack on the Muslim Rome, the United States used a new kind of weapon, the climate. The sharp cooling, instant freezing. And then 2076, we get a classless society, communism. 2084, nature is restored. In 2088, there's a new disease, aging for a few seconds. And then 11 years later, rapid aging defeated. In 2100, we get an artificial sun that illuminates the dark side of the... What the fuck is the dark side of the Earth? In 2111, people become living robots. Then there's a small war. Hungary gets signals from space. Then we get Atlantis. somehow, in 2164, the animals turn half human. That's quite a plot. Why would they do that? How would they do that? Do we do that to them? Yeah, I guess we finally get, like, cat girls. Okay, and then we get a new religion 3 years later. Probably in no small part because of the half-human animals that we've now got living in our world that sprung up out of nowhere. I imagine they probably started the new religion. Drought. Colony on Mars becomes a nuclear power and demands independence from Earth. When did we... She's leaving out crucial details. So now we have a colony on Mars that's demanding independence from Earth. At some point. I guess we abandoned Venus. Stop 2 volcanic eruptions. We now have a full functioning sea colony. Sun slowing, thermonuclear processes, temperature drops. Humanity comes in contact with aliens. Something terrible. And 2256, a spacecraft forgotten at Earth, terrible new disease. I don't know what that means. Is this like world patch notes? No, it's fucking Baba Vanga predictions, which apparently people really believe in, which is outrageous. Because she's just wrong about everything, clearly. She predicted World War III in 2010, and yet people still give her credit for everything that happens on the planet, saying she predicted it. In 2271, restart physical constants are changed, so the laws of physics change. You're telling me 200 years from now, the laws of physics are going to change. Why would they do that? What the fuck? And then 2 years later, mixing yellow, white, and black races, new race. Wow, that's... Jesus, Baba Vanga. We get time travel in 2288 and new contact with aliens. The sun cools and we're making attempts to light it again. That's actually the plot to a Courage the Cowardly Dog episode, when Courage, Eustace, and Muriel go to the sun and change its light bulb. There's a powerful eruption on the sun, which changes the force of gravity. So, 3797, all life on Earth is killed, but mankind lay the foundations for new life in another stellar system. Assuming she means solar system. But we already have other planets that we've colonized. We've got Mars, apparently. We've got the power to artificially create suns. So yeah, I'm sure we can make do. 3854, the development of civilization virtually stops and people live flocks as beasts. But then we get a new prophet less than 20 years later that teaches us about religion. Huh? And then a new church. 4304, we found a way to win any disease. Due to mutation, people at last beginning to use their brains more than 34%. So we were stuck using 34% of our brain for how many thousands of years? In 4509, we're getting to know God. The man has Fina. What is that? Is that like swag? The man has Riz? What is that? And why are we getting to know him now? He just said, like, alright, look guys, 4,000 years is enough to stay up here. What's going on? It's good to meet you. Didn't she say that we have a time machine by now? Yeah, we had the time machine like 1,000 years ago. We had a time machine in like 2271, I think. Oh no, that's when the laws of physics changed. It was 2288 that we got time travel. So I feel like all of these things could have easily been avoided, like the bad stuff, if we just time travel. She gave us an OP technology way too early. 4599, we achieve immortality. 4674, development of civilization reaches its peak. The number of people living on different planets is about 340 billion. Assimilation begins with aliens. 5076, a boundary universe. With it, no one knows. 5078, the decision to leave the boundaries of the universe while about 40% of the population is against... We leave the boundaries of the universe? What's beyond the... beyond the boundaries of the universe? That's like an anime plot. That's some Gurren Lagann shit. What? We just decided to leave the boundaries of the universe? How could we just even make that decision? We go to the universe sequel, I guess. But then in 5079, it's the end of the world. Who gives a fuck? We have like 1,000 worlds now. What are you talking about? We have so many planets. Who cares about the end of the world? That's small potatoes. I'm more curious about what we do when we leave the boundaries of the universe. That's DLC. Oh, yeah, perhaps. 3 out of 3,000, not bad. Well, the thing is, she also didn't even predict those things that she's getting credit for. They're not among her predictions. It's just people, for some reason, making it up on her behalf. But it's so weird, like, mainstream media plays into it as well. So, like, chilling predictions Baba Vanga made for 2024 that came true. The huge economic crisis. But she didn't do that. We just looked at her 2024 predictions. Well, there wasn't any. 2023, her prediction was the Earth orbit slightly changes. Is the Silk Song release date on there? Oh yeah, did she predict the final release date for the new Hollow Knight game? That's a good question. Let me check. Baba Vanga would know. I think she's just kind of become this figure that the media can draw on. Like, oh, Baba Vanga says this. Gotta be careful, stay afraid. Yesterday, October 7th, 2017 AD. There have been reports of stabbings while waiting in line for the Szechuan sauce. Fights breaking out. Is it worth dying over? You're goddamn right it is. Good boys and girls, they wait in line for super happy saucy time. Good boys and girls, they get no sauce. Time to sue for that time loss. This image is from the Rick and Morty subreddit during the Armageddon on October 7th. This is a call to arms for a class action lawsuit, fundamentally laying out that they have a real case here and everyone jumping on the bandwagon trying to brainstorm how they can sue McDonald's for the poor handling of the Szechuan sauce promotional event. Now, I for one am on their side here. I think they have a real strong case. I think any rational judge and jury will see that McDonald's was at fault and should financially compensate each individual that logged out of Music LY to go to this promotional event. And if they're not going to financially compensate them, at least sauce them. Give them the fucking sauce. It can't be that hard to manufacture. Please give everyone in all of America the Szechuan sauce that we've so rightfully deserved. I believe that's part of our constitutional rights. For the love of God, it was probably a fucking 10 commandment that didn't make it. It was the coveted 11th commandment, thou shalt have Szechuan sauce. Please, just give us the fucking sauce. Otherwise, we're coming for you. We're gonna be suing you, and I have no doubt that we'll win. Since sauce supply was far too low, onto eBay I will go. $400 for creamy yummy? What a great deal for my tummy. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people saw this as an opportunity to make a fast buck, a fast fuck, give me that fat duck, so they started buying the sauce out of the McDonald's and they started selling it on eBay for hundreds of dollars, and this shit is absolutely flying off the shelves for hundreds of dollars, so a bunch of Jerrys out there are spending a ton of money on this sauce. Hats off to them. There's also some craftier folks out there repackaging the sauces like fucking AEY. That's right, I just watched War Dogs last night. There's one hell of a reference for your shit staying out there. So they're repackaging sauces by taking existing sauces like barbecue, bringing it home, taking the top of it off, and then printing out the Szechuan sauce top, and just gluing it on top, selling it for hundreds on eBay, and that's pretty damn smart, honestly. What do you say? The sauce is gone? How'd I fall for this corporate con? Now I'm mad, and now you'll see that I love Rick and Morty! Yeah, so these pseudo riots broke out. Let's go ahead and watch my favorite clip from one of them. Can't stop us now, this is for you. We fight for sauce, that much is true. We are your army, we bring the war. We break down the McDonald's door. So Justin himself had to chime in here to try and bring some peace to this absolute pandemonium. He isn't happy about it. I don't think anyone on the show is happy about it. They're probably pretty fucking embarrassed, feeling like Frankenstein with this fucking monster they've created. And I respect him actually speaking up, trying to say, hey, this isn't cool, take it down a notch. It really just can't be easy for him to see something like this because the show itself makes fun of people that just follow trends blindly and just act like mindless barbarians, and the fans of the show laugh at that kind of joke, but they're doing the same type of shit with this sauce right now. So to see a really good show like Rick and Morty have a fandom that does shit like that, it really just can't be easy for the people who work on it to watch. Now to just bring this all home, here's a clip that really captures the essence of the Szechuan promotional Armageddon in a nutshell.
Nope. I want Szechuan sauce. Where's my Szechuan sauce? I'm Kendall Rick! What below the dog? I'm Kendall Rick!
Breathe! 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 I'm Pickle! Breathe! Breathe! Breathe!
It's sad when it's kind of hard to tell if this is genuine or him just being a parody of what's going on with the Szechuan sauce events, but regardless of what his intention was, the result is absolutely sad to watch. Genuinely, just one of the saddest clips I think I've seen. Even if it is supposed to be a joke, it's just sad. Well, this has been your ESPN 60 for 60 coverage on the Szechuan promotional event. That's it. See ya. If you pay close attention, you might have noticed that I'm not in my normal lair. The audio levels are getting wacky. What's going on here? So, it seems like the mic is a bit on the fritz here, so I got you with that Decepticon intro. I could edit it out, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, I just saw the big news. The little man going to the big house. Jack Doherty got arrested. You ever seen a grown man hit the hot dog? Yep. Jack Doherty in jail. Jack Doherty in jail. Barbecue chicken alert. Oh my God, what amazing news. So yeah, the astute observers out there, you noticed I'm not in my normal dungeon, my normal troglodyte cave-dwelling ways. I'm right now at a hotel. I said Once Upon a Time in Hollywood isn't my favorite film, so I've had to go into hiding. That audio solution I cooked up there wasn't a whole lot better, so I'm going to try this. I'm talking to you through here, but I'm looking at you through here. Isn't that incredible? The 21st century technology capabilities we have. Mind-boggling stuff. Anyway, I'm here in Orlando at the Vans Warped Tour. We're partnered with the Vans Warped Tour here at Cheeky, so we have a big booth set up. If you're here, feel free to come stop by, get some free soap, win some soap, or just go to usecheeky.com and buy yourself some soap. We got a solo leveling collab that just came out. Best soap in the universe. But anyway, I peeled myself away from the event so I could come in here into this nice, wonderful dojo and just yap about some great news I just found out about Jack Doherty going to the Slammer. It is incredible stuff. When I saw the headlines, it reminded me of that feeling I got when I first received a text from a girl inviting me to stay the night. Butterflies in my stomach and a little bit of cum in my pants. This is a great day. So let's go ahead and look at the arrest footage together, and then we'll dive a bit more into the spaghetti and the meatballs about what actually unfolded to lead to such a miraculous series of events.
What? No. I got him.
Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up.
I'm just saying I got him.
Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up.
Yo,
Back up.
Yo. Where you going? You back up?
Chill.
Go
to the sidewalk
now.
Go to the sidewalk now.
You want to go with him? You want to be fucking funny.
Go to the sidewalk now.
You want to be funny. Tell you get on the street, go on the fucking street. I know who the fuck you think you are, bro. No, you're fucking not.
He was trying.
Like, after I fucking do this, who the fuck are you, bro?
I was trying to walk up the street for the
Doesn't matter, bro. All you had to do was get in the fucking sidewalk. That's it. You want to be fucking funny. That's it, bro.
Free JD. Free JD. You're great.
They're trying to make a video. Everything gotta be some goddamn content, man.
What? No.
If that doesn't put a smile on your face, nothing will. That would make even the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes, seeing that arrest footage there. The officer repeating, "Who the fuck are you?" right to Jack Doherty's little face there. I know that was soul-crushing. That was a dagger. That was a wooden stake through the vampire's heart, hearing the officer just bitch on him like that in the arrest footage. But yeah, anyway, Sack Doherty here, 22, which, by the way, what a brutal existence being 22 years old and looking like that. Goober still looks like he puts his teeth under his pillow waiting for the tooth fairy to leave him a quarter. I wouldn't be surprised if this dude's asking for the coloring sheets at restaurants that he pays visits to. Even his mugshot, he looks like he's posing for the middle school yearbook or something. This guy just super sucks, and he literally looks like a baby man. It's got to be awful. It's actually just got to be truly terrible. But anyway, he was charged with possession of a controlled substance, possession of marijuana, and resisting an officer without violence, according to the online booking records. The charging records accused Doherty of possessing amphetamine as well. So it's all drug charges. I haven't passed the bar, so I don't know how serious all of this is. All I'm saying is I think we can pump these numbers up a little bit here, get some more charges on the books here. I think it requires a further investigation. There's a good chance he was transporting uranium-235 in his prison wallet. All I'm saying is we've got to take a peek. I definitely think there's some more charges we can find to slap on there for sure. Maybe there's some rumors of Jack Dorsey looking to steal the Declaration of Independence for some content. The Miami Beach Police Department remains steadfast in its commitment to maintain public safety and order throughout the city regardless of celebrity status, is what the agency said in response to all this. It's very cute that they say celebrity status because Jack is not a celebrity. He is a knuckle sandwich magnate. I guess he's very popular for eating fists, but he's not really a celebrity per se. He's just this public spittoon everyone likes to take turns spitting on. The department will continue to take proactive enforcement against action against behavior that endangers residents, visitors, or officers and will hold all individuals accountable under the law. As for the series of fortunate events that led to this, apparently him and the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse were blocking traffic, but since Jack is the leader of the goof troop, he wanted to take things a bit further and flew a bit too close to the sun like Icarus here. Around 3:12 a.m. Saturday, Miami Beach police officers were conducting a high visibility detail when a group of individuals entered the roadway from the east sidewalk into northbound lanes. A man from the group, identified as Doherty, separated from them and attempted to engage officers to create video content, positioning himself in the middle of the roadway with passing vehicular traffic and creating a significant safety hazard. I just can never understand. I can't wrap my noodle around Jack's persistence to like try and present himself as a tough guy, where he's even going to puff his chest out at police officers and then hide behind his security. That's become his like go-to strategy. That is his anime finishing move. He causes a ruckus and then hides behind his much larger men that are paid to protect him. Like the people that are paid to put up with him are the ones that he just tries to hide behind while slinging insults and just being a douchebag. And that did not fly here with the officers. So in an effort to clip farm here by I don't know, trying to be a big man on the officers and then hide behind his security guards, he ends up getting arrested and then charged with a lot of ancillary drug charges as well that they happen to found. So they began issuing multiple commands to get him off the roadway, but he kept refusing. Even his group was apparently urging him to comply, like they were tugging on his nipples, like, Jack, come on, we got to get back there, please. But he was just so fixated on trying to get just a crumb of attention out of all of this for his god-awful content. They continue warning him that he would be arrested if he continues. And his response was apparently, once I'm done with this bet, which is a fucking stupid bet in the first place, just go play in traffic. That bet is someone hoping that you'll get yourself killed. And Jack doesn't realize that. Miami Beach police safely apprehended him in the middle of the road. And due to his deliberate refusal to follow lawful orders and continue to obstruct traffic. They then searched his person, found half an orange oval-shaped pill with 3 imprints on it, consistent with Schedule 2 amphetamine, as well as a black plastic container holding 3 hand-rolled suspected cannabis cigarettes weighing approximately 4 grams combined. So they got him. That's enough to put him away there for a little bit. They posted his bond. I don't know if he's made bail or not yet. I'd always heard rumors that Jack actually doesn't have any money left, and since I haven't read anything about him being bailed out, maybe that's very true. Maybe all of his money goes into drugs and his security guards to hide behind. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that this is a feel-good story. This is one of those things that's gonna make you smile, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Jack, this might actually be the best thing he's ever done. They were saying that he was doing this as like a joke or something earlier, but he's never made a good joke in his life until today. The closest thing he'd come to making me laugh in the past was when he crashed his McLaren, but this one was special. He had me giggling, so thank you, Jack. The only thing I wish is that you had waited for me to get home so I could properly make a video about this instead of having to just, come together and haphazardly throw some shit here to try and make something on it. If you don't mind, when you do get out of jail, could you do it again, please, an encore performance and go back? So that way I can do it from my comfortable home setup instead of this. But anyway, thanks again, Miami Police Department, for arresting Jack Doherty. Great stuff. Excellent work, officers. And Jack, fuck you. Good stuff. Just wanted to share this with everyone. All right, I'm going back to the Vans Warped Tour. That's about it. See ya. The wacky wild world of TikTok live streaming is a fascinating beast. It is a demon. One of the biggest types of streams on TikTok, at least as I understand it, is begging streams, where people just go live and just beg for money. Like, please donate a galaxy right now. If you don't donate a galaxy right now, I'm gonna put my corgi in a headlock until it passes out to save my corgi's life with galaxies. Not quite to that level. I'm exaggerating, but it's just basically things of people saying, I need this money, please give me this money, I want this money, give me this money, and then, of course, the old-fashioned NPC streams that were the trend for a while, like, ooh, popcorn so yummy, roses, that kind of thing. It is still very popular, it is still very degenerate, and today Matt sent me a clip of a TikTok begging streamer who was spinning this tall tale of fibs about his living situation at home being so bad, and he's crying on stream, asking all of his followers to just give him some money so he can get out from his mom's clutches. And then his mom comes in, and it paints a very different picture about what's actually going on here.
Just trying to make money in general. To be able to go, Mackenzie, hate you. No, get out. Now.
I just got a phone call. I just got a phone call from somebody said you was in your room, you was on TikTok, and you said you had to get out by tomorrow.
Go. Out. Go. Go.
Said you was in
Out.
your room crying.
Out. Go.
I have not told you.
I just told you to go. Mama, go.
I told you.
Go.
Jeepers! Uh-oh, zoinks! Barbecue chicken alert! Barbecue chicken alert! It looks like we got a huge fucking liar on our hands here. Who could have seen this coming? It seems as though this is all phony baloney horseradish here. It's looking like it's all fake. It's all make-believe here, like Santa Claus. It seems like these tears might be performative. It doesn't seem as though he's actually in a dire situation with a wretched bitch of a mother who's one day away from kicking his ass out onto the street in the rain and cold unless all the people on TikTok start giving him some doubloons. Seems like it all could have just been fake here to scam people on TikTok, if you can believe it. I know, a crazy notion, a wild accusation, but I think there's a lot of evidence to support the claim. I also gotta say, his acting here is lackluster. This is pitiful. It's very clear he is an amateur. He did not attend the prestigious academy of Charles White's School for Method Acting, because if he was trained under my techniques, such as what I displayed in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, he'd be having snot all over the place and there'd be poop in his pants. It would be the most convincing crying/begging you'd ever seen in your life. And this is just not that. This is very rookie crying tears. This is something you'd see in like a first-year thespian troupe in the fucking drama club. Terrible, terrible acting. My heart breaks for his mother here. She comes in after learning that her son is now crying on TikTok, begging for money, using her as the villain, and how, like, she's so evil, this and that, and now he's crying, inconsolable. Well, not inconsolable, you can console him with money. In fact, that's the only way to heal his broken heart. And she learns this information, and she comes into his room, not aggressively or anything, she comes in very confused, wondering why. She's talking about how he never said that, like, she wasn't threatening to kick him out or anything, where is this coming from? She looks devastated to see her son doing this and saying these things about her. She doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't even seem like infuriated or mad. She just seems really saddened by it, like very upset that this is what her son is doing and what her son is saying about her. And it's clear he knows that his goose just got cooked, because he immediately, the tears dry up instantly. It's a miracle. He immediately snaps to it and starts to panic, telling her to get out. Being very callous, being very rude to her, telling her get out and even pushing her out, like shoving her out the door so he can continue to go back to his begging stream here. And you can see in the chat, people are immediately alerted that this is fake. But since it's TikTok, there are some people whose brains are so poisoned, they are so far gone that I don't even think they're sentient anymore. They're hardly lucid. So there are people that are donating money to him even while he is pushing his mother out, even after he has been fully caught with his pants down here in this lie, in this performative fake cry begging stream for money. There are still people showering him with money. That is pathetic. I think those people are more pathetic than he is, actually. That is crazy to me. How someone would see this and still give him money Like, I don't understand. What must be wrong in your life? What must have disconnected? Like, how many neurons must you have wasted away with fucking whippets or something to somehow watch this live under your nose in front of your own peepers and still be like, oh my God, I need to give this guy some money. He deserves some money. Look at his mother. His mother came into his room without even knocking. She didn't even knock. Oh my God, it's even worse than I thought. Here, quick, take a Galaxy. Take 20 roses and a fucking dumbbell and some bubblegum. It's just preposterous. Now, I tried to look more into this guy to see, well, what happened next. Apparently, this is a pretty old clip. I can't actually find the genesis of it. It's only just now, like, blowing up, but apparently this happened a while ago. And it was not, like, blown up or anything, so, like, that stream may have, tanked, went straight into the shithole there for him. But it didn't matter because he was able to just keep doing it, apparently, because the people in his audience, maybe they missed the stream. And I guess within like a couple days, it had just fizzled out, and the people that watch him didn't really give a shit anymore. I don't know if he went back to doing more begging streams. My guess would be that he probably did, because on TikTok, people, they don't even remember what they ate for breakfast. Like, within a day or two, he had already apparently been totally fine. Like, his audience, it's not like they were upset at him anymore. Like, he could just go back to doing begging streams, fake crying for money on TikTok lives. Something that I remember being pretty common on TikTok Live is people just looping the same streams over and over and over again, used forever. So even though it's not like technically live or anything, you just keep spamming that stream, hoping to collect some cash passively. He could do the same thing with the begging stream. He could even use that same stream all the way up until his mother opens that door. Like, he doesn't, it didn't matter, is what I'm trying to say. On TikTok, he can just continue to do these begging streams till the fucking cows come home. And it is a very popular branch of content on TikTok. And maybe someone finds that stream that don't know that he's making it all up and it's all fake. So then they just get scammed out of this money here. These are always particularly disgusting because you are exploiting people's willingness to be kind and help. Like, these are people that are seeing him cry, hear about a situation that is clearly made up now in hindsight. Like, it's not real, but they don't know that in the moment, and they want to try and extend a hand to help him, to help someone that they believe is in need. So they're exploiting that generosity. It's just gross. It's just super gross. And I looked at his current account. I don't think it's the same account that he was doing the begging streams on. I think he probably did make a new one here. And basically the only thing he posts about now are his truck and his girlfriend. I don't know if he still does the begging streams, but looking at his recent content, it's like a lot of videos of his truck and how much he loves that truck, and also his girlfriend, and how if anyone, touches his girlfriend, they'll have to deal with the demon inside of him, that kind of thing. So maybe he stopped doing begging streams, I couldn't tell you. But this shit is just so unbelievably cringe. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a little bit. I feel really sorry for his mother. I really do. She looked very, very sad to see what he was saying, to learn about what was going on there. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. This is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations, including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There's even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him like weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power, and in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. He is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it. But she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, if she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there, considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma, giving him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by, because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs, so turn around for me.
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers' necks to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
Transport somebody in custody.
You know what you're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience for the child.
What she said while Jessie was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? Like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here? I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program, and they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for, so that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, you know, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. See ya. Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
So you can't. So you can't.
23.
No.
He's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start like trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
Now they got it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Look at my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on? You can't just forcibly take it out. We'll get that back. We'll get that back. This a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag. Yo, how much this cost? Turn around. No. Start off with the sock. Yo. Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Huh?
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious, don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you did ask felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you better let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course. Yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it. Like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it. Dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because, stand back, brave take coming in, plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take, sexual assault is bad. I know, if you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down, holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible, and everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I didn't want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents, and it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke. Considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
That means hi, right? Oh, what the fuck? Yo, why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign of NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's going to be tough, bro. It's going to come up 3 months later. I won't come up. Oh, me? Punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you sign the NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you. No. I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? All right.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you asked Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, Brad.
Actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the button.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toast.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina, where he went there expecting a professional masseuse, only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just, like, groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like, she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say, like, stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and, like, speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because, well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about, like, it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban, and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Like, just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. Like, oh, I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm, because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here, and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans, like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yep. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got it. Ace Rod, climb in place. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore, holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here, and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago shortly after this by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell. A husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor. And we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here. Of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're going to stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending now. It's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. I've recently been in my oversized comfy shirt era here, and by oversized I mean I cranked it all the way up to a large for these purchases. That's why you've been seeing a wide array of different colors of shorts. Shorts as well. I get very quirky with my short selection, but that's why I've been seeing like this wide variety of shirt colors outside of just the standard plain white tee. And there's a couple big reasons for it. One, as I get older, it feels real good just being real breathable here and having all this room for playtime with my appendages, you know what I mean? Without it feeling all tight and stuffy. And two, underneath these pump covers, I have been diligently sculpting a body of steel from this canvas of marble that is my upper body and lower body. And so, like a prized luxury car, I'm keeping the cover on here. So that way when I take it off, it'll be a big reveal, you know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to, like, get big. I get stronger, but getting bigger, I get, like, meatball mode. I don't, like, it's, you'll see. Over the last, like, 3 months, I've gained 10 or so pounds, and I'm getting closer to my strength goals. I'm getting there, but we still have quite a ways to go. But the only reason we've been yapping about this, by the way, is because since I've been getting so serious about this, I've been using YouTube as a resource for a lot of, like, wide variety of things. And as such, YouTube has felt the need to push, like, steroid-based content onto me now. Really wants me to start getting on a nice, like, trin regimen. So I'm getting fed all kinds of, like, lifters who are juiced to the gills, which whatever, as long as you're upfront and honest about the usage of it, I don't really give much of a fuck. You do what you want to do. But it is very crazy to me how normalized it's become in the fitness industry, where it's almost like a mandatory thing for a lot of people just breaking into that industry. It's pretty nuts. But anyway, today, instead of feeding me content that was like lifting and steroids, it was just showing me roid rage. And one of them came from Midwest Safety with this goober who is clearly on the tartar sauce, going ballistic after getting his 37th noise complaint.
On September 27th, 2023, in Joliet, Illinois, officers were dispatched to a gym for the 36th consecutive noise complaint. This time, they'd had enough.
Sounded like a fucking Offspring concert in there. That is some loud music blasting in there. And if you look at the time on the recording, it's pretty early in the morning. The early bird is not getting the worm. He's getting a fucking injection into the butt cheek there. Holy. So it is very loud music. But, you know, noise complaints oftentimes are just kind of a nuisance, like a headache. They're not like a super serious thing. This being his 36th consecutive one over a really small period of time is interesting because brother just turned down the music. Why keep doing this song and dance? It's a fucking gym. Most people going there are going to be having their AirPods or whatever in anyway. They're going to listen to their own music, not the house music. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen people in a public gym just raw dogging it with no headphones or no, you know, ear devices to listen to their own music. There's just no need to be playing it that loud. The people there don't care, I doubt. Unless that's like part of the culture of the gym he owns there where you can't listen to your own music, you've got to listen to his Spotify playlist. Like, I just don't really see this being worth the tug of war here with the people that are complaining about the noise complaints. Just turn it down. It's just not that important.
I'm in the middle of a workout. Okay, I wouldn't get a noise complaint. So you're okay with that? Whatever you gotta do, man. You got your ID with you? No. Negative ID. You're not welcome in here. Negative ID? Get the f*** out. You wanna do it like this? I wanna do it like this. Okay. I'm in the middle of a workout.
Whoa, 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 gentlemen, hold your horses. He's in the middle of a workout. Did you not know that? That means you gotta pack your bags and go home. You no longer have any authority in this domain here. He is in the middle of a workout. I love the way he says that, like it's Pirates of the Caribbean when parlay gets said. Like everything has to stop, like full halt right now. Also, I was reading an article from a lifter. I already forgot who it was, but it was like 4 or 5 days ago. They made a mention about like being barefoot in public gyms and how like easily it can transmit HPV. I didn't dive deeper into it or like look at the research behind it, but seeing him barefoot in this gym here and then walking outside barefoot, it just immediately made me remember that. And again, I don't know, you know, all of the data behind it, but looking at him with his fucking barefoot stompers out, his fucking tootsies, his little piggies running wild there, that does seem a little gross.
So I would like you want to talk to him. It's up to you. And then push you out? He kind of like nudged me out of I opened the door.
I'm getting sued for harassment. This is private property. You do not sit here in front of my motherfucking gym and cause fucking disturbance. No, you. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me today. No, yeah, you are. Yes, you are. You guys are sitting here fucking staring at my shit. These guys don't pay $50 a month, Jim.
Brother, they're not sitting outside your gym for the sole purpose of just looking at the clientele. Them paying $50 a month has nothing to do with your own personal behavior, man. Again, this whole thing could have been avoided by just turning the music down one of 35 other times. 36 times. Like, it's super simple. And now one of the officers showed up. He asked for ID. That was it. He immediately blew a gasket, having a conniption about it. So now they rolled out in force, and now it's escalated to a much bigger deal. It's all his behavior, because he can't control his fucking emotions. He's now in just full tantrum mode here. He is now having roid rage, and it's only going to get worse from here, when it didn't need to. It has nothing to do with how much your members are paying to be at that gym. You're the one that's making it worse for them.
I don't give a fuck. I think she's a fucking... That person is known for fucking having mental disability. It is in court fucking documented. That's right.
So you go
it's
through
no,
the
I already did.
now.
What the fuck are you gonna do to me? You ain't gonna do shit. What the fuck are you doing rolling 4 deep? Shut the fuck up.
All I was asking for your ID. That's
You
what
ain't
I
getting
asked
shit. You're about to get fucking sued for harassment. You're disrupting my motherfucking...
You are disrupting it. You are causing the scene.
Well, that wasn't a very tough statement. He's using the weapon of the enemy, the Karens that often throw around frivolous lawsuit threats. Come on, man. Though, I'm not gonna lie to you, sports fans, I'd be very curious to see how a harassment lawsuit would have shaken down in this instance here. But he's saying that the person who reported it is known for having a mental disability or something. I don't really know what he thought that would change. Like, what did he expect the officers to do? Just be like, oh shit, we are so sorry, sir. We didn't know she had a mental disability. Sorry to have wasted your time. We're actually going to go arrest her for having that mental disability and, filing this false report here on the noise levels. Like, she is right. It is really loud. Like, is that an annoying thing? Yeah. And it's also a really simple thing to just turn down the music. Like, it's not like she made a false noise complaint. You can hear that this shit is deafening through the body cam. It is loud as fuck. Like, it's not like she was wrong or anything, so I don't know what he thought would change there. He blew this way out of proportion, because again, all he had to do was just, like, slightly turn it down. That's it.
If you give this officer your information...
You're not allowed in here. You're not allowed in here. You're not allowed in here. Relax. You're ripping my fucking shoulder.
Get off his back.
You're ripping my fucking shoulder.
Yeah, so it escalates. It ends in a big old scuffle there with the gym owner. He's like a kaiju right now. He's like holding all of them back. He's got one guy pressed against the glass. He does end up getting tased, and then one of the gym patrons here comes up and is giving them an earful, a stern talking to. Don't know who he is or his relation to the gym owner. Maybe he's like the spotter for his nutsack when he's teabagging the members' wallets. Like, I really don't know why he's so personally invested in this guy, because again, he was the one causing the scene. He immediately blew up the second one officer arrived, just like asking him, hey, can we get your ID and, get this solved real quick?
Fuck tasers in.
Okay, hang on.
Look what you guys just did on fucking Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock.
While they're arresting the guy, pretty much all of the gym members come together to insult them. And that one guy, the initial responder there, even gets on the horn with someone to complain about the officers. I'm guessing he tried to get in contact with their manager or something. I don't really know. But yeah, they all come together to start insulting them.
I literally was just going to ask you for your ID, bro. That's it. We're going to have to do all this.
Oh, man, it's been fucking... I had to go through court for all this shit again.
I get it, man, but, when I first got here, I was cool with you. I was just trying to talk to you, and right away you started screaming at me, okay?
He simmers down a lot in the back of the cop car there. He really takes a chill pill there. The high wore off, and he's coming down from the roid rage. Anyway, though, this just got fed to me by the YouTube algorithm, that enigma, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So, yeah, this is a topic I had no intentions of revisiting, but in light of recent news, I absolutely cannot stop myself from talking about it. A few days ago, I made an extremely hard video doing my best to honor the memory of one of the brightest lights the chess community has ever seen, Daniel Naroditsky, whom I was lucky enough to call a friend. He has unfortunately passed away, And I made a video doing my best to pay tribute to him and talk about the incredible legacy that he built and how he will always be remembered as one of the best teachers chess has ever seen, best streamers, best players, just overall just an amazing guy and an amazing force for good in the chess community. And he will be dearly missed by so many. I wanted to just focus on the incredibly positive effect Daniel had on so many people. And I didn't dive into the nitty-gritty of one very unsavory character, Vladimir Kramnik, and his role in some unfortunate times Daniel was going through. Today, I saw a statement from Vladimir Kramnik, and I just can't bite my tongue any longer. I cannot stand this man. I can't stand the things he says. I can't stand what he's become. I can't stand to even look at him. Just look at this. This is him playing chess, but it looks like I'm looking through the webcam of a creep in the process of deleting their browser history. Vlad Big Bad Kramnik has been on this crusade in the chess community where he has been just willy-nilly tossing out cheating allegations, seemingly at random sometimes. And he was posting these allegations against Daniel Naroditsky of cheating, these allegations that he was a dishonest player. Daniel was someone who cared very deeply about his reputation, so when someone with the prestige of Kramnik is coming out saying these horrible things, it obviously took a toll on his mental health, and it is something he was vocal about. There was never any evidence or anything at all to support Kramnik's allegations at any point in time. It was completely baseless. It was fucking disgusting. And I'm going to show you a brief clip of Daniel talking about it 11 months ago.
But this is a sustained, evil, and absolutely unhinged attempt to destroy my life. And I really don't, I'm tired of mincing words at this point. He is trying to ruin my life. He's trying to inflict emotional harm, physical harm on me. He knows exactly what he's doing. And this is one of the most wicked people that I've ever dealt with. I'm not trying to seek attention with this, but the people who are buying into this narrative, they exist at many levels, including at the very top level. And they include a large number of chess fans. Like, this is doing very serious damage and actual damage. It's not just like bots or, Russian spies who are believing Kramnik. He has a lot of authority. He's a fucking world champion.
Evil really is a great word for Kramnik. And I'm sure if you've paid attention recently, you've probably seen some of the top players come out to try and get some change here and get some accountability for what Kramnik has been doing. He has been completely out of control. He's a feral fucking animal. And he is still somehow trying to make himself the victim and how everyone else is the bad guy, and he's actually like the angel of the chess community. There are very few souls on this planet that genuinely view Kramnik positively. Even some of the best players in the world outright show their disdain for this creature. Hikaru recently had this to say about Kramnik.
I said it before, I'll say it again. Kramnik can go fuck himself. I'll just say it. He can go fuck himself and he can rot in hell. That's all I'm going to say, okay?
It's a sentiment shared by some of the actual best players in the world, condemning Kramnik and everything that he has become. So it's not just fans of Daniel or just fans of chess in general, it's also the top level players that fucking despise Kramnik. And the statement that he posted today is what's made me just furious to the point where I will just go ahead and just start spitting and shitting on this guy, because people need to be more aware of the damage that he has done, continues to do, and just how unhinged of a madman this guy is. I would like to express my deepest condolences to all of Daniel Naroditsky's loved ones in connection with the tragic and untimely passing of this remarkable chess player in person, which has deeply shaken me personally and the entire chess world. Hey Vlad, did you use AI for that? Because it certainly took you quite a few tries to even express any level of sorrow or condolences for the tragic passing of Daniel Naroditsky. It's worth remembering and reminding people that after the announcement of Daniel Naroditsky's passing, one of the first things Vladimir Kramnik did was take to Twitter to start wiggling his finger saying, "I told you so, I told you so." That was he literally, one of the first things he did was make it all about how he was so right. Blaming others, like how Kramnik was the only one that cared. He was saying, you gotta check on Daniel, this and that. No one else seemed to care. I was right. I saw what no one else did. You guys ignored this. That's what Kramnik did after it was announced that Daniel Naroditsky passed away. I don't think he's capable of expressing any level of like sorrow or emotion. This is a husk of a man. I think he needed AI assistant to give the best engine move here for trying to almost appear human, because I don't even think those are his words. What I think follows is definitely straight from the asshole of Kramnik, though, and you'll see what I mean. To my profound regret, this tragic event has become an opportunity for some to exploit it for their own interests and to launch an unprecedentedly cynical and unlawful campaign of harassment against me and my family. In this regard, I would like to make the following statements. This clown could only muster one sentence without devolving into talking all about himself and positioning himself as a victim. He starts calling the wambulance in the second sentence of this statement. Oh, me, wah, look at all these French fries I've ordered. Oh my goodness. I'm like the actual victim of this tragedy because people are being mean to me. This is unprecedented. Oh my gosh, how can people not think about my feelings? This is so mean to me. And then he has the gall to say, I have never made any personal attack or insult towards Daniel Naroditsky. Absolute psychopath shit. He was the main perpetrator. Daniel was not shy about sharing his feelings about the effect Kramnik has had on his mental health through everything Kramnik was tossing his way, all the shit he was stirring over fucking baseless accusations. Kramnik bore a huge responsibility on the unfortunate feelings that Daniel was going through for a long time. Kramnik was the main villain in this community, and he has been for a while, and not just for everything with Daniel. He has done this for so many players. I have a hunch that he would try and copyright strike me or pursue legal action if I showed any of his clips, but he has entire compilations dedicated that people have compiled of him reporting people for cheating if they found a move he didn't think of. So he's lost some matches, or even in matches that he's drawn due to his own mistake, he has accused his opponent of being a cheater, getting engine moves because he didn't think of it, or if he did think of it, the other person shouldn't have because he's so much smarter than him because he's higher rated. He accuses people of cheating based on the most loosey-goosey of ideas. He is, by all possible definitions, the worst person in the chess community. And there has not been any real action taken against him, and it's reached this bubbling point now where some of the top players are on the right side of history, where they believe that more needs to be done to protect players from people like Kramnik. He is a destructive douchebag. He is a calamity of cringe. But because he was once a world champion, he does have accolades under his name. It carries weight. Anyway, though, back to his statement. Despite the tension in our relationship, I was the only person in the chess community who, noticing on video Daniel's obvious health issues a day before his death, publicly called for him to receive help. Unfortunately, this plea was ignored by everyone, and the subsequent attempts immediately following his passing to directly link this tragic event to my name, especially in light of this fact, cross all boundaries of basic human morality in my view. We are getting a lecture on human morality from a man who lacks any and all real emotion. This is an android worm person roach man. This is not someone who has any morality. He is trying to now say he's the only one that actually cared about Daniel, which is so far from the truth. He is the one that was actively at all stages over the last year or so trying to ruin Daniel's reputation based on fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now here he is trying to position himself as like the, actual protector of Daniel, trying to look out for his well-being. It is psychopath shit. Actual psychopath shit. What he's referring to here, where he's talking about, he was calling for Daniel to receive help, it was him making, a post on Twitter, hey, someone should check on him. Which, by the way, Daniel's closest friends actively were checking in with Daniel and doing their best for Daniel. Meanwhile, what was Kramnik doing? Continuing this crusade against him. Just a blatant lie, a pure fabrication, a disconnect from reality. There is overwhelming oodles of evidence to the contrary here. Kramnik does not care about Daniel, never did. Daniel openly stated Kramnik is one of the most evil people he's ever had to deal with. Just a wicked presence in the chess community. Yet here he is trying to say he's the only person that was actually trying to look out for him. It is just despicable behavior from this person. My private and public requests made a year ago for a review of Grandmaster Naroditsky's compliance with fair play rules were ignored, despite a significant amount of evidence, only part of which was published supporting the validity of this request. I have always been and remain ready to provide these materials to any relevant authority. In his next point, literally, point number 3, right after him saying how much he actually cared about him and was obviously looking out for him, he then goes in to try and, once again, push this narrative that Daniel Naroditsky wasn't complying with fair play rules, according to Kramnik. Kramnik is still here trying to make these accusatory statements against Daniel Naroditsky, using his classic source, I made it the fuck up evidence. Anyway, let me finish the statement before I dive in deeper. Point number 4. Certain provocative statements by public figures, sometimes escalating to blatantly false and criminal accusations against me regarding Daniel's death, which have led, among other things, to threats to the safety of myself and my family and violations of my personal rights, will be the subject of criminal and civil lawsuits currently being prepared by my lawyers. This is just a blanket threat to everyone that's calling this guy a huge asshole, which he is a huge asshole. There's no lawsuit you can issue for people pointing out that you are a giant piece of shit who absolutely did play a role in the mental health of Daniel. That is something that is provable with an overwhelming amount of evidence. Number 5, I welcome the officially announced opening of a criminal investigation in the United States into the circumstances of Daniel Naroditsky's death, and if needed, can even assist the investigation with some important non-public information at my disposal. Finally, with full responsibility, I want to state that I am in good physical and mental condition, and under no circumstances am I planning to take my own life. I'll quickly address that last little nugget there at the end, because you're probably scratching your head wondering why the fuck did he even include something like that, mentioning that he's in good physical mental condition, not planning on taking his own life. That seems to kind of come out of nowhere. And it's because Vladimir Kramnik has devolved into a fucking paranoid freak. This guy probably thinks that the deep state reptilians are spying on him through his fucking electric toothbrush. Now, anyone with a functioning frontal lobe can look at this statement and immediately smell how fucking foul it is and how stinky it is. His first statement is about how he's never, attacked Daniel or anything like that. And then you go to point number 3 and he immediately starts tossing out the cheating allegations again about how, I have all this evidence about Daniel Naroditsky not complying with fair play rules, by the way. So he's already contradicting himself in his own fucking statement. So you've never personally attacked Daniel, yet here you are, literally 2 sentences later, attacking Daniel in your own statement. Hey pal, you just blowing from stupid town? Classic Kramnik here, the Kramnik gambit, unable to express any actual real sympathy or anything at all, unable to take any level of accountability here. He doesn't mention his sizable role in the mental health of Daniel Naroditsky, who made it very clear that what Kramnik was saying, what he was doing, was hurting him in a big way. But Kramnik always disregarded it, and even here, doesn't even acknowledge it, not even slightly. In fact, he tries to position himself as the one that actually cared about Daniel. It is crazy. This is a crazy person. This is someone that does need to be checked in the chess community. So all of the top players and all the community that are begging for action against Kramnik here in the community, I think are 100% correct. Something absolutely has to change. This statement from Kramnik had me fuming. Still does. I am still infuriated by it. I cannot believe that this fucking garbage bag of a person posted this. The only solace I can find in all of this is I know with 100% confidence Daniel Naroditsky will always be remembered for the amazing, talented player, teacher, and friend that he was, who contributed more to chess than most people could ever possibly fathom. One of the best commentators in chess, with one of the best libraries chess has ever seen, with educational tools that can get anyone interested about the game because his passion was infectious. And he was so efficient at teaching high-level chess theory, making it digestible and entertaining. One of the best streamers in chess, an amazing friend, an amazing guy. He will always be remembered for the positive, wholesome force for good that he was. Whereas Kramnik, he won't be remembered for his chess achievements. What people will remember Kramnik for is everything that came after. He devolved into a hateful, putrid, delusional person, and it will overshadow all of his accomplishments in chess. Chess history will look back on this man very negatively. And since he's threatening legal action, he's certainly welcome to try with me here. I don't believe I've said anything defamatory. I've just been insulting you, which I'm well within my right to do. I do not like you. I find you to be a disgrace. I think your behavior is shameful, and you deserve to be insulted for everything you have done, everything you have said, and everything you continue to say. I cannot stand Vladimir Kramnik. That's really about it. So yeah. I've got good news and bad news, and I've always found it's better to get the bad news first. Just go raw and no rubber and hit you with the cold water right away. Force feed you the vegetables so that way the dessert tastes even better. The bad news, I'm about to show you an insufferable asshole, perhaps one of the most miserable people to listen to on the planet. The good news, he's about to be arrested. Let me introduce you to Johnny. Johnny is the epitome of turbo virgin. I know this word gets tossed around a lot, but he is a self-proclaimed incel and one of YouTube's most prolific stalkers/woman harassers. This goofy goober looks like if Raymundo from Rocket Power and Tommy Wiseau did a fusion dance and created the world's most socially inept asshole. Now, Johnny's whole shtick was he would wait outside of bars, clubs, and even parking garages, literally just fucking live in parking garages, until he saw the slightest hint of a human female nearby. And then he would get his phone out and start recording himself, following them, insulting them, and demanding they fuck him. And he'd follow them for what felt like miles. These videos would go on for so long, and always it would end up the same. Them threatening to get the authorities involved because they were literally scared for their lives around this guy because he was completely unhinged. And he continued this shit for about a year. I've known about his pitiful existence for quite some time, but just never really wanted to bring any attention to it for obvious reasons. But now, he pushed the envelope a bit too far and flew a bit too close to the sun, and his tiny little micro dick burned up. He actually assaulted a woman who defended herself from him. He pepper sprayed her, and it was after he instigated the entire conflict, and now that video has surfaced and the authorities have gotten involved and they're looking to arrest him and potentially charge him with assault with a deadly weapon, as well as a hate crime and the discharge of tear gas. The article also alleges that he was recently arrested after getting kicked out of a club with his friend, and while getting escorted out basically claimed white power and some other shit like that, which sounds par for the course for a fucking homunculus like this guy. Imagine evolving for millions upon millions of years and ending up like Johnny. What a bad fucking deal. Just an actual shit stain on the planet. But anyway, I'd like to show you the video that is going to lead to his arrest. What triggered it all here and started this chain reaction where finally it looks like he will no longer be terrorizing innocent people on the streets.
Can I hang out with you?
That guy just stole my car, so he's
Where'd he go? Newport Coast? Huh? Can I hook up with you? What kind of vagina do you have? Is it an innie or an outie? Does it have beef curtains?
I'm gonna call the cops if you don't.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're annoying, dude.
Why are you following me?
Because I wanna fuck.
That's his real voice, by the way. He's not putting on some kind of show. He's not playing a character. He genuinely sounds like one of the Looney Tunes character Inhaled Helium forever. It actually just sounds like he's making fun of a stereotypical incel demanding tindies from mommy. That is just his normal state of being. He does it unironically. Man's collected all the infinity stones of cringe and ascended to a level beyond pathetic. I'll go ahead and play the rest of the clip.
My fat ass cock is ready to get hard for you.
Cops are coming right
Why would you call the cops on me, bro? I'm just speaking.
It doesn't matter.
Fuck you, you little bitch, you little void. Oh, you little. Whoa, what's wrong with you? Chill out, chill out, chill out. Hey, chill out, chill out. Chill out, you just kicked me in the balls. You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me, you're gonna...
It's an absolute shame that he didn't lose his footing and fall down the stairs in front of him. I've never prayed so hard for shoelaces to malfunction in my life. So yeah, the guy's obviously a coward. He carries pepper spray because he'll push people to the absolute edge, and when they finally do, like, defend themselves, he'll just pepper spray them. Now, of course, there's almost zero people in the world that like this guy and can stand to be around him. I imagine even his own parents drink themselves into a dreamless slumber every single night, just regretting the day that they conceived this failure. But I did see on Twitter a couple of people blame the woman here, saying she assaulted him first. Now, of course, Twitter is just this disgusting cum dumpster of the most brain-rotted clowns imaginable, but I did want to at least talk about it. There's such a drastic difference between throwing a shoe after being verbally harassed for however many minutes before filming, because he was doing this even before he started filming. This is only a piece of the video. To be harassed that long and then just respond by throwing a shoe is completely different than getting fucking pepper sprayed. It just can't even be compared. That's like if a kid shot a spitball at you and you responded by hitting them with a sledgehammer. Pepper spray is hardcore. It's a legitimately painful experience from everyone I've ever known to be pepper sprayed. They have said it's the most painful thing they've ever experienced. Luckily, I haven't been pepper sprayed, but I know from what I've seen and the people that I know that it is something that isn't just laughed off or something trivial. So it's just not even in the same ballpark. And she did it in what I consider to be self-defense. This was like 3 a.m., the witching hour, don't summon Freddy Fazbear at 3 a.m. kind of shit. Like, this is haunted. This guy is hanging out at a parking garage in the middle of the night being fucking creepy and weird, saying things like my hard cock is ready for you and shit like that. You don't know what he's gonna do. That is a dangerous person. So to like get him away from you and throw a shoe, I think is like an appropriate response. And especially because he already proved you can't just walk away from the confrontation, because he had just previously followed a woman all the way to her car who was panicking, making up a story about having her car stolen and visibly uncomfortable and worried for her own fucking life. So her trying to scare him away like a pigeon on the beach was really like the only thing she could do to like diffuse the situation and make him stop. And then he responded by ruining his life with the pepper spray, because now he'll be arrested for it, and I cannot fucking wait. I think that is extremely exciting news that this guy is finally going to face some serious repercussions for this shit, because it's been going on for quite some time. He has a long history of doing this shit without remorse, and this is beyond deserved. I'd like to show you just one more clip that survived when his channel got nuked. This is just another example of the kind of shit that he would do on a regular basis.
Hey, are you single?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you single?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you think I'm hot?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You don't think I'm hot?
I can't even see without my glasses.
Oh, really? Do you live here?
I don't even know here.
Do you want to hang out?
Probably not right now because I'm not even.
What are you gonna do later? Sleep? Can I come sleep with you? You don't want a massage?
No, I'm good.
Luckily, she eventually escapes from the 7th circle of hell there, but this was his content. This is all he would do. He would just wait to find women pretty much anywhere, really, and make them as scared and uncomfortable as possible and film it. That was his entire existence. That was his whole purpose. And now it's finally over. Can finally breathe a nice sigh of relief. You won't accidentally see this man sitting on a fucking park bench somewhere and ruining your day. So I just wanted to share the both bad and good news here. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. AI. You expected me to be in the chair, but sometimes you have to expect the unexpected. The only thing you can expect is when there's some AI dog shit going on. I can't resist the urge to make fun of it. I'm in my artsy era of video making right now. That was like an A24 level intro, getting experimental. I just figured since Quentin Tarantino's lost his marbles, lost his mind, and has gone on these unhinged rants attacking beloved actors like Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard over nothing, it's up to me to pick up the mantle of delivering some creative cinematography, so I'm dipping my toes in there. Toes that Quentin Tarantino I'm not allowing to suckle on. Anyway, speaking about sucking feet, the YouTube CEO just released a statement that sucked a lot of ass, where he's defending the AI usage across the board on the platform, and even goes as far as to say that it's going to be an invaluable tool for people that lacked the skills and equipment to create videos. It will give them the ability to do so. Basically, go to YouTube Shorts and look at all of the incredible stuff that the skillless have been able to do with AI. We've been blessed, thank God. It's a topic most people have been complaining about, especially when it comes to short-form content, because all you get fed is AI gobbledygook, like actual nonsense trash. Because it's the easiest thing to just fart out onto the platform. It's infinite content. And when you just scroll, most of the videos you get are AI these days. And the most viewed videos, like if you, instead of just anecdotal evidence about like most videos you get, provably some of the most viewed videos, if you go by views, are AI generated shorts. That is a bleak future, one that a lot of people have expressed their concern over, hoping that YouTube would step in and maybe do more to stop the platform just becoming a cesspool of just AI trash. Neil, on the other hand, the CEO, believes that that's actually a really good thing because it's giving people that lacked the skills and equipment the ability to put that in front of you. Yeehaw, yippee. But even beyond that, one of the most complained about things on YouTube as a platform is how bad its moderation is, with so many people being falsely banned and shit. And also it's been revealed that AI is a big part of the moderation protocol for the platform, and it makes so many mistakes that's led to wrongful terminations that everyone with a functioning frontal lobe will tell you should never happen, because AI should never be able to be the judge, jury, and executioner. It should never have the ability to terminate a channel. There is no world where that makes sense for YouTube to just give the keys to the kingdom over to AI where it will ban people. AI should never be able to do that. If it wants to use AI for moderation, it should only be able to flag channels internally and then put that up the food chain, up the ladder, for a human being to look at. But Neil seems to have a different vision in mind based on his statement here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what he thinks. This article mentions that YouTube is expanding their AI moderation tools, even in the midst of so many people flagging just how bad they have been and how wrong they have been across the entire platform. The article then makes a mention of just how much money this platform is bringing in, which only makes sense that they can't afford to pay more money for better tools. Instead, they just need to just have AI do it poorly for them. Neil said, however, AI will open the door for a new class of creators who previously lacked technical skills or equipment, arguing the tech will revive YouTube's early era of enthusiastic amateurs while helping the platform surface stronger content overall. That's a very interesting perspective on it all, and I feel like that's one you could only achieve by huffing endless amounts of glue to deteriorate your brain to a level of delusion that I find almost enviable. You really think that by giving these AI tools to everyone out there, what you are getting in return is the old era of YouTube of enthusiastic amateurs producing content? In what universe? It's the antithesis of that. It is the antithesis of creativity. The old era of YouTube that people look back on so fondly, the golden age, that was people just filming something in their bedroom, talking at a camera, or doing something silly, or making a skit, something like that, for the fun of creation, for the fun of being creative and just putting it out there. There was no career in it back then. It was truly just for the love of the game, the love of the sport. And somehow, he believes that these AI tools will reignite that passion, that drive. Based on what data? What we have is endless amounts of data to suggest the opposite, where when you have these tools and make it so easily accessible for people to just squeak out 30 seconds worth of AI drivel on shorts and do that 40 times a day, that's what you will get. It's just AI slop. There's a reason that term exists, because when you go on shorts or even full-length videos now, people are doing like 8 to 10 minute, completely fabricated, phony baloney, false true crime stuff is one of the bigger culprits, where they just have an AI script from ChatGPT that tells a made-up story about a made-up person who did a made-up crime. When you have that content, what there, Neil, is reminiscent of the old era of YouTube with enthusiastic amateurs creating shit. We haven't seen anything positive on YouTube as a result of these AI tools Neil speaks so highly of. They're a fucking scourge right now. Half the time, you don't even know if what you're watching is real or fake because there is so much of this content on there. I say half the time, that's an exaggeration. Point is, there is so much of this content on there, there are tons of people that are completely misled. Like with the P. Diddy trial, for example. There were entire channels dedicated to following the P. Diddy trial, and the channel, turns out, was all just AI garbage making up stories, like the whole Prince storyline and tapes that were revealed that brought down the whole P. Diddy case. All of it was fake. Yet, those channels made tons of money for the people that made the AI garbage. And tons of people took it as the truth. A lot of people believed it. It became a big story that needed to be, like, formally debunked. That's a bad thing, Neil. I don't know where you are seeing any positive usage of skillless creators using AI tools to bring good content to the platform. Like, I don't know where that's coming from. It is just truly an exploitative tool for people to make a ton of quick cash off of by just making infinite videos instantly. Like, that's what we are seeing, and it's not good. Most people are complaining about it, rightfully so, but Neil is defending it tooth and nail. And we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on YouTube's AI moderation tools yet. We're about to get into that. According to YouTube CEO, AI will be key in policing misinformation, IP theft, scams, and what many creators have dubbed AI slop. AI will make our ability to detect and enforce on violative content better, more precise, able to cope with scale, and adds that the system improves literally every week. Is that so, Neil? It improves every week? Because I just read a story today about a channel that got terminated because another channel re-uploaded their video and YouTube's AI moderation tools took down the original creator's channel thinking that he had re-uploaded that other channel's video even though he was the creator of it, and you let the re-uploader walk away. You punish the real person, not the imposter. The AI tools are getting better every week, huh? There is stories daily about the fuck-ups from AI moderation tools. What I do agree with him, though, is that given the scale of this platform, it would be impossible for humans to be able to police all of it. And that's something I've said from the get-go. This could be an invaluable tool in accumulating a lot of potential bad actors or internal flags. But under no circumstances should AI have the ability to make a judgment call on if a channel gets terminated. It should never have the ability to issue a strike. What it should do is alert a real flesh and blood human being, an employee, God forbid, doing their job to look at what has been flagged and analyze it to see, is this actually violative content? Because right now we have so many examples of AI messing it up. It's been making big boo-boos, big whoops-a-daisies daily. And they are easily overturned once a human being is alerted to the mistake. AI shouldn't have the ability to do this in the first place. It should always come down to a person behind these calls. But Neil likes to let AI moderation run rampant. I imagine Neil would have no problem stepping down and letting AI run YouTube at some point. Am I right, Neil? It is a problem. In his interview, where all of this stems from, it really highlights just how delusional this company is under the leadership of Neil. In September, YouTube unveiled more than 30 AI-powered programs designed to make it easier for anyone to shoot, edit, upload, and make money from videos. That's 3 times as many as it launched last year. Among the innovations were tools that allow a phrase to be turned into a song, or that can translate a video and dub it. One bot can find the best parts of raw footage and edit them together, literally just stealing footage and making a video out of it for yourself to make money off of. Beautiful. Another can turn a long video into a short. All of this says YouTube is in service of helping more people become creators. Already the #1 choice of dream job for young teenagers and much hoped for among Gen Z. Neil, how does any of that remind you of the old era of YouTube with people enthusiastically creating content? How? By having AI do it all for you and you can just slap it on your channel to make money off of it? Gotta tell you, buddy, that doesn't really sound like the YouTube I remember on the front lines back in 2007. It just feels like it's very much a corporate decision from YouTube where you can make more money off of this trash. But maybe that's just a crackpot conspiracy theory. I don't know, Neil. Maybe I'm just way off the mark on this one. Maybe there is so much good content you're consuming that's AI generative on the platform right now. I have no doubt you're watching tons of it, right? I still remember when YouTube's slogan was broadcast yourself. Neil is arguing the opposite. It's not about broadcasting yourself, it's about letting AI broadcast shit for you. This Time interview really is just fucking laughable. Neil, who has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it, proved to be a quick study about traditional media, according to those who have done business with him. I would say Neil is very well prepared, says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. What a fucking amazing vouch. That's who I want to put my trust in. Someone that Roger Goodell is saying really has a good handle on it. He's got this industry by the titties. Take my word for it. He understands what he's trying to build. He's got a deep understanding of the media landscape and where YouTube fits and where content can help him advance his strategies. He is right in that last part. Neil knows exactly what he wants. He wants YouTube to be very AI focused. I think that's pretty clear given the direction that he seems to be pushing it. I also can't help but giggle very hard at that first sentence about how he has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it. Since when? When has that started? What did I miss that somewhere along the way? Because even with this issue with AI moderation, I haven't seen him call out anything with it or make any big, bold changes. It's still in the exact same state it was fucking at the very beginning. Like, I don't see Neil really getting into the weeds of any of it. Like, what are you talking about? Here's a guy who's more than willing to plug his ears to it and just let it ride until there's enough of a hubbub about it on Twitter, then someone will step in and fix it for him. Now, just to give you a whole picture of what was said here in the interview, he's optimistic about the implications of AI for his company in the world, believes YouTube could see a return to the early villagey days when it was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, which I've already completely dove into by this point, but just wanted you to see what was actually said in the article itself. AI will create an entirely new class of creators that today can't do it because they don't have the skills or they don't have the equipment. Again, they are not the ones doing it with these AI tools, Neil. It is the AI doing it for them based off of a couple of sentences. I wouldn't necessarily say that harkens back to the days of the early villagey days when YouTube was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, Neil. It's so fucking silly. But the same rule will apply, which is there will be good content and bad content, and it will be up to YouTube and our investment in technology and algorithms to bring that to the fore. That's true, Neil. Now, can you point out some of the good AI content you're trying to describe here? Because I don't think that shit exists. It is very much the entire purpose of it to be cheap, easy, and infinite. And that is how it is being used on YouTube right now. Go on your own platform, Neil, and scroll TikToks for just 15 seconds. You're only going to be seeing a ton of trash, mostly AI. Like, come on, man. Like, snap back to reality. This is ridiculous. And at the very least, do the bare minimum of restricting AI moderation tools' ability to ban creators. That shouldn't be allowed. That should just straight up be illegal. Like, I really think that should be a fucking crime to have YouTube knowingly allowing AI, which has a very provable track record of being wrong and making mistakes, be the one to take away entire people's livelihoods like that without any human oversight. That should not be allowed under any fucking circumstances. That needs to be fixed right now, Neil. Maybe instead of doing Time Magazine interviews, that should be like on the top layer of your priorities, I would hope. Because it is just unacceptable and it is out of control. It's happening daily. It's not in this perfect state you seem to think it is, and it doesn't seem like it's improving literally every single week like you say it is. Anyway, this interview made me upset, and I wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. This is a topic I touch on at least once every 8 or 9 months, roughly, like clockwork, because YouTube is engaged in this bloody struggle against ad blockers. They are very much trying to dissuade people from using them, and in doing so, they've come up with all kinds of nefarious schemes to try and get you to buy YouTube Premium or just disable the ad blocker entirely. So that way you can get served ads, or you're at least paying to not get served ads. They've recently been cooking up all kinds of wacky new ideas here. The most alarming that everyone is pointing out is that they are tinkering with the notion of adding more unskippable ads to the platform. These ads would also appear more often. The boogeyman would be making more frequent stops here with these 30-second unskippable ads. Now, according to Swipe Insight, the ads would be between 16 to 30 seconds exclusively on TV screens, including Smart TV and Chromecast, and also the 30-second unskippable ads would be rolled out alongside the 6-second bumper ads and 15-second unskippable. The test has already gone well, apparently. Anthony Higman, CEO of AdSquire, claims users will probably watch 30-second ads. I don't know what fantasy land he's living in that's delusional. No one wants to watch 30-second ads, but yes, there are definitely people that do stomach them. But I would argue the vast majority that sit through a 30-second ads are the ones that aren't actually watching the video, like not paying attention to it. No one lucid is sitting there choosing to watch 30 seconds of that ad. They're likely having something on in the background, or it's on the TV and they're not like by the remote, so they don't have a chance to skip it. But it's not something people are like excited about. It's just going the way of cable again, which nobody wants. But unfortunately, that's the way things are going. The 15-second non-skippable YouTube ad format is my all-time favorite, he said. God, that's like ruining Christmas is my all-time favorite, said the Grinch. It's fucking craziness. These can be targeted to keywords and audience, and the user must watch the ad to get to the content they want to watch. Like, he's even just celebrating that it's just really inconvenient and a headache to the users. They have to watch my shit in order to get to what they actually want to see. What a fucking nuisance. The fixation on shoving ads down people's throats as often as possible it's completely out of control right now. And you remember just like a month ago, Netflix announced they're going to start doing AI-generated ads. So now they're going to have like random AI ads start popping up. I think that rolls out in 2026 at some point. And it seems like it's not a matter of if, but when YouTube rolls out more ads and more unskippable ads, which again, nobody wants. Nobody likes ads. Unless, of course, they're cheeky ads. Go to usecheeky.com right now and get the best soap in the universe that we made. See, that's an effective ad. 5 seconds. That's it. That should be the standard for fucking video ads. And I've had no problems with just skipping after 5 seconds. That's fine. I hate the way Twitch does ads. Like, I've sometimes the full 3-minute ad break hitting you all at once like a knuckle sandwich to the nose. But that is the way of advertising right now for a lot of these businesses. And it must be working, otherwise they wouldn't keep doing this and shoving it down people's throats. It seems like no matter how much they inconvenience users, they're not actually taking any hits. It must be profitable, and it sucks. It just keeps getting worse. And YouTube's been doing some embarrassing, scummy tactics to try and get users to turn off their ad block, or try and push them to forking over those clams for YouTube Premium or YouTube Premium Lite, which also has ads on Premium Lite, which is apparently expanding their ads as well, according to new information on that program. But that's a different topic entirely. YouTube's tried things like trying to shame you into it, wiggling its finger saying, no, 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 this is naughty behavior, and they'd flash up a thing like when you tried to watch a video with an ad block on saying, YouTube doesn't support ad blocks. This is against the Geneva Convention. It's illegal. You're going to prison and hell. In fact, super hell. Not even Dante found this level of hell. The ad block section. The worst one for the worst fucking fiends like you guys. But, of course, that didn't work. Most people still weren't going to turn it off. So YouTube's doing something a little different right now to combat these ne'er-do-wells still using their U-block and all of that. And some of you may be experiencing it right now. It's when you click a video, it won't load for a little while. Sometimes it'll also just crash when watching. The one I've been getting is the experiencing interruptions. Let me show you what it looks like. This is me on just the normal ad block a lot of people use. As you can see, they've already found a way to breach this with ads. Luckily, these aren't intrusive, but the call's already coming from inside the house. So I want to do a little checkup on my boy Don Gorski here, the guy who eats like 2 Big Macs a day for the last 50 years. He's already made it 34,000 Big Macs. I want to check out this video. And look at what you get. Absolute dog shit. It's by design. The enshittification is on purpose. As you saw, the experiencing interruptions find out why. Let's go ahead and click that so you can see exactly how the sausage is made. It's about the ad blocks. When you go through here and you start looking, they're making it worse, the performance of the platform worse on purpose for those that use an ad blocker. It's a damn shame. I also can't help but get a little silly grin on my face reading this. Check your extensions, including ad blockers. That might be the problem. Check whether your browser extension that blocks ads are affecting video playback. As another option, try opening YouTube in an incognito window with all extensions disabled and check if the issue continues. It might be those pesky ad blockers. They are known to completely tank video performance randomly on YouTube. It's so odd. I really think you guys should stop using them. That is, if you want to watch videos seamlessly and smoothly. It's very likely your ad blocker. They're pretending like they don't know. They're doing it on purpose. They've done this before, too. We've had like a very similar song and dance with YouTube in the past when it came to the ad blocks. The point is, they don't like you using it. They would rather you navigate their website with the condom off. And I made a whole video going over using the internet without an ad block. It's foul, to say the least. The main bulk of the internet treats ads like Bonnie Blue treats penis. Like, there is just all over the place, everywhere, and it doesn't stop. Look at how unusable this website is. Like, I understand it's Daily Mail. Like, this is about as low as it gets. But this is just the epitome of modern internet usage without an ad block. This exact format is repeated on so many other sites. And in some other sites, you'll even have like the banner ad up here and you don't even get to see the article. But just look at this. auto-playing ads out the wazoo, some of them just repeated. It's craziness. It's you cannot use the internet without an ad block. I personally think it should be illegal to have a website set up the way Daily Mail does, and so many others like it. And it should also be a big no-no, like frowned upon, if not illegal, to try and convince people to turn their ad block off by giving them a worse experience on purpose, like punishing them for using it. It is a necessity to have an ad block. It is like a basic human right when it comes to the digital age to have an ad block installed on your system. Another very crazy thing about all of this, at least to me personally, I find it fascinating, is YouTube is so focused on ads and like trying to bring down ad block. That's the villain in their anime. Yet they let any ad fly on this platform. I just made a video about those AI robot dog ads that keep getting served to people on YouTube and how they're an actual scam. When you try and place an order, what you get is nothing like what's advertised, and it's not even a real product or ad in the first place. Those kind of AI ads that aren't actually even real, they're just full-blown scams, they're running rampant right now. Also, there's just blatant porn sometimes that comes through on YouTube, like full-blown. There's also sometimes those like 2-hour ads, which is like someone just doing like a Minecraft Let's Play. Like there is no vetting process at all, it seems, for ads in the first place. So sometimes if you're not using an ad block and you don't have YouTube Premium, YouTube might just get you scammed. YouTube might just get you actually out of money on your end through fraudulent business practices that are being served to you. It's like it's not even safe to use YouTube without an ad blocker. Yet they're trying to get you to do that by making the platform run worse. It's so low. I really cannot stand it. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. This is just a topic that rears its ugly head pretty often because YouTube is so fixated on it. And you hate to see it. That's really about it. So yeah. Yesterday, the CEO of YouTube stepped down. Susan announced that she would be walking away from the company and would be taking on a smaller role at Google, and she'd no longer be the public face of YouTube, a face that has historically been treated like a toilet seat by the community. Susan has shouldered the blame for the majority of the things wrong with the platform, and rightfully so, I would argue. She's basically just been the community's spittoon. For any time there's something wrong, people just start spitting on her and accusing her of being the mastermind, the puppet master behind all of the bad decisions. Whether or not that's true, I have no idea, but she was the CEO, and there were a lot of things that needed fixing, never got fixed, and YouTube has been in a tumultuous state over the 9 years of her at the helm. However, this led a lot of people to believe that with Susan stepping down, things would magically improve. A lot of people were pessimistic, but then over the course of the night, I noticed a lot more people being like, this is great, the platform's gonna be saved, holy shit, now we can have fucking Captain Underpants come in here and bring about the golden age, or, you know, this and that. Because Susan's no longer there, I mean, she's going to have to be replaced by somebody great, was the perception a lot of people started to adopt. However, in the wise words of Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, there's always a shittier fish. It was announced who the new CEO would be, and over the course of the night, people started to look into them. The new CEO is Neil Mohan, and Neil Mohan was previously the CPO of YouTube, the Chief Product Officer, and people found out that Neil Mohan was actually the one responsible for that huge push YouTube tried to make into the Web3 crypto NFT space. In 2022, this goofball proudly posted YouTube's most embarrassing update. It was a look at what's coming for the year, but what was really standing out to most people at the time was this ham-fisting of Web3, blockchain, and NFT shit. So Web3 opens up new opportunities for creators. We believe new technologies like blockchain and NFTs can allow creators to build deeper relationships with their fans. Spoken like a true asshole who owns 2 Bored Apes and thinks he's going to own the planet. Together, they'll be able to collaborate on new projects and make money in ways not previously possible. For example, giving a verifiable way for fans to own unique videos, photos, art, and even experiences from their favorite creators could be a compelling prospect for creators and their audiences. So basically, just trying his best to justify an inclusion of Web3 crypto NFT shit. I'm going to tell you right now, NFT is one of the yuckiest words in the human language right now. It is an acronym that elicits more pain than CBT, cock and ball torture. It's painful, and it's synonymous with scams. And this was during a time where NFT crypto scams were still rampant. It's not like this was before the huge wave of bad actors came in and ruined NFTs. No, NFTs have been a scam for quite some time, even during this time that Neil tried to push it to YouTube. So there was huge pushback, and I guess somewhere along the pipeline, some team decided to slap this idea down, because we got lucky enough to not have it come to YouTube. But now that NFT Neil's at the helm here, the one at the top of the food chain calling the shots, who's to say he won't dust off this little poop nugget here that's an absolutely atrocious idea? And maybe this time around there's not that rogue vigilante Batman to say, not on my watch, and decline the idea. He is, like, the leader now of YouTube. And it's a little concerning how hog wild he wanted to go with Web3 coming to the platform. So that is very, not great, and a lot of people are much more pessimistic now after learning about this. But it also gets even worse. As Chief Product Officer of YouTube, that means Neil would have also had a hand in removing dislikes. Now, I'm not putting this entirely on his shoulders. This was a decision made by a lot of people at the highest level of YouTube. But Neil, as the CPO, would have 100% had a say in it, and it's very possible that he was for the removing of dislikes, which is another huge problem. That is still one of the worst features, or really removal of a feature, YouTube has ever had, and they still haven't backpedaled on it. And with Neil at the helm, I'm very less optimistic about it coming back, since he was already in a position that likely played a huge role in bringing it to the platform in the first place. I see a lot of people misattributing this solely to a Neil idea, but I can find no information on him being the one that proposed it. He was just leading a team that obviously worked on it. So maybe there is a chance Neil was outspoken against it but overruled by his peers. I'm hoping that's the case. Like I said, there's a very easy layup here with Neil as CEO to immediately earn the trust of the entire community, and that's to announce that dislikes are coming back. Dislikes will be public again. If he did that tomorrow, he's like, listen guys, I'm a champion of the people here. I'm bringing back dislikes. This was awful. I don't know what we were thinking. We were drinking stupid juice at the office when we came up with this idea. It's coming back. If he did that, everyone would immediately rally behind him and be like, oh my god, YouTube could possibly improve. He's going to listen to community feedback. This is great. But I'm not sold on that being in the realm of possibility ever. I'd like it to be, but after reading all of this about Neil, I'm starting to think he may have been a pretty important figure behind the scenes for some of the worst features that YouTube was toying around with. But again, this is speculation. He could come in and do an amazing job, and that's what I'm hoping for, but it is not a great start considering what he's publicly tried to bring to the platform in the way of fucking NFTs. Like that, the fact that he proudly posted about NFTs coming to YouTube and him wanting to be the one to spearhead the operation, that's just such a bad look off rip. Like that, you couldn't have started your reign as CEO in a worse way. It would have been better if his fucking nudes leaked. Like that's so much worse as being the guy trying to bring NFTs to the platform. Oh my god. But again, it remains to be seen. He could come in here and knock it out of the park. Really fix up YouTube, really bring it to a better spot. Hopefully that'll be the case. I'm going to try not to focus too much on his past and instead look more at his future here as YouTube CEO. So yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this just a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. I know I look awfully disheveled right now, which is extremely unprofessional, and that's uncharacteristic of me, so I do apologize for the lack of professionalism. I look like a time-traveling caveman who just got out of the machine and is curious on what year it is. But there's a good reason for it, I'll briefly explain. I play pickup basketball every Thursday night. I'm getting absolutely filthy. I wouldn't be surprised if I got recruited into the NBA over the next couple years, but that's besides the point. After the pickup basketball game this evening, I hopped on Twitter for the first time today and noticed something huge. Susan has stepped down as CEO of YouTube. This news kind of came out of nowhere. I haven't been this surprised since I was a child and learned that chocolate milk didn't come from brown cows. Susan has been the CEO of YouTube for the last 9 years, but she's been at Google for 25. And now she's hanging up her dancing shoes and stepping away from the company. However, she is still taking on an advisory role to Google and Alphabet, as I understand it. She did post a statement going into detail, just kind of like a swan song on the way out, going over the years and the progress that the platform has made. Really, the whole post feels almost like a YouTube rewind. You know, at least the closest thing we've had over the last couple of years since they canned that whole thing. It's just a look at YouTube and what's happened since she's taken the helm. And her future plans aren't revealed at the moment. We don't know. It could be anything. You know, maybe she fucking announces an NFT project. You know, anything's possible. But there is one thing we do know. YouTube is going to have a new CEO. And most people are pretty pessimistic about it, for good reason. Now, I know a lot of people have criticized Susan, and rightfully so. There's plenty of things that you can point out as being suboptimal, and a lot of things that didn't ever get fixed that needed fixing, and changes that should have come but still haven't come. There's plenty of things that you can critique. But I have always maintained that at least Susan knew what was going on the platform. She'd talk to creators, even though it pretty much fell on deaf ears. Anytime a creator gave her advice, YouTube would kind of wipe their ass with it, it felt like. She at least talked to them. She'd sit down and talk to some creators. She would post about YouTube frequently on Twitter. She seemed proud of the platform and would actively talk about YouTube, which is more than you could say about a lot of tech CEOs in the business. And the example I always use is Twitch, with our beloved Emmett Shear. I'm convinced this guy doesn't even know he's the CEO of Twitch. He seems genuinely embarrassed to even be associated with it. When you go to his Twitter bio, it's the last thing there, and he kind of downplays his involvement by just saying he's working on Twitch. The guy is literally the CEO of the platform, but I don't think you could find a single tweet he's made about Twitch. And he's never really made any appearances on Twitch. He doesn't talk about it or anything at all. I've only ever actually seen him one time to confirm he's a human being, and it was on a stream where he seemed kind of out of it, like he was either drunk or on Xanax, and he just didn't have any clue what he was talking about when he was mentioning the platform. I'd place a wager that Emmett couldn't name a single streamer on Twitch right now. So at least Susan seemed to know what was going on the platform and actively engaged with it, even though she didn't really fix a lot of shit, and even though there was a lot of mismanagement, like at the very highest level, at the very least, she talked about the platform. She did identify problems, though falling short on fixing a lot of them, and they did roll out good features under her belt while also rolling out some stinkers. So it wasn't like the perfect reign, but it wasn't the worst either. There's always been plenty of room for the platform to get shittier, and hopefully that won't be the case with the new CEO. I'd like to believe that it'll only improve, but time will tell. I'm going to try and remain optimistic on the future of the platform, though I do want to mention something in regards to the timing of Susan stepping down. I don't know how many of you know about this currently, but there is an extremely important legal battle going on right now called Gonzalez versus Google. And the outcome of this litigation could completely change not only the entire landscape of YouTube, but the internet as a whole. Legal Eagle actually just posted a video going over this case in detail, and I can't recommend the video enough so you get a sense for exactly what's going on and the severity of it. I'm going to break it down into its most basic form. YouTube had a problem where it was recommending ISIS videos, extremist content, to users. And what ended up happening is it radicalized some users and it led to a legitimate terror attack. And this put this whole problem on display and has led to this lawsuit, which is now getting into very, very dangerous territory with something called Section 230. That's as far as I'm going to go in the breakdown, but Section 230 is instrumental in the internet landscape. Without it, the internet doesn't function as it currently does. It gets a lot worse in many, many, many different ways. Check out Legal Eagle's video on the case. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because this has YouTube in its crosshairs. Google entirely, but the problem stemmed from YouTube. And now Susan steps down during this extremely crucial period. That's setting off alarm bells for me. Now, I know Susan's not going to court with, like, a sword and a shield ready to do battle for YouTube. She's not a fucking lawyer, right? I know she's not the one actually tackling them in the court of justice for the fucking WWE SmackDown Gonzalez versus Google. But she is the public-facing company. She is very high up in the company, obviously. She is a senior leadership position. So during a moment like this kind of huge deal, I would expect her to want to be there to fight for it, to be there and lend her 25 years of experience and expertise in the field to help navigate these waters and to try and make things smooth and get the best outcome here. So her stepping down during this is a little weird to me, and maybe it's because I'm a little naive on the exact structure of YouTube as well as how Google compartmentalizes it. Like, maybe she really would be completely worthless in this case and would offer no valuable insight, but I just find that hard to believe since the problem stemmed from her neck of the woods, YouTube, which she's the CEO of. I feel like she would have the deepest insight and understanding in order to help with the case, but maybe that's not how it works. I just still find the timing to be a little concerning given the severity of the Gonzalez versus Google case. But anyway, back to talking about the future of the platform. We are going to see a new CEO enter into the Thunderdome here, and I'm very curious to see exactly how they're going to perform. I'm hoping it'll be great, but it remains to be seen. They've got a lot of work to do. Are we going to see really sweeping improvements? Like, are things going to be getting fixed? Is the new CEO going to be focusing on fixing broken things like the manual review, the algorithm for flagging content, shit like that? Or are they going to be focusing on improving features that are still kind of busted? Maybe are they going to focus on implementing new features that are good, that I don't even have any conception of, like any possible fucking idea on? I will say the beauty of someone new stepping in as a CEO right now is there is an easy layup they can make that would instantly earn the trust of the entire community. Just an absolute fucking free bread basket. Bringing back dislikes. It's that simple. You can still see dislikes through an extension, so just turn them back on publicly. That would instantly be an incredible change that would set the entire tone of the new CEO's reign as, the top dog here. It would showcase to the community that the CEO can recognize issues, can see community feedback, and actually take it into account when going forward. Bringing back dislikes is the number one thing this new CEO can do instantly to get off on the right foot and have a very strong start. Are they just going to be good changes, or are we going to see them double down on some horrible ideas, like when they floated the idea of doing fucking NFTs on YouTube? Or how about that timeless classic when they required you to have a Google Plus account in order to comment on the platform, which was an absolute burning bag of dog shit of an idea? Like, are we going to see more ideas like that are just overwhelmingly horrible and terrible? But yeah, anyway, we'll just have to wait and see how the new CEO performs. Hopefully it's great, big wet sloppy kisses all around, the platform improves entirely, that'd be ideal. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yep. Yesterday, a very popular YouTuber named Corey Kinshin posted an absolute bombshell of a video accusing YouTube of some awful things and explained the whole situation that led to the claims, and he does not hold back. The gloves were off and the chef's hat was on because he just started cooking their ass. Now, of course, it's not unusual for a YouTuber to make a video criticizing the platform. It happens every day because YouTube is a company that very, very rarely gets anything right, so it's constantly catching more shit than a Walmart toilet, and rightfully so. But even with hourly uploads of everything wrong with YouTube, the problems that Corey Kinshin highlights are some that I haven't ever really even seen discussed before. The video's titled YouTube Racism and Favoritism, and it was actually the #1 trending video all day yesterday, and right now it's the #2, which means this is the front page of YouTube. This is the #1 video on YouTube, so I bet they're thrilled about that. Corey Kinshin has over 14 million subscribers, so this is a video that carries a lot of weight.
You guys either play favorites, you are racist, or it's a mix of the two. These are the three options, YouTube.
It's a pretty aggressive intro, but he is rightfully upset about unfair treatment he's been experiencing. So after going through what he's gone through, he believes that there's only really 3 possible conclusions to draw from it, where it's either YouTube policy team playing favorites, members of the policy team being racist, or some combination of the two. Now, before getting into the specifics of the situation, I'd like to say I think most people have been aware of favoritism on YouTube for quite a while. You know, it's not exactly like the Krabby Patty secret formula. It's not hush hush. I think everyone has recognized that there is some level of favoritism on the platform. I mean, there's even that viral video from a few years ago where the CEO of YouTube said to Juice WRLD that they need to pump his numbers up, which indicates artificial growth. It means that they have at least some capability of boosting channels, whether that's through the algorithm and pushing it to more people, or just inflating it themselves for channels they deem worthwhile and good for business. And the inverse is likely true, where they can hide channels they think are problematic and bad for business. So favoritism is something that people have been loosely aware of for a long time. And also when it comes to, mainstream media sources, like late night show hosts have much more leeway than an average YouTuber. They can say and do a lot of things that get normal YouTubers demonetized or age restricted or straight up striked. And that doesn't apply to the big boys in the scene. So favoritism is something I think most people know exists on YouTube. That's not like a conspiracy theory. However, the claims that Corey is about to make against the YouTube policy team in regards to racism are pretty interesting.
August 18th, I uploaded The Mortuary Assistant. A lot of you would know it got age restricted. I saw that all these other YouTubers were playing The Mortuary Assistant and only my video seemed to be age restricted. So I appealed the restriction. Hey guys, I'm not sure why mine got age restricted. Could you look into this? Appeal rejected.
This isn't the whole situation, it's just the beginning. I already want to talk about something in particular though, the appeal system. Corey mentions that after appealing, he was denied, rejected pretty quickly. That's the norm. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've ever even heard about an appeal being overturned. That just never happens. The only time an appeal doesn't lead to rejection is when you make a trending hashtag about it on Twitter. You make a big hoopla on Twitter and then YouTube will go to your appeal and, make it in your favor. But if you don't do that, if you don't stir up a shitstorm and start throwing sand in YouTube's face on Twitter, they won't bother. I'm very confident that there is no human being in the review process for appeals. In fact, I would wager my anal virginity that there is no human being that looks at appeals. And if I'm wrong, then I fully invite the YouTube policy head to come raw dog me. I am so fucking confident that there is no human being that looks at those appeals, because they always, almost always, end in rejection and standing with the initial decision, even when it's blatantly wrong. The algorithm makes mistakes. But the appeal is supposed to bring a human being into the equation to look at it, investigate the case, and decide whether or not it was an algorithmic error or a correct enforcement. And there are times where it was just outright incorrect, just outright wrong, and they will still stand with that decision. So I just don't think the appeal system works. That needs a drastic overhaul ASAP.
Only my video got age restricted. My YouTube rep, who isn't on the policy team, he looked at my video and he said, hey, it could possibly be this part at the end about it. So I looked at that part. The first thing I did was try to find other YouTubers who had that part, or at least a part similar. So I go to Markiplier's Mortuary Assistant Part 3, and he had the same situation going on, and his video wasn't age restricted.
Corey explains that after the appeal was rejected, he talked to his YouTube rep who speculated as to why they decided to enforce the age restriction, and he highlighted a potential problem with the ending of the game that was in his video. So Corey then went to other videos to try and find that exact same part, and he found it in one of Markiplier's videos, which wasn't age restricted, yet had the exact same content that Corey's did. So he was left confused. Why is Markiplier's video okay, but his isn't? Now I want to immediately squash the argument I know a few people will make that Corey Kenshin might not be as advertiser friendly as Markiplier, which is why Markiplier is being favored by YouTube here. That just doesn't work, because Markiplier still says bad words. He'll say fuck and shit and damn, he'll squeeze in some naughty words. Corey Kenshin is squeaky clean. He doesn't say any naughty words. He even censors bad words in the games that he plays in the videos. He is the more advertiser-friendly creator. So it's not just YouTube playing favorites for whoever's more advertiser and brand friendly. It's not the case, because if it was, Corey would be the winner there. So it definitely has to be something else at play for why they demonetized Corey and not Mark. Now, if you've been around my channel for a while, you might remember I went through an almost identical situation a couple years ago. I made a video on a fake road rage incident and got an entire strike for it from YouTube, a policy guidelines strike from YouTube for it. And I found that exact same clip that I was talking about in one of Markiplier's videos that wasn't age restricted, demonetized, or anything. I was so angry, I was wiggling in rage. I was so upset, I couldn't sit still in my chair, so I made this video talking about it. And then I made a big stink on Twitter. And Markiplier actually came to my rescue, like a fucking hero of justice, a symbol, like Batman. He came in and said, fair is fair, where is my strike, YouTube? And YouTube responded, not by getting rid of my strike, but by striking Markiplier's video as well. So now both of us ended up with a strike. And Markiplier made a video talking about that, and eventually YouTube decided to rescind both strikes, saying that it was an overreaction to things and it was a mistake on their part. But obviously you can see the problem here. They're not enforcing their rules equally across the platform, and they're just not enforcing them properly at all. There was no reason that video should have ever resulted in a strike by any stretch of imagination. I can understand the algorithm having a bit of a oopsie, a little boo-boo there, and mistaking a fake comical road rage for a real incident, but the appeal process is supposed to come in there where a human being looks at it, and within 3 seconds should be like, oh, this is clearly a joke. But that never happened because I don't believe humans actually review the content. I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, the rules aren't enforced appropriately or equally. So a kind of similar situation, but not exactly the same as what Corey's been going through with YouTube here. However, I do find it interesting that Markiplier is present in both of these cases. I feel so bad for Markiplier. He's done nothing wrong. He just keeps getting dragged into these disputes here with YouTube.
So I send the video to my YouTube rep. I say, hey, Markiplier has this situation in his video, but his isn't age restricted. Could you send that to the policy team and see what they say about that? They came back and they removed my age restriction. They took it off. After they already rejected my appeal. I expected them to triple down and give Markiplier an age restriction too. But they looked at Mark's video and they used that to verify my innocence.
After being confronted with evidence, the policy team folds and gets rid of the age restriction on Corey's video, but he decides to press forward by trying to get an explanation for why it was okay for Markiplier and not okay for him. Why isn't it the same ruling, and why is it only now, after being confronted, that they decide to get rid of the age restriction after already denying his appeal?
So I send my YouTube rep a lengthy email detailing my feelings about the entire situation. So my YouTube rep assures me he's going to continue this dialogue with the policy team. So another day, another 2 days go by, and what do you know? They re-age restricted the video. They re-age restricted the video. I say, no way did they do that. I go to Markiplier's video now, and now his video is age restricted.
Yeah, it's pure pandemonium and chaos at the YouTube policy headquarters now. They re-age restricted Corey's video and then slapped Markiplier with an age restriction as well. So they panicked, clearly. After being confronted and after Corey's email as well as the phone call he had with the YouTube rep, they obviously caught wind of what was happening. Corey Kenshin was wondering why he was being unfairly treated by the YouTube policy team. No one else got age restrictions, it was just him. So he pressed further, pressed harder, and the policy team reacted by bringing back the age restriction to him and Markiplier. So it's like, hey, no, look, everything's good now. Now everything's even, right? We enforce this equally across the creators, so we're good here, right? No, obviously. Corey is rightfully upset. He was treated unfairly. And since YouTube is so unbelievably shit at giving clear answers to anything, Corey can only speculate as to what happened here. And he draws the potential conclusion that maybe someone or some members of the YouTube policy team are racist. Maybe they targeted Corey because of the color of his skin. And it's not a far-fetched thing to think either. In fact, Ludwig, when he interviewed Susan, and Ludwig also made a Mogul Mail talking about this exact video I'm talking about and brought up some great points, the strongest one being is there are human beings on that policy team, and there are sometimes biases with members of those teams. You know, they're human beings, and some of them are going to have biases. And there is the potential that someone there is sexist or racist. And Ludwig brings up good points about that. For example, his girlfriend's podcast gets demonetized way more than his does. And so he brings that up. Susan, the CEO, denies that it's a possibility, but it is a real possibility. And Corey is absolutely right in thinking that it could be a real possibility that someone on that policy team that has the decision-making power might be racist. Why was Corey the only one getting age restricted? And Corey also brings up another great point, which is every time Corey comes back, Corey takes hiatuses in between his content creation. Sometimes he'll be gone for like 4 or 5 months. and he'll come back and explode. He'll get #1 trending like every single day for 3 weeks straight. And then every time, like clockwork, he's hit with some kind of YouTube controversy. Last time it was getting a strike due to something from like a 4-year-old video, a 3-year-old video or something like that out of nowhere. And it's only when Corey comes back and starts getting popular again do they do something like this with age restriction or a strike or something like that. But in the breaks he takes, like the 5 months, the 9 months that he's not on YouTube, he never has problems. They don't strike anything. They don't, age restrict anything. It's only when he's back being popular that this kind of issue arises. And it's always over nothing. Like I said, Corey is probably one of the most advertiser brand-friendly content creators there is in the gaming space. He doesn't say bad words or anything bad. He even censors that kind of shit in the content of his video, like from the games he plays. So he goes the extra mile to be as brand-friendly and advertiser-friendly and family-friendly as you can be. So it can't be an issue of him just being, too hardcore for YouTube to support. That's just not the case. It has to be something else. Something maybe going wrong with the algorithm or potentially actual racism at the YouTube policy team. It's not impossible. Of course, there's no concrete evidence that there's any racists on the policy team, but since YouTube can't communicate these decisions, all you can do is guess as to the reason why things happen. Why was Corey the only one getting age restricted? We don't know. His YouTube representative doesn't fully know. The only ones that do are the policy team, and they don't communicate. So all you can do is take your best guess. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this situation, and that's about it. So yeah. YouTube's always been a mysterious place. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. No one truly knows what's going on at the YouTube HQ. It's like Area 51, but for video sharing platforms. And the only thing you can ever be certain of with YouTube is that if a YouTuber makes a video talking about them, it's typically negative. However, today, that's not the case. I'm happy to report with a smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers that I have nothing but good things to say about YouTube today. And I swear on a stack of Pokemon cards, I am not being forced to say this. There isn't like a YouTube assassin with a gun to my head threatening me. As God and anime as my witness, this is just truthfully how I feel today. I'm going to go ahead and catch you up on the lore here and bring you all up to speed. A few days ago on Twitter, I made this post complaining about how one of my videos from 3 years ago was taken down and I got another strike on my channel. The video is, of course, the timeless classic Viking Daughter Gertholomew. Now, I'm sure Viking Daughter is a game that needs no introduction. It's one of the world's most popular games, up there with the Super Mario Brothers, but for porn. It's a game where you get to have sex with the Viking chief's daughter, and it's where I created my alternate character, my persona, Gertholomew. Now, when I created Gertholomew, I really found myself. I wouldn't be the Charles White sitting before you today without Gertholomew. Gertholomew crawled so that Charles White could run. God rest his soul. Some say they don't even know where Gertholomew ends and Charles begins anymore. The point is, though, the game was a porn game where you have sex with this girl. It was all censored, and I censored it further, but it was still in violation of YouTube's policies, so they gave me a strike. Understandably, I was very upset about this, so I did what every creator does. I went to Twitter because it seems like that is currently the only way that you can actually get answers from YouTube. And answers I did receive, we came to a compromise where the video will stay removed, but the strike will be overturned. So the strike is gone, but the video is too. Gertholomew took one for the team, made the ultimate sacrifice, getting rid of the strike. Of course, I'm still upset about it because I hate to see my baby boy slaughtered like that. I would like if the Viking Daughter could continue to exist on YouTube, because I still don't think it really violates the policy since everything is censored, but that's just my opinion. I was happy the strike was gone. And to my surprise, Santa Claus came a little early. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, replied to my tweet saying that she'd like to set up time to talk about what happened and receive feedback on everything that went on. Of course, I expected nothing out of tagging Susan in my initial tweet. It's like when somebody's having a problem with their Amazon order of a box of condoms and they tag Jeff Bezos asking him to hand deliver the condoms to them. Obviously, you're not expecting anything, but Susan actually responded, and to my even greater surprise, followed through. It wasn't just a public response without any follow-through. We had a real phone call today to go over everything, and it was no holds barred. She welcomed any and all hard questions that I could come up with. I even brought Matt in as like some backup muscle to come up with even harder questions for her to answer. Matt, if you don't remember, is the man who's immune to hot sauces and hot peppers. Man could literally Kegel 5 Carolina Reapers in his asshole and feel nothing. The man's a fucking monster with spice. I'm sure you know Matt by now. And he came along with me so we could both ask her some questions that every creator's had for years now and get some insight on. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to record our conversation because it was more than just Susan and I on the line. There were a few other department heads that wanted to hop in the video call as well to talk about things and get feedback on things, including a man that many people believe to be a myth these days, like Merlin the Wizard. I'm talking about the head of the YouTube policy team. I have never had a conversation with anyone on the policy team. Everyone I've ever talked to on the YouTube platform has never had contact with the policy team. And today I was lucky enough to actually talk to the head of the entire department. And I am happy to say he's a human being. At least as far as I could tell. He didn't have any like Android malfunctions or glitches going on where he just starts spewing out like binary code or anything. Like, he seemed like a normal, nice guy, actually. And I just wanted to talk about the conversation we had today because I feel like a lot of creators would want to get some insight as to what's going on and how they plan on tackling a lot of the problems we've been having recently. So naturally, the first thing I wanted to talk about is why the strikes are used so frequently. It's strike first, ask questions later. They come out gung-ho, guns blaring, riding horseback, just tossing out strikes on the platform, it feels like, even for minor offenses. And the policy head assured me that it really is an overcorrection of the rules, a mistake where they come in very heavy-handed and strike channels that aren't blatantly abusing the rules. He explained to me that the strikes are really meant there for the bad actors that constantly show a blatant disregard of the rules, where they'll have multiple infractions before giving a strike, but sometimes it falls through the cracks just given the size of the team and the volume they deal with, where they'll just give a strike out of nowhere to a channel that just didn't deserve it based on the minor offense. So, yeah, okay, understandable, mistakes happen, but what are they going to do going forward to prevent this mistake from happening so frequently? And he went into detail about some of the things that they're going to be looking to do in 2021, and I wanted to give a suggestion of my own to toss into the ring there that actually came from Markiplier. A month ago, Markiplier and I both received strikes on our channels for the same video we were making jokes about. It was a video where SpongeBob and a few other mascots get together and the bad boys staged a road rage where they pretend to beat up a man on the streets while wearing their mascot costumes. It's a goofy video. We were making jokes about it, and we both received strikes on our channel for it. And Markiplier, in his video talking about it, brings up an extremely great suggestion going forward that I think YouTube really needed to hear, and I was glad to bring it to them. The suggestion is, let creators use YouTube's own editing tools to blur or take out infringing content. So that way, instead of having the whole video removed and a strike on the channel, let the creator know, hey, look, this right here violates a policy, you might want to do something about it, and let the creator use the tools that YouTube currently has to remove it, because we have the technology. The technology is there. We're in the fucking future. We can do that. And I'm sure most creators are willing to take out 10 seconds of a video if it means they don't get a strike and the video stays up. This also comes into play with Mama Max's video, if you remember that controversy that happened where Mama Max had this huge video that got taken down, and it was taken down, if I remember correctly, because he showed a phone number for like 3 seconds on screen. Well, instead of taking that whole video down, why not just let Mama Max know, take this out and the video stays up? I'm sure he would have obliged using YouTube's editing tools. So I wanted to make sure that they heard that suggestion, and Susan in particular really liked the idea and really wanted to press that on the policy team, and the policy head also liked the idea and wanted to explore ways of slowly implementing this policy over time too. So it just really felt like everyone there was actually receptive to feedback. Susan was pressing questions to the policy team guy about, well, why aren't we doing this? Can we do this? Using our feedback on the call, and that really meant a lot because it showed me that at least it feels like they care and do want to make the platform better. Now, whether or not a system like this will ever be in place, who knows? That remains to be seen. But at least seeing that their excitement and willingness to accept feedback and even start talking about ways that they could implement it over the call was nice to hear. Now, I also wanted to pose a couple more questions to the policy head because it's not every day you get to talk to a unicorn, right? I mean, like, no one's ever talked to the policy head team, and the guy was super nice and super open with just about everything going on there. So, of course, I wanted to know, why doesn't the policy team talk to anyone on the platform? They are easily the most powerful department in the company, but also the one shrouded in the most mystery, where people have to wonder if they even exist in the first place. And he explains that it's because of the size of the team and the fact that there just isn't a way for him to talk to everyone on the platform. So Susan, in response to that, suggested why not have dedicated policy members whose job it is to relay policy information between creators and the policy team to be that bridge. And I love that. I didn't even suggest that. Susan, upon hearing that he can't do it himself, suggested a solution, which would be have members of the policy team whose position it is to be the bridge between the creator and the policy team. So there is a back and forth dialogue. And I love that. That's exactly what we've been asking for. For the entire history of this platform, you'd have better luck writing your problem on a soccer ball and kicking it towards their office and hoping the policy team looks at the ball than actually being able to talk to them. Partner managers don't have access to the policy team. Almost nobody does. It's like trying to get nuclear launch codes trying to get answers from the policy team. And Susan said that needs to change. The head of the department says he can't really do that himself because the team is pretty small and they have so much going through. So Susan suggested having members of the policy team whose position it is to relay information and have a dialogue between creators, the community, and the policy team. That is exactly what I was hoping to hear, and I'm extremely excited to see if they actually do follow through on that and implement a system like that. Being able to talk to the policy team is one of the biggest hurdles creators have had for a long time, because you have context for your videos. The policy team might not. And like he admitted on the phone, they make mistakes. And not having access to them means they don't get to correct those mistakes. And that brings me to the next thing I talked about, which is why is the only way to get answers from the policy team or anyone at YouTube to make a big hoopla on Twitter? Why is that the only avenue creators can take to get answers from the platform? And they all unanimously agreed that that's the most inefficient means. They don't like that, but that's what it's become over the years. That's how it's evolved, and they're not happy with it. No one's happy with it, but that's what it is right now, and they're looking at ways of changing it in 2021. I don't know exactly what those are. They don't exactly know what that looks like either, but they are trying to improve the services they already offer, which is like the help section, giving partner managers more access, as Susan mentioned on the phone, and other means as well, letting Team YouTube illustrate more about what's going on and what's changing and helping more on that end to relay information from the company to the community. But they all agreed that it is a problem, that Twitter seems to be the only way to get answers from YouTube right now. But again, don't know how that's going to change, when, or what that's going to look like, but it was nice to at least hear they recognize it as a problem too. Which brought me to the next point I wanted to talk about. Why doesn't the policy team explain themselves? Why don't they go through exactly why they're maintaining a decision, why they made the decision in the first place, things like that. For example, Belle Delphine, when she had her channel banned, submitted an appeal, and the appeal was rejected. And what's supposed to happen is you get an explanation as for why it's rejected and why it still breaks the rules, but what happened is they just sent her a 2-sentence email saying, we're maintaining our decision, your appeal is rejected, and here's our FAQs. And I thought that was a massive problem because that same thing happens to me. Last time I appealed on the video with Viking Daughter, I made an appeal, it was rejected in a day, and I never even got an email. I never even got an explanation as to why. Obviously, that's not good. An entire channel being banned without explanation and without way of contacting, that's a recipe for disaster. And the policy head also recognized that as a fucking disaster too. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. He was able to recognize shortcomings, admit to mistakes, and offer solutions and ask for, feedback, what we thought on some of the things that they need to work on and how they should work on those things. He talked about some plans going forward into 2021 that I don't know if I'm allowed to relay. I don't want to take the chance and scare him away and have him go lock himself in the policy department again, because I think this is a huge step in the right direction, having him come on this call and talk to us. And he said he was willing to do more like it in the future, so I look forward to being able to maybe talk to this department a bit more and have them talk to other creators on the platform a bit more. So I don't want to take any chances in revealing sensitive information, but they recognize the problems. They're not oblivious to them. They're just working on the best ways of combating it, given the situation and everything going on. And I can respect that. I just wish they were more transparent with it, which is what brought me to another point I wanted to talk about. This one was geared towards everyone in the room, Susan, the policy team, everyone on the call. Why is YouTube so bad at communicating? They are not transparent at all, and when they try to be, it comes out really callous and soulless. And they understood that, and they agreed that they haven't hit the mark. The only person at YouTube that's really nailing the humanizing of the company is Ryan. Ryan Wyatt, the head of the YouTube gaming side of things. Ryan is excited about everything on the platform. He makes people excited. He engages with the community. He's got it figured out. And I pointed that out. I used Ryan as an example. Ryan is doing exactly what somebody at YouTube in that position should be doing. He's getting the community excited. He's relaying information effectively. He's engaging with people on the platform and that's how it should be done. So when new policies are being implemented, instead of just making a 3-part tweet explaining them, leaving so much vague wording and gray area that scares people and makes them think that YouTube's new policy is going to make their fucking parents get divorced, maybe Susan or someone else at the higher up level at YouTube sits down with a creator or just makes a video going over all of the common questions or just explaining things a bit deeper. Susan has sat down with creators before, like MatPat last year, and taken hard questions and done her best to answer them, so that way people aren't afraid of the policies and explain what's going on and why. And I think things like that are good, and she should continue doing them. And she agreed and said she enjoyed doing it with MatPat last year. So I would look forward to that going forward, hopefully. And I think that's definitely a step in the right direction in relaying information using the platform. Talking with the people on the platform that make YouTube YouTube, so you can answer their questions and make sure that they're not worried and their audience isn't worried about things that might change on the platform. And speaking of creators, that brought me to the last question that I'm going to cover in this video today. There was more we talked about, but I think these are the main points, and I would hope that Susan and everyone on the team is open for more conversations with the community down the line so more questions can be answered. But the next one, and the last one I want to talk about today, is one that Nerd City brought up to me as well, and it's that creators like me just sitting in their room jerking off in their chair and making videos staring into a webcam aren't really on the same level as traditional media to the platform. It feels like YouTube doesn't care about creators so much as they do traditional mainstream media that's been integrating into the platform. For example, it felt like the Tonight Show hosts weren't held to the same bullying and harassment standards that creators were, because you'd have creators getting videos taken down and strikes because of harassment and bullying policies, whereas it felt like late night hosts and other mainstream outlets had free reign to shit on anyone they wanted without consequence. And that's all well and good, but that should be uniform across a platform. Everyone should have that same level of treatment. And it hasn't felt that way for a lot of creators. And I brought that up to Susan because I wanted to get her thoughts on it. And she really assured me that that's not the case. It may have been early on, unintentionally, but they have been working extremely hard over the last year or so to make sure trending isn't dominated by mainstream outlets. They want to make sure that the creators are showcased on trending. They want to make sure that policies are uniformly enforced across traditional and creator-generated content. That level of trust where they have, the level of trust they have with mainstream outlets, they want to have with creators, and they've been working hard on making sure that that's there. And it's just a matter of making sure it comes across that way. And to be fair, trending is no longer completely dominated by mainstream outlets. I don't check it that often, but when I do, I'm seeing a lot of like YouTuber shit in there. And in search and discovery, I'm not just seeing mainstream outlets. When I look for news, it's not only mainstream. I'm seeing Philip DeFranco and some other creators come up before them. So I do believe her when she says she cares about creators. She fucking sat down to talk to me. I'm not exactly what you'd consider the most family-friendly YouTuber. The last like 10 videos, 8 of them had me using a 3-foot, 80-pound dildo as like a punching bag and weights for weight training. And she was willing to sit down and take my feedback. And it's something you just don't really see from someone in her position of power. Talking to someone like MatPat on stage in person, even just taking this random video call with me just to get feedback and go over things like that is something that is really rare. I can't think of any other CEO of any big company that has ever done anything remotely like that. Take, for example, Twitch. What the fuck has the CEO of Twitch ever done with the community? He's never talked to a streamer, gotten feedback from streamers, taken questions from them. The only thing I've seen him do is wear a bow tie on a stream and talk out of his asshole about things Twitch isn't doing, but pretending that they are, like using context in their bans. Susan went out of her way to get feedback from the community. She did it when she talked with MatPat, and she did it today when she had a video call with me. I'm surprised she even saw my tweet. I'm more surprised she even runs her own Twitter. And then even doubly shocked that she saw the tweet and felt so strongly that she wanted to schedule time to talk. Like, that is not the actions of somebody that doesn't care. And I really commend her for that. So yeah, here's hoping in 2021 YouTube does make changes and does improve the platform. It's no secret that its reputation right now is a little dog shit. It's not great. But hopefully in 2021 they can turn that around, because after this video call today, I get the impression that they really do want to. So I'm excited and cautiously optimistic that they will improve and change things and listen more and be more transparent. Now, a year ago I would have said it's really fucking naive of me to say that, but after today I feel more confident saying that. So here's hoping I don't look like an idiot 6 months from now if YouTube doesn't change at all, but I'm hopeful that they will. That's about it. See ya. Everyone's talking about the Steam machine and soiling their britches, speculating on what the price might be, and it's been a big conversation in the gaming space that I want to weigh in on a little bit here. For those that don't know, the Steam Machine is Valve's latest device, their foray into console gaming. They recently had the Steam Deck come out to great success, and now the Steam Machine is their latest. It is apparently a pretty beefy piece of hardware aiming to deliver 6 times the power of the Steam Deck, capable of running games at 4K 60 FPS. Linus also recently made a video covering the Steam Machine, going over a lot of its capabilities and pretty much everything about it. It is very interesting, and the community's already started calling it the Valve GameCube, which I think is adorable. Don't know if the name's going to stick or not, but I do fuck with that one. But even though this does seem really exciting, people are pretty concerned with what the price on it might be. Especially because apparently Valve has said to expect the pricing to be like a PC, not a console. Which is pretty vague, but it paints a picture that it's probably going to be a little more expensive than what you're expecting when it comes to like PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo pricing, because PC prices can vary drastically. There is a lot of wiggle room there for what the price might be. I got your fucking nose, you loser. Point is, people are a little worried that this might be like a $1,500 piece of hardware or something like that, which has led to a lot of debate in the community because that is much higher than traditional console prices, to the point where why would you even bother? You could just get like a full-fledged PC as opposed to getting the Steam Machine instead. And a lot of things that people were speculating is that maybe it would be subsidized because they have the Steam storefront, like the Steam Deck, for example. The Steam Deck is the price that it is because they are able to take a bit of loss on the hardware itself because they make up for it with the Steam storefront, obviously. That, however, is not apparently going to be applicable to the Steam Machine. According to Linus's video, they won't be following that same model where they're going to be, able to get the price of the Steam Machine lower because of the storefront or anything like that, subsidizing through that. Instead, it is just going to be priced like a PC.
A major question mark, though, is of course price. Valve wasn't able to give any specific numbers due to rapidly evolving market conditions, but they will obviously have it nailed down when the Steam Machine launches in Q1 2026 alongside the new Steam controller. They did give me one hint, though. They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC, rather than like a console with games subsidizing the upfront hardware purchase.
For a lot of people, this has been the biggest alarm bell. This has been the biggest red flag. This has been the poop in the soup here that a lot of people are concerned about, because if it's not going to be subsidized through like the storefront game sales or anything like that, it is just going to be a very expensive piece of hardware. What that price looks like, we don't know, but a lot of people are saying it's kind of dead on arrival just because of that, because based on the specs and everything here, it will probably be a very expensive console. Plus, it already feels kind of niche because console gamers, they might not really be interested in just having a PC console. They would probably, if they want to do that and make that switch, they'd probably just invest in like a full PC rig. And PC gamers already have a PC, so why would they want a PC gaming console? So it's been like this weird back and forth, and we don't really have definitive answers on a lot of this speculation or anything. The only definitive answer we do have is that the best PCs in the universe come from StarForge. So if you're looking to get a better PC yourself, go to StarForge and check out the options, see if it feels right for you. But when it comes to the Steam Machine itself, it feels like it's going to be made or broken by its price. 100%. More so than most things, I would say. Now, before I give my, Cro-Magnon ass thoughts on this whole thing, I want to give you Linus explaining why he believes that there's probably not being subsidized through the Steam storefront this time around to get the price on the hardware lower.
They wouldn't say why, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's partially to avoid stepping on the margin opportunities of their potential partners for Steam games and Steam software, but also because they recognize that the Steam Machine is a full-fledged PC, capable of being used as a full-fledged PC. There's no guarantee then that, say, a corporate purchase of 10,000 of these things would result in a single game sale. So they really do need to protect the sustainability of their hardware business. That last theory there, that game theory from Linus, was very interesting to me and something that didn't cross my noodle, naturally, because I'm a fucking moron, about, there might not be game sales for a big bulk order. Like if a corporation orders a bunch of these puppies here, that's probably not going to lead to them buying any games through the storefront, thus it's kind of moot to be subsidized through it in that case. So they're looking to protect the
hardware investment itself. But counterpoint to that, if a corporation is looking to buy 10,000 of these, why wouldn't they just buy 10,000 cheaper MacBooks? Because there are some Macs that are priced in like the $600 to $700 ballpark, to my understanding, at least from what I can find online, which is around the price of some of the consoles out there right now, where this is not going to be priced at that. This will most likely be more expensive than that. So why would they choose this over those options? I feel like this might not be the go-to for corporations. So even though the thought process isn't wrong, like if corporations do buy this, they're probably not going to be buying a fucking bunch of games out the wazoo here. But I also feel like in that case, they probably wouldn't just be buying the Steam machine in the first place for those needs. They'd probably look for other already established corporate norms of like Macs or something. So to me, I feel like the main target audience for the Steam machine would be Steam Deck owners. I feel like that'd be the primary demographic here that would be interested in purchasing it. But if the Steam machine is north of 1,000 clams, who in their right mind, save for those that maybe had just recently got a lobotomy, would actually want to pay that much money for the Steam machine when you could instead just spend that money on a more powerful PC? Like, yes, this is a pretty powerful piece of hardware, but the options in this price range, if it actually is like 1,000 plus, like a lot of doom and gloom people are saying it's going to be, the options in that range are more powerful than what you would get from the Steam machine in the first place. So if it is in that ballpark, why would anyone be buying it? You know what I mean? And I do agree with the sentiment from a lot of people that it lives in a confusing limbo where it's a little unclear, a little muddy who the actual customer is supposed to be. Because if you are already a PC gamer, this doesn't really offer anything that you'd want. You probably already have a rig far more powerful than this in the first place. How would you justify spending what could be $1,000+ on basically a tiny pre-built PC? And if you are a console-only gamer, you don't have any Steam games, you bah humbug Steam, want nothing to do with it, you don't engage in the PC gaming market, well, then you'd probably write this off as dead on arrival, rolling your eyes at the price point if it is like $1,000. Like, that probably wouldn't be enticing for someone to make this foray into PC gaming through the Steam machine. It would need to be priced much lower, priced at like a competitive console point for a console-only gamer to consider. At least I would think so. So it is in this very weird gray area. Then I think it is going to be purely dependent on what the price actually is, whether or not this is going to be like mass market adoption or something like that. But maybe that's not even the goal here. Maybe that's not even what Valve's aiming for. Maybe they're content just delivering a really niche piece of hardware. I don't really know. I'm also not convinced it is going to be $1,000+. I don't subscribe to that idea. I truly believe that the Steam machine will be sub 1,000. On stream I was speculating maybe up to like 800. Maybe 800 and some change. But I really don't see a world where this gets to 1,000 or over 1,000. I would be shocked if it did. Because I think it'd be very obvious to anybody out there that that is just too much for most people to want to spend on what the Steam machine is offering. At least I would think so. I say that, but then again, fucking Apple has the iPhone Pocket, which is like $250 sock to put your iPhone in, and that's sold out. So there really is just the chance for anything to be extremely successful regardless of the price and regardless of the offering. And it's not like the Steam machine is a bad product here, but I just think it is going to be really, really dependent on the price point here, whether or not this is something that gamers will be flocking to pick up. And I am just very curious to learn more information about how it will be priced. It releases relatively soon, so hopefully we'll know in the next, month or so. That'd be really nice. But yeah, it's been a very interesting conversation surrounding the Steam machine. Like I said, personally, I don't think it's getting to $1,000 or more. I really think it's going to live in like an $800 ballpark, which is still very expensive, and that's still going to be a very tough decision for consumers to make on if that is something they want to pay. So I guess we'll see. I think time will tell. Hopefully pretty soon we'll know. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Today I found something pretty interesting that I just can't resist the urge to share with all of you. I'm just kidding. That's a classic gag right there. I got you good. But I did actually read something pretty fascinating. It was an independent study that was conducted that found 72% of games industry executives believe that Steam has a monopoly on PC games. And this is an interesting topic and something that I've talked about on stream quite a bit, but I want to yap about this because they're not entirely wrong. Steam is like a diet monopoly when it comes to PC games, but not because they use like monopolistic tactics or anything. They literally just offer a better service than anything else that seems to come up and literally do nothing and win just by being better than all of the competitors that try and enter the market. Developers and players just naturally gravitate towards Steam, and thus they do kind of have like a stranglehold, like nipple clamps on PC games market. So like they do have oomph, and you can make an argument that they're like a soft monopoly, but I think it tells a very interesting story because there are alternatives, there are competitors, they just don't necessarily thrive. So anytime that a new games platform tries to enter the market to compete with Steam, they do their own version, with blackjack and hookers and whatever, and it usually flounders. Like, it usually flatlines pretty quickly because it's just inferior to Steam. Even though Steam has remained largely unchanged for the longest time, it has cemented itself as just a really easy-to-use platform that's just extremely convenient for developers and players. So a new platform springing up, it's got its work cut out for it. But that's not to say they don't exist, because there are a lot of alternatives. Well, maybe a lot's being a little charitable. There are some alternatives. Some of them are even decent, like GOG. Even though in recent times I've had extraordinarily horrible luck with GOG and getting games to actually fucking work through there, it is a service that is good, but it's not really comparable to Steam or anything. And then there's things like the Epic Game Store, which I think did try and employ monopolistic tactics to compete with Steam. Epic Game Store, I don't know how many of you remember, was trying to incentivize developers to marry themselves to their platform exclusively. Basically trying to have their own console wars between these platforms of Steam versus Epic Game Store. So they would steal away developer titles to go to the Epic Game Store through incentives. And it didn't work because Epic Game Store itself is just not a great platform. So people don't like to use it willingly. Very few people choose Epic Game Store over Steam. So it hasn't beaten Steam, and it's kind of a joke that's gotten a lot of resentment because of some of their tactics they've used to try and compete. Whereas Steam doesn't really do any of that, it just kind of sits there fucking lollipop in hand and does nothing and is winning. All these other platforms spring up and usually just run themselves straight into the shitter. So Steam just always prevails in the end. And that does put it in a position where it is like a soft monopoly. Worth mentioning about this study in particular, 75% of respondents were senior managers of C-suite level, with 77% from studios with more than 50 employees. And the study found that for a majority of the studios, Steam accounts for over 75% of revenue. And then they do briefly mention that developers started utilizing Epic Game Store and the Xbox PC Game Store. But again, it's clear Steam is the bulk of the balloons here. It is fascinating because, as I briefly mentioned, Steam doesn't do anything to try and solidify this pseudo-monopoly. They don't have parameters in place to try and force people to use Steam and drive out competition or anything like that. They literally just plant their feet and lat spread and just sit there, menacingly, to the point where if you're a developer releasing on PC and you choose not to release on Steam, you are cutting your own nuts off. You are doing yourself a huge disservice in not having your game in front of all of those Steam users. And again, it's not Steam that's doing that and putting that fear of God in you. It's just gamers choose Steam, so if your game's not on Steam, they might not be buying it at all in general. They might not even give it the time of day. So it's very interesting, because again, Steam, at least not to anything I've ever seen, has never really tried to do anything to be a monopoly in the PC gaming space. They've just always been really convenient, user-focused, and first and foremost, just accessible to developers and users, that they are just the best service. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Nothing ever will be. I fucking hate the Steam friend UI and all that. I bitch and moan about that endlessly on stream whenever I'm trying to co-op with friends on different games. But overall, the Steam platform is better than any other games platform that has come out, generally speaking. So it's hard to compete with that. So even though Steam's doing nothing, like they don't need to like innovate or change things, they just have to not wipe their whole ass with everything they've built over the last couple of decades. And so far they've been doing a great job of not just fucking it all up. And that seems to be like all they do. They are doing nothing to limit competition or anything. I have to imagine at the Steam HQ, they don't even know that they're ever in a competition with other game platforms. They probably have no fucking idea about like what Epic Game Store does with trying to get like exclusives and shit in the past. Like, I doubt they even have it as a blip on their radar. Now, normally, monopolies are a really bad thing for consumers. That's typically bad news. You do not want monopolies because there's no incentive to be the best service. There's no incentive to change or improve or get better for consumers because what's the point? There's no alternatives. And like I said, Steam is not a monopoly. But it kind of is like a de facto monopoly in the sense that pretty much everyone is choosing Steam, developer and players alike. So all the other alternative platforms, they're not exactly, you know, popping off or anything like that. They're not out there wiggling their finger in celebration with how great everything's going there compared to like a Steam or something. But Steam is the best thing for consumers right now in this market. There isn't a better alternative. So it is weird because it is a monopoly that is a monopoly because it just is the best. So people are choosing it willingly. They're not being like, you know, fucking hypnotized into it or something, or they're not being forced to because of lack of alternatives. It is just the best in the industry right now. So everyone goes to it. So it's one of the few times you'll see this kind of report where it's like, oh, this many people believe Steam is a monopoly, and you're like, oh, yeah, good. That's great news. You're right. It's so rare. Because let's take another de facto monopoly, for example. YouTube. YouTube, it's got a big-time stranglehold on video sharing. There's very few alternatives to YouTube, and it's something that's been discussed, yapped about, blabbered about for so many years now, and there just isn't a real YouTube competitor. And what does YouTube do with this swamp-ass throne it finds itself on top of for videos? Well, it doesn't improve, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not the best it can be. There has been some big-time shitification going on in recent years because where are you going to go? Where are you going? There's nowhere else besides YouTube for video sharing and all of the features that YouTube has available. There isn't a real alternative, and there's no incentive for YouTube to fix the many problems that have been plaguing the site for so long. YouTube can do a horrible decision after terrible decision after awful decision till the cows come home out the wazoo, and it doesn't really affect them because there isn't real competition. The users stay because YouTube does have a de facto monopoly. And in, I imagine, 99% of cases, if you ask somebody, do you think it's a good thing that YouTube has this, position here as a de facto monopoly, they'd say no. But then if you ask that same question to somebody about Steam, they would probably say yes. And it's not hard to see why. It's a very big distinction here, I would say. Steam got to this position by just being better than all of the other competitors. I saw a comment that kind of painted it pretty well. Steam isn't a monopoly, its competition is just incompetent. That's pretty true. It's not like Steam has ever, to my knowledge, used its position in the industry to crush the little guy trying to make a startup that's better than Steam or something. All it does is just sit there like a fucking tree. That's all it does. It's been around for so long, it innovated at the very beginning, it cracked the code on what it needed to be the best, and now all they have to do is just not fuck it up. And everyone else that tries to compete in the space just puts out a legitimately worse product, generally speaking. Like I mentioned earlier, GOG I do think offers a different kind of product still in the same space, but having like DRM-free copies for older games and stuff is a valuable service to offer, and it is something a bit different than what Steam offers. I just personally haven't had great luck with GOG recently. So anyway, Yeah, I do actually kind of agree here. This survey was also conducted by what appears to be another platform that's trying to sell developers on the idea to sell with them. So the study itself is already a little weird, but the actual subject matter of Steam being a soft monopoly is an interesting topic, I think. And it is one where I'd say, yeah, Steam is kind of a soft monopoly. But what's crazy is, I don't think that's a bad thing. They are just the best in the industry for a gaming platform. Like, they just made the best platform, and they haven't done anything, scummy and shady to, like, prevent others from beating them. It's just all the others that compete are worse. So people just go to Steam. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, this is just actually unhinged. This is crazy. I don't know what I'm going to call this video yet. I have no idea what to title this. It is just so bizarre. So to give you the cliff notes, today I was researching about a huge crypto rug pull that Stream Chat made me aware of last night. And I know crypto rug pulls are the most common thing on the planet, more common than a sneeze. Did the sun rise somewhere in the world? If the answer to that question is yes, then that means fucking 50,000 people lost tons and tons of money in a crypto scam, probably on pump.fun. That's the main hub for it, the main cesspool. And last night, Stream was telling me that there was a disabled man who was doing a crypto coin on pump.fun called 120 hours, because he claimed he had 120 hours to live. And when it reached about a $500,000 market cap, he rugged it and went offline and hasn't been seen since. Now, it doesn't seem like he was faking the disability based on all the available evidence that does seem to be true, but there's no way of knowing if he really had 120 hours left to live and this was his final oorah of just stealing a ton of money from a ton of people, or if that was all just fucking phony baloney like half of the other scams on pump.fun. Regardless, the fact is tons of people got rugged, left with their dick in their hand there. And while I was researching for this topic, I stumbled across another huge story in the crypto space, also on pump.fun, but this one bucks the trend of a rug pull, and it is something far more sinister that I have not seen before that implicates Steam. So, if you've been around the channel for a while, you might recall I made a video years ago about a really odd Steam game that I downloaded while dumpster diving, because it's something I like to do on Steam, just looking through like absolute dog shit that no one's ever heard of. And I found a game that I downloaded, and it didn't have the executable file. Like, it didn't even have the game. It had like ancillary files around it, and it was really suspicious. So I thought there was a chance that I had downloaded something very harmful, but I was assured that that's not possible through Steam. And Steam has also kind of positioned themselves as like a safe place to get your games. I've never really heard of a story of someone downloading something that like literally ruined their lives or like stole from them. There's been like some suspicious games on there that have done like some weird things in the background, but never like stealing from users as far as I know. Until today. There is a pump.fun streamer, his handle is Rostaland, who is battling stage 4 cancer, and he streams on pump.fun to raise money for his treatment. Now, I know what a lot of people are thinking, already raising an eyebrow, that this must be the scam. He must be faking cancer to try and scam people. Based on everything I can find, that is not the case. It seems he really does have cancer, and this is his way of generating funds to try and survive. It seems very legitimate. And while streaming, he was doing some gaming. And a chatter, apparently, had convinced him to download a game called Block Blasters. And when he did, he had all of his crypto stolen from him. Approximately like $30,000 was drained from him. And now people have been looking at the game and finding a weird set of files in there that seems to scan the user's device to look for crypto credentials, which is how they must have stolen this money from him. It's very peculiar, and at first I was kind of wary of it. I thought this could just be an elaborate scheme where like he pretended that it was the game he downloaded that drained his money, but really it was all just a ruse so he could make off with the cash. That does not seem to be the case. It seems like the game actually is stealing from people. He is not the first victim. Now, here's when it happened on stream. It happened live.
No, 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 no. No. No.
That happened in the crypto. For you, I understand this can be very difficult because that money normally can help you for a lot of things in your life. but it's not the end, okay? You're such a brave person.
I'm broken. No,
No.
I'm sorry, guys.
That is brutal. Now, there is no one more harsh of a critic on Pump.Fun than me. I shoot spitballs at that platform all night and day because it is 99.9% scams. I would have said 100% scams if not for this story. I really think that this is real. He's provided, like, receipts. He has proven that he is not faking the cancer diagnosis or anything like that. And when it comes to, like, the money being stolen here, it seems like it really did get stolen by this game. I don't think he has any involvement with the game. And someone I trust more than anybody else in the crypto space when it comes to scams, ZachXBT, has made a post about this, seemingly confirming that the Steam game is the culprit that stole this money from him as well as others. So ZachXBT kind of coming in here really solidified this to me as like a legitimate, like the real deal. That's fucking terrifying. I truly didn't think Steam games could have this kind of vulnerability. I've made jokes in the past about like a terrible game being a crypto miner, and apparently there are actually some games that do kind of do that to a certain extent, but I've never seen something to this level. This is a huge security like flaw, a huge danger on the platform. As someone who buys games that have like 0 reviews and 0 players, sometimes I am literally the first one to play a game that no one's ever heard of, planting my flag on the moon. This makes me really afraid of like what these games could have in there, is like, you know, running in the background that I don't know about. It makes me afraid of my own Steam library and hesitant to like go dumpster diving through Steam new releases again, just out of the fear that it could have some dangerous files attached in there somewhere. Now, I do really want to mention this here before diving back into the Steam component. The community banded together to try and make Rostaland whole again, so someone named Alex Becker sent him $32,500 to cover what was stolen from him, and it's extremely wholesome. Everyone banded together to try and show support and try and help him out after something so devastating happened to him. And here's a post Rostaland made thanking him for it. That's super great. I'm really happy he was able to get the equivalent amount back. The scammers made off with the $32,000, and I imagine block blasters will be delisted. Nothing will happen to them, I'm sure. Very rarely do crypto crimes get punished, it seems. But I'm very happy that Rostaland was able to get that money back, that amount of money back. I am still just kind of stunned that this kind of thing can happen with a Steam game. And I know some of the games through Steam are vulnerable. Like, I remember Dark Souls had an exploit where hackers could literally remote access your computer through the multiplayer. Like, I know that kind of stuff exists. Same thing happened with Call of Duty even somewhat recently. Like, I know those vulnerabilities can exist, but this is the first I've heard of just downloading a game leading to just having your credentials stolen because of something that runs in the background on that in that folder. I feel like this has to be something new that wasn't possible years ago, because if this has always been something that developers could do on Steam, I'm very surprised that it wouldn't have happened sooner, especially with like the crypto booms a few years ago with like NFTs and all that shit. I'm really surprised that this is the first time I've heard of it happening. Like, I feel like it's got to be some kind of new vulnerability that they're exploiting. But I have no idea. It's just pretty concerning. I wanted to put it on your radar. Crazy shit across the board. I am very happy, though, that he did get that money back. Because, like I said, it does seem like that is real. It does seem like he's not making any of that up. So, yeah, pretty wild stuff. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. That's going to be a DMCA. Whoa, wait a minute. Just looking at this image, this may be porn. I don't know why I bothered putting it on the other monitor. I have the display behind me off so you can still see it. Hold on. It says the Immemorial Order 2 Sisters of Darkness, primarily a spooky, atmospheric first-person walking sim that doesn't take itself too seriously. I don't see any, like, boobies. That is most likely AI art. It's a sequel. How will you know what happened in the first one? Oh, everyone knows the immemorial order. Everyone knows that story. That's a timeless classic up there with, like, the story of Dracula. That was adorable. The auto-tune singing of the game developer name is amazing. I'm already getting emotional. Alright. The Sisters of Darkness of the Immemorial Order. Here I come. This is absolutely a DMC. Well, actually, no, this might be an AI song. This is 100%. This is a Suno generated song. I can tell. What? Wait, what was that? What did he just say? Wait, kind of a banger. Full flat ganja, I think, was the lyrics. What the fuck? I kind of want to just listen to the song. Leave gluten behind, baby. Mm-hmm. No, wait, keep playing the song. Oh, is it full fat ganja? I thought it was full flat ganja. Full fat makes sense because it's not diet. Oh, and that's why you'd leave gluten behind. You're getting the real thing, the whole enchilada. None of that 2% shit. Exactly. Damn, I kind of don't want to leave the flat. Man, I don't know what's gone wrong here. Maybe the game's AI generated, but there's lag on the mouse. I don't know if you can see it, but when I move my mouse, it takes like half a second for the character to move. It's really disorienting. Holy shit. Beautiful, beautiful town. Doggy Styles, it's a luxury dog spa. Wonderful. That's probably my car over there with like the ghost orb floating around. Oh, I already know another heater's coming on the radio. Amen. Lovely. Avril Lavigne's best work, I'd say. I've always said that. Skater Boy and Swingin' Titties. She peaked. Oh, damn! We didn't get to hear the end of that one. That's the same lead singer I had for my What Happened to My Schlong song. Damn, man. This guy must have just downloaded like 2,000 credits on AI Suno song generator and just said, hey, I'm gonna put them all in here, damn it. I'm gonna get my money's worth. To be fair, this game was like $5, so I basically paid for all of his song credits. It also has 0 reviews, so there's a good chance I'm the only one that's played this. This isn't even a game. This guy just made songs in Suno and then just put them in here and had you walk around listening to them. There is nothing here. What the fuck? Nothing has happened so far. I'm just listening to his fucking Suno playlist. Oh, finally. A human being. Hi, Stacy. Oh my god, that's all this game is. Holy shit. Hold on, I'll come back and listen to it. I got a job to do here, though. I gotta fucking grab some pallets. Put them away. Where's the yellow paint? Can't have a 2025 game without yellow paint. So like, how do I move this pallet? Oh, I have to go one by one. Oh my god. Holy shit. I wonder, can I just do this? And it will register as them being put away? Nope, that didn't work. There's no way I have to go through each one of these and put it in the right spot, right? That'd be ridiculous. Okay, it's literally just to kill time. I see. Okay, I don't actually have to do anything. I was gonna say, there's no fucking way it would make you do that. Alright, I'm taking my break. Hello! You one of the Sisters of Darkness? Hi, Victoria. Was the gym busy this morning? Yeah, I just got back. I'm having a quick rest before I go back to the office. Okay. Enjoy your rest. Oh, the Sisters of Darkness! I'm not reading all of that. You've got me fucked up. Have the AI make a song about it. Man, that one's going crazy. Wait a minute. I'm not reading all that. Except maybe the Drunken Weasley Party. That one I'll check out. I bet that one goes crazy. Oh yeah. This one's gonna go nuts. Mm-hmm. Yep. Jeff Goldblum busting it wide open, I see over here. Yep. Oh, yep. Oh, goddamn! Wait a minute! What am I supposed to be doing in here? Thought I was researching the cult. Now I kind of want to see this one. Oh, this is a picture. Lame. Don't see any honkers in there. I'm pretty confident in saying that all of the dialogue is also just AI generated. This reads like if you fed it to ChatGPT to spit something out for you. Thanks, membership. Super. Uh-oh. It's the Sisters of Darkness. They're draining the juice from my batteries and the cum from my sack. No, get away. Get away. No. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, shit. Is that a Ouija board? Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. What are you pointing the finger gun at? Oh. Maybe over here. Holy shit! The Sisters of Darkness, the Immemorium! Why? Wow. That was frightening research. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm late for work. No! And I'm getting fired. No! Damn you, Immemorium. Fucking Sisters of Darkness. Who's there? I just got fired. You offering me a job? Eaton? Bye, Eaton. That was a very good Sum 41 sounding track. Lovely work again, Suno. Man, oh, I'm starting to get bored now. It's just the same thing over and over and over. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's literally just get in a car, listen to AI music. I'm gonna give it one more chance to win me over here in the bar. Or whatever this is. Oh, it is a bar. The pub. I better see some crazy shit in here. I already know there's gonna be a jukebox with more music. Well, guess not. Alright. I think that's enough. Oh, God. And you won't even talk to me? Oh, yeah. No, that's enough. What an experience. What a game. What a ride. What a ride. There's a scam game on Steam right now called Banana that has over 630,000 players as of me making this video right now. And it is by all definitions a scam. And that player count is pretty misleading because the majority of it is either bots or people that just have the game pulled up in the background as they wait for drops. The Spiffing Brit just made a great video going over this entire scam, and now 3 days after that video came out, it's even more popular than it was when he covered it back then. Which is so interesting to me because he fully explained how the scam works, and yet people are still just flooding in to enthusiastically buy into it. It's like if you had read the headlines about Sam Bankman-Fried like scamming billions of dollars away from just your average Joe, and then you're like, alright, I'm gonna do my business with Sam Bankman-Fried, I can't wait to get on this, and then you throw your arms up in the air like, oh, how did I lose money? Where did I go so wrong? It's more pathetic than anything, honestly. The Spiffing Brit took the scam, spanked it around, threw it on the bed, bare ass, butt cheeks in the air, and still people dove in to give it a rim job and are wondering why they have shit on their mouths now and lost money from it. You have only yourself to blame, and you absolutely deserve to be made fun of, which is what I'm here to do. Heroes, not a word I like to use often, but I think what I'm doing here today is very heroic and brave. Someone has got to insult you for what you have done. If you are one of these people that are buying the fucking bananas in this game. It's not a game, it's actually just a PNG of a banana that you click and the number will go up, and every few hours you'll get a random drop. If you play anything on Steam, you know what this is, like CSGO cases, that kind of thing. But in the banana game, you get banana skins, which aren't even usable in the game. There's actually no functionality to even take that skin and use it in the game. The developer says he's going to do that at some point, but I highly doubt it because he doesn't need to. He's still just printing money from this dog shit from the absolute imbeciles, the fucking idiot buffoons that are buying into it. So why would he even bother doing that bare minimum? So what you do is you get these drops of these banana skins, and they just go into your inventory and they sit there collecting dust. And then you get out all your religious relics, light some candles, and start fucking praying that someone is going to pay you real-world money for those useless banana images in your inventory. That's it. This should ring some bells here because it's very similar in concept to the NFT craze from a few years ago, where basically you buy this image and you hope that someone comes along down the line and buys that image from you for more than what you spent on it. You don't want to be left holding the bag. It's the same concept in the banana game, except this one's working significantly better because they found much more vulnerable goobers here. Gamers. So the gamers here are buying these banana skins for up to like $50. There's actually even $1,000 banana skins in this game. And I need to stop calling them skins because they're not. It's just images in your inventory. You can't even do anything with them, even if you wanted to. So you're buying these banana images from Google Images, and you are squatting on them, hoping that for some reason down the line, someone's going to pay you more for that. Just because. That's the entire scam in a nutshell, and the creator is the one making tons and tons of money from it.
The banana market is immense. There are nearly 8 full pages of deep banana lore. Some of things are definitely slightly legally dubious, but the idea is very simple. As you play the game, Steam has an automatic drop system. The Icy Nana is special because it doesn't drop anymore. Wow! So logically, by it not dropping anymore, that actually increases the value of the product, because there's scarcity. However, no one has managed to sell an Icy Banana for more than 3 pence on the Steam market. Now, one of the reasons that makes me a little bit more concerned that this is a scam is because the creator of this game has set their inventory to private when it was previously public. This is a little bit of a problem because it means that it is impossible to see how many bananas hitting the marketplace are actually from them, meaning it's very hard to tell just how much Steam wallet value they're able to make off of this game.
Definitely worth noting that it's very possible the developer is dumping his bananas into the market, and it's not actually the community buying other community members' bananas, they're actually just buying his. So he's making even more. I'm not trying to accuse him of anything shady. I mean, Banana is as above board and by the book as it gets. Now, it's impossible to know just how much they've made from this game so far, but I have to imagine with over 600,000 active players, it's a pretty penny. And there are legitimate people, like actual living, breathing, sentient beings that are purchasing some of the expensive bananas. Like, there's this one guy on Twitter who keeps celebrating that he bought one of the special bananas for $53. I don't know if he bought it as a shit post or if he actually believes he's going to make some money off of it or not, but regardless, that is shameful. And he's not alone. There are some banana enthusiasts that I think actually believe in this for some reason. Now, the main players of this game, no one's actually playing it because there's nothing to play. Calling Banana a game is like calling me jerking off a sport. Like, yeah, it's kind of a physical activity, but I don't think there's any real argument you can make for me being an athlete because I masturbate, right? Same thing with Banana. It's technically a game, I suppose, but all the people that are engaging with it are doing is running it in the background, farming drops, or having bots do it, where they open many different instances of Banana in order to try and get as many chances at a rare banana drop as possible, which is why the player count is so high. Everyone loves to think that they're 5 steps ahead of everyone else. They're the fucking anime protagonist. No one else had the genius scheme to conceive such a high-level mastermind idea of using an auto-clicker and virtual machines to open multiple instances of Banana to get maximum banana drop potential. Everyone that's opening this godforsaken program is doing that exact same fucking thing. And I guess none of them realize that all of those rare banana drops that are going for like tens or even hundreds of dollars in some cases are unobtainable through playing the game right now. You can't get them no matter how many virtual machines you open. You could start up an entire fucking, like, crypto mining operation just for playing Banana and looking for Steam drops, and you would never see one, because it's not possible to get them anymore. I just had a voice crack. This shit is so ridiculous. The only way you get those now is if you're the developer. That seems to be it. From what I can tell, there is no evidence of any normal human being outside of the developer and his close-knit group of friends having access to those rare bananas. So to all the delusional crypto bros who got burned on NFTs and are now just suffering from terminal fear of missing out and latching onto Banana, you are wasting your time and you're probably losing more money on your electricity bill just setting up your stupid little operations to farm this. You cannot make money through this game, just like you cannot get a date. It's just not happening. The only thing you can do, I suppose, is continue to get fucked by this weirdo developer as you're his little piggy bank to continue to exploit through this awful dog shit. I've said for a while now, people seem to want to be scammed. People go out of their way to get scammed. This is so blatant. And Spiffing Brit did an incredible video showcasing it, and yet it's more popular now than ever, and it only continues to get more popular. That's craziness. You know it's a scam, you're still buying into it. Now, I have seen a lot of discussion about how this game may be being used by other countries whose economies aren't doing so well, and I do suppose that's possible. We've seen that happen in the past with Venezuela and RuneScape, for example. Venezuela's economy wasn't doing great, and so a lot of individuals there started turning to farming gold in RuneScape to sell for money, and that became like full-time professions. But I just don't really see that being the case for this game. In RuneScape, you can make a lot of money just farming the gold in old school RuneScape. In Banana, you can't. The only banana images that are selling mainly are like the 3-cent ones, because that's all you can actually really get from drops from what I can tell. So the only things that have any real volume to them are the 3-cent skins, not so much like the rare skins. So to me it just seems very unlikely that something similar will happen here, because it's 3-cent banana images that you're moving, and not even all that often, because the drops come at very long intervals. So it's not even something that you could really make a lot out of, even if you had hundreds of bots running it. So I don't really see that being the case. I could be very wrong about that, but one thing I'm not wrong about is how much of a cringe loser you have to be to actually think that these are wise investments. If you are someone that is buying and selling banana Steam inventory images, you deserve to be spit on, 100%. Hey, this is just tough love right here, brother. I'm trying to get through to you. Please, open up. Let me in. This is an intervention. If you are buying and selling fucking banana images in this goddamn game, you are a loser. 100%. And you need to take a hard look in the mirror. This is just another terrible scam game. It's not even that unique in its scam. A lot of these style of games popped up during the NFT craze on Steam. And those all dwindled and died, of course. And I imagine this one will too, when people start to realize that farming 3-cent banana skins is just not worth it at all. And buying $50 banana skins is certainly not worth it when no one's looking to buy them ever again. It's a fucking joke. It's a terrible, terrible joke that the creator's making a ton of money off of from people speculating on the market of banana images in a Steam inventory. So yeah, I just had to talk about this because it's so fucking interesting that it's only growing in popularity even after being fully exposed for the scam that it is. But anyway, that's it. See ya. The most expensive game ever put up for sale is a game that you have never heard of. I am almost 100% certain of it. It's a game that does actually exist. It's not just make-believe, phony baloney nonsense. It is a real game, and it is a game that has been played by at least 16 people. And it's a game called Spooky Men, and it retails for $100,000 on Steam. Or at least it used to. But the developer must have realized the power and the beauty of Spooky Men and came to the conclusion that any sane person would. That he was actually underselling the game. The price didn't match the quality. He needed to charge more for it. This is Spooky Men we're talking about, for heaven's sake. Like, heavens to Betsy, it's Spooky Men. He was basically giving it away for free with a $100,000 price tag. So, he made the logical decision. He eventually cranked up the price of Spooky Men to $1 million to buy it. At $1 million for a video game, that shit better be coming with the goddamn One Piece. Like, that has to have some crazy treasure that's gonna change my life. If I don't fire up Spooky Men and instantly get taller, more attractive, and with a fuller beard, then what's the point? It's basically a scam. 1 million clams, these Spooky Men better come out of my computer screen and actually suck my cock. As advertised, these men are spooky. Let's go ahead and check the description of what it's about. You know, maybe it really is worth the price of admission here. Spooky Men is an online 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror game. Complete tasks and exorcise the malevolent demon. Use your wits to distract the ghost and survive its attacks as you explore the haunted property. Can you make it out alive? Finally, an innovative horror game complete with everything you'll ever need. Really, you know, you pay $1 million for Spooky Men and you will literally never need another video game in your life. This has it all. Demons, ghosts, exorcisms, 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror experience. It's got it all. What else could you possibly want in life? You know what? Actually, I know the answer to that question. I know what else you want in life. You want a better PC. Well, I've got you covered. Because Starforge is doing a huge site-wide sale starting from today, August 8th, and going until tomorrow, August 9th at midnight, with prices up to $150 off. Starforge has the best PCs in the universe, and today's our anniversary, so we're celebrating by doing this big sale here. Of course, every PC comes with a 2-year full parts and labor warranty, and tons of options to choose from, all catered to what your needs are. So definitely go to starforgesystems.com if you want to get yourself a new, great PC. Now, some of you might be there scratching at your chin, really flexing your noodle, trying to process, what makes Spookymin so special? And the answer is nothing. Nothing at all. This seems to be just another low-effort, asset flip, piece of shit horror game that is a dime a dozen on Steam. When dumpster diving on Steam, I played a million games that look just like this. So why are they charging $100,000 or up to $1 million at one point? What is the purpose? Well, I actually had a theory that I speculated on stream, and many of you may have noticed that there's 16 reviews here, so you might be thinking that the developer made $1.6 million selling this piece of shit, but I think there's a lot more at play here. It's a lot deeper of a rabbit hole than that. I don't believe anyone actually paid $100,000 for this, except for this guy right here who just said, "I'm rich." This patriot, this absolute madman, may have actually dumped $100K on this bad boy here, because this review was posted when it was still listed at $100K, so there is a chance that he did. So I think there is a chance this dude might have just actually fucking dumped his life savings on Spookymin for the sake of a meme review, which maybe even prompted the developer to increase it to $1 million, because he's like, holy shit, I'm actually getting some fish here at 100K, what about $1 million? But yeah, I actually do think there is a real explanation here, and full disclosure, if you check the game right now, he lowered the price to $200, which is still an outrageous fucking price for a garbage, throwaway, rancid pile of puke. Like, it's still, you've got some gall, the chutzpah, yeah, the hair on that sack, to charge with a smile on your face $200 for Spookymin is still absurd. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain why I think it was listed at $100K and $1 million at one point. What the fuck, there is actually a $100,000 Steam game called Spookymin. 16 people bought this game. I don't know. Oh, it looks like it at one point cost 59 cents. And they changed it to $100,000. Maybe they changed it to this because they couldn't take it off Steam, so they just put it at a price no one could pay for. That's probably what happened then. That is a spooky man, though. Buy it. I'm definitely not doing that. I really do wonder what would happen, though, if I bought this for $100,000 and then issued a Steam refund and said I want it all in store credit. Could they process a $100,000 store credit refund? What are the limits here? Because you can charge fucking anything for games on Steam. Theory will only take you too far. Will only take you so far. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. It is wacky to think about. Because very clearly this is not worth $100,000. It shouldn't even be an option to charge this fucking much on Steam. But Steam doesn't give a shit, so. Buy it, beat it in 10 minutes, refund, say this is ridiculous, I can't believe I paid $100,000 for this, I chose this over a car payment, or a house payment. I want my refund. They'd have to give me the refund, because I'm well within my right. Out 100K, but you also gain 100K in store credit. Yeah, that would literally last me an entire lifetime with Steam. I would never need to use credit card or anything on Steam ever again. I'd just always have fucking store credit. How much do you think every single game on Steam would cost altogether? Isn't there a site that has the answer to that? Oh, yeah, there is. How much does it cost to buy all the Steam games? Ever wonder how much it costs to buy all games from Steam? Well, at the moment it costs $980,000. How many fake high prices, though? Oh, true, since this was updated 3 hours ago, it's absolutely going to be taking this $100,000 price tag into account, won't it? Yes, this is going to be highly inflated with games like this. This and Destiny 2 make up 90%. You know, the game used to be 59 cents, and then he cranked it to 100 grand, and like I said, I'm pretty sure the reason is the game's shitty. The game is probably really bad. And he doesn't want people to buy it until it's done, because it's still in early access. But he also doesn't want to take it down either, because then it'll be another $100 to put it back up. It's $100 to add a game. It used to be. There's a fee to post games on Steam. There used to be. And it used to be $100. I think that's still the case, right? They didn't get rid of that. They didn't waive the fee. I tried looking for the developer's Twitter or something like that in order to see if they've made a statement about the price anywhere or anything. but I haven't found anything from them, so I can only continue to speculate, but I think I've pinned the tail on the donkey here. I think the reason for the price being up to like $100K and $1 million and shit like that was to put it out of people's price range so no one would accidentally buy it. So it meant that he could work on the game without fear of someone buying the game and being mean to him about it or something, maybe. It's basically a way of making sure nobody can buy it, because no one's going to pay $100K for it, right? That's not exactly a cheap, affordable price someone's just going to drop all willy-nilly. So I think that was probably the goal, but now he's dropped the price to 200, and now I think the goal is really out of greed, because this did get a lot of publicity. There were quite a few articles written about it and people joking about it on Twitter, so I think what must have happened is he was tipped off about all of this new publicity that he was finding, and he thought, okay, well, what if I bring the price way down? Maybe some people will buy it for the meme. And he's probably right. I do imagine there are a couple of people that probably spent $200 for Spooky Min in the couple of days that he's had it there now, at that price. Which would, of course, be a very reckless waste of money, but that shit does happen from time to time. I myself am guilty as being someone who dumped $200 twice now on absolute repulsive garbage for the sake of a meme, a little goof with it. Of course, you can always refund it, right? Like, no one's actually going to buy this game and not refund it, but even still, it's still just is so embarrassing to do that. I can't help but be a little bit regretful that I spent $200 on something like, you know, Super Fight or whatever. So I'm not doing it again. I'm not spending $200 on Spooky Min, of course. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I've never seen a game priced this high. Even though I always knew you theoretically could on Steam, I would still just like to think that there's some kind of safeguard in place to prevent a developer from doing this kind of shit. Like, there's no reason you should ever be able to have your price go up to $100,000 or $1 million. Like, I don't see that ever being utilized. I don't think it ever should be utilized. Nothing should be that expensive on Steam. But yeah, I just thought this was still pretty interesting. That's about it. So yeah. Let's try the lowest rated game on Steam. eFootball... Which one is it? Is it eFootball 2022 or eFootball 2021 season update? Imagine this one, right? It's probably this one. Alright, let's fucking ride. This is the lowest rated game on Steam, actually. I was gonna play this when it came out, but just kept forgetting. Okay. Insultingly enough, it's 25 gigabytes. And I've seen pictures and videos of the game. I don't know where the fuck these gigabytes went. It has to be some kind of crypto mining scam or something, but Jesus Christ. Certainly didn't go into the actual game. Oh my god. Just let me play eFootball! It's just Steam that does this. Thanks to Resub Neighborhood. I really should have played this when it came out if they improved the graphics. The graphics were one of the things that really made me want to play this fucking game. Here, hold on, let me pull up some highlights. I saw these all over Twitter. I think it looks pretty good.
Quite some performance.
Damn, this guy's got some big fucking eyes. So this is like, is this actually what he looks like? He's got like anime girl eyes, kawaii. Honestly, doesn't look that bad to me. This is why now is the perfect time to be in the video game industry. No matter what you make, people will love it. Thanks, Resub Chronic. It looks bad, but not lowest reviewed bad. I mean, I'm sure there's certainly worse games, but the reason why this one is the lowest rated game on Steam is because it's a high profile name. This was a PES that they revived, right? So this is a big budget, AAA, free to play, big time game, and it's trash. So of course there's like some shitty Steam indie games that are significantly worse. Like we already played 3 of them today. One of them they completely forgot to even add in the NPC I was supposed to talk to, so the game couldn't even finish. And that game is higher rated than this. Game time, baby. Let's go, sports fans. I've got a good feeling about this game. eFootball! Whee! Time for a little footy. Yes, yes, yes. I see, it's only reading my controller, not my keyboard. Okay, very good. That's fine. Get a little controller action in there. Is you some hobo?
Absolutely ideal for a game of football.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Beautiful picture under the floodlights. There is a sense of theatre.
Sports fans.
Levels are rising.
The crowd's going nuts.
This place
Where's the
simply a
vuvuzelas?
monument to the game. The crowd rises for the national anthem.
Oh, this
of
guy's not.
Portugal.
Hey, the guy in the middle there is not singing it. He's not moving his lips. He's faking. God, they're like fucking zombies. Holy shit. They're like wax mannequins. Oh, that's
They
Ronaldo.
have thrown down the gauntlet with that anthem.
Oh, wow.
Now to match it.
Oh, look at Messi is. Oh my god, he's having such a good time. Let's have a good, clean game. And then we can group hug in the shower, boys. Let's get fucking wacky.
This is the perfect.
Here I come.
You have to reciprocate. We'd like to see excitement and be entertained.
How do I pass?
If it does go down the serious route,
Fuck it, I'll
there'll still
solo
be lots
them.
to enjoy. Things have got
Hup.
underway here pretty.
Oh, I'm nuts! Hey, foul. Penalty. Red card, red card.
On, Jim. Pepe doesn't lose out much.
Yeah!
He could prove to be a very reliable. He's got the shot away! It's come back out!
That's an illegal move. He hit my foot.
And what a great test that should be even live.
Dude flicked my ear before shooting. That's a penalty. Yellow card.
Exciting.
Oh! Woo!
And there's his chance to lead the counter.
Here I come.
Really good position here.
For my country.
Looks for the finish.
Man, what the fuck is this? Yellow card, please.
It's rather wayward.
This man's stealing my lunch money. He's beating me up. Okay, alright. I should have brought a fucking baseball bat to the stadium, I see. They're letting everything fly. Yeah.
João Moutinho. And the shot! They've scored!
Tough game, tough game. Headbutt the players. I'm fucking trying. Who was the guy that did that? Zidane, right? What the fuck was that?
Ruben Diaz.
I'm coming.
Oh, what has happened here?
Woo! Mine.
Oh, he's broken and he's had a hit. And again. And for a moment.
Okay, how do I control my shots instead of just launching them into space? I'm coming across. You pussy.
Going through.
That's all me, baby. Upfield, upfield. No! This guy sucks. Who is this? This guy's trash. Man, this guy's fucking cheating. What?
Running away with it. Not much more than a formality. Well, the keeper probably felt he could read that, but he's guessed completely wrongly. He's gone to the other side. I'm sure the managers talk the talk, and now it's time for these players to walk the walk. That's a foul. No.
Whatever. Hey, whatever. Hey, whatever, nerd. Foul my ass. That was a clean play on the ball.
He's been robbed here.
That's all me, baby. Oh, God. What in tarnation?
Pepe. He was being very closely marshalled.
I'm going the distance. I'm going for it. Wish me luck. Oh, yeah. Okay. AI sucks. That was a really good cross.
That's a
oh, hey. What do you mean?
Yeah, and the whole stadium knew that was coming, apart from him, it seems.
Where's the penalty on this guy? What the fuck was that? He reached out and spit on me.
Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano!
Oh, this guy sucks.
The ball's run loose here. Some terrific running on
I'm
the
going.
ball there. Those efforts
I'm going.
Going unappreciated.
I'm crossing.
He's
Nope.
got a side of goal.
Couldn't get there.
And that has left him in a heap. Oh, he's taken out. That'll be a foul.
That's fine. We have unlimited penalties.
Inside. Going through.
Okay, someone get in position. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Lo Celso, not one to pass up the chance to run up the defence. He loves those duels.
They have not called a
you can't
single
when a player at least
penalty on
tries
the
to
other
make
team.
Something happen.
I'm on a breakaway. I'm on a breakaway. Oh, what a move.
Oh, he's managed to pinch
This guy's cheating? Wait, what the fuck was that?
Oh, he's enjoyed that.
He pulled out a knife.
Evidently loves the contest.
What is the AI doing? It like runs away from the ball when it's in the air. I have no defense. I'm the only one going towards the ball. Ah! Nice. I'm pulling the goalie. Wait, what?
So what can they make of this? Messi brings the ball
1 versus 20. Okay.
And that will be
Tough
the
game, tough game, tough
Well,
game.
the scoreline doesn't tell
Good
the whole
tutorial though.
story.
They taught me
You are
one thing.
outclassed in
Literally
every
one thing.
possible way. Any reflections on what you've seen, Jim? One-sided.
They gave me one bit of tutorial in the beginning. What? Can I play or? Yeah, if there's no multiplayer, I'm not going to play this right now.
Welcome on this most perfect
Maybe
evening
get some
for
hobo.
a game of football to which we look
Let me just get
forward
one quick goal just to feel good.
It's hardly a surprise that everybody has come here in their droves, this being a fixture that has
just
received
gonna
so
solo.
much coverage in the days leading up to it. And it's good to see that we have a good contingent
Cross.
of visiting fans
Nope,
by the look
that's
of it too.
that's not it.
The
That's not
atmosphere is
not
amicable,
the one.
the
That's not the one.
conditions do bring out the
I'm out.
best in everyone, and I think we're all looking forward to a feel-good game.
New York Rat Simulator.
Wow. You remember when I grind slow? Did I really blow your mind though? Nah, you got me confused.
All right, let's see what New York's like from the perspective of a rat. That's pretty innovative. Okay, let's fucking go, Splinter. I just accidentally skipped that. I'm assuming it's eat the pizza. Yep, figured. Alright. Well, this is... Oh my god. I'm cruising! What's up, boys? This guy's about to get hit by a car.
I'm gonna stomp on this motherfucker.
What?
I'm gonna stomp on
Whoa! Look at that big ass rat!
Man, just like New York. Amazing. Oh. Damn, that's tough. A pretty good score, though. That should be on the global leaderboard somewhere, I'd say. This is exactly what I expected it to be. Oh, hey!
I'm about to step on this rat. It's nasty.
Well, we went down together. These... How is she still alive? She just got hit by a fucking 80-mile-per-hour car. That guy is literally getting put... What the fuck is happening? This is just like New York. Can you raise my children? Just give them an iPad like every other family. Does it for you. Hey, I'm walking here. Whoa, what a fucking prediction. That's the most New York shit ever. I feel fucking good. I was like made to be a rat in New York. I'm taking a bit of a risk here going for pizza on the street. Let's ride. I'm not a bitch. Well, this game's about as boring as I expected it to be, but it feels nice to revisit the wonderful streets of New York City. Oh! Wait, I'm big enough to actually fight. Damn, I fucked this guy up. Wait, oh! Whoa, 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 hold on, I got turbo speed now. Wait a minute. I'm fucking zooming. Can I hit cars? No. Once I get carried away, I'm still a rat.
If you see that ginger kid with a backpack walking around, be sure to let me know. He's not allowed in this family-run deli after what he did at my nephew's bar mitzvah. Warm, fresh bagels. Come get them. Welcome, welcome.
Outplayed. Alright, that's probably enough of this game, I think. Hotline Miami clone boring. $200 for Super Fight? What? LGE, you've lost your goddamn mind. Oh, well, wait a minute. This kind of looks like it's worth $200. Do it. Fuck that. I'm not gonna spend $200 for a fucking joke like this. This game is a retro-style game. Can use fist and leg attack. Can defense, can jump the scene in addition to the enemy. There are some objects that can be destroyed. There are props. This game contains a block scene. What does that mean? Like porn or something and it's censored? Including several different types of enemies, as well as some weapons to choose from including bat, pistol, knife, and so on. Yeah, this actually does look like just another Bitcoin miner that you pay a premium for. I'm not buying it. I'm not spending $200 fucking on Super Fight. But I could be the only one in the world that did. And that title's worth something. Alright, let's see. You know what, I'll do it. Let's see what $200 gets me on Steam. I will now be the first man in the world to have spent $200 on Super Fight. Fuck yeah. Finally, a world first. Like I said, man, it's really rare to be the first to do something with this many people in the world these days, and I've now that immediately downloaded. I think the game is a single level. This game is literally a single level, the trailer. Nathan or Jason? Well, for $200, I'll try them both out for sure. I definitely want to give it a fair shake. I definitely want to catch it with its makeup on here, so we'll do both. Let's start with Nathan. Woo! You know, this might have just been worth $200. Look at this shit. Huh. Look at these leg attacks. They weren't kidding. I have a very strong feeling the game's about to roll credits on me. I'm beating up the Guitar Hero 3 default character, and I feel like after a few more of these, the game's just gonna end. I feel like I'm playing Ride to Hell for mobile. There was a gun? Oh, there is a gun, huh? I didn't even see that. Woo! Alright, alright. Wait just a minute here. It's the same level. I don't know what I was expecting. What's up, Daniel? I fucking knew it. This man made a single level and is selling it for $200 on Steam. That should be a crime. The beauty of Steam, baby. Steam is just like an actual cum dumpster. Level complete again. Tap to restart. You know, it was so good I might just go through it a third time. Let's fucking hit it. Is there even an option? There's no pause menu, there's no escape. Once you're in for life, I guess. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. The super fight way. As the name would imply, though, this really is a super fight. With my patience. I was hoping the moveset would be a little different, but I don't know why I thought that would be a possibility. This man learned how to program 3 animations. You know, far be it from me to question the difficulty of making a game like this, but could it have taken more than like maybe 5 minutes? I think I've played enough of it now that I feel I'm more than prepared to leave a review. Like, I feel like I've really gotten deep into the beef curtains of this game. I definitely know the map layouts inside and out. Let's refund this A, and B, let's write a review. I know all of you out there were really just fucking scratching your neck like a meth addict waiting to get your super fight fix, but my IGN review says maybe wait for an update. A little more content. Because right now, maybe even the Steam summer sale, because $200 is a bit steep. That about covers that, I'd say. But I will say, this man is not a liar. In this retro-style game, I could use fist and leg attack, so he was right about that much. Where are we at? There was Super Fight. Has my review been published? Also, what else has this guy made? Just Super Fight. Well, when you get it right the first time, there's really no reason for an encore. May you ride that Super Fight fame forever, my friend. What is by far the worst game you've played? I used to never have an answer to that, but if I'm being 100% genuine, it's probably Super Fight. I mean that in total sincerity, Super Fight may genuinely be the worst game that I've ever played and have ever seen. It is $200 to play a Unity asset flipped level. One level for $200. It really might actually be the worst game I think has ever been made. Big Rigs Over the Road Racing had more content and was significantly cheaper. So Super Fight may very well be the worst game that I've ever seen. And that's not something I say lightly.